The author of the novel abuses symbols and makes many spelling mistakes, which makes it difficult for me to convert the text into audio. So I hope you all understand if there are any errors. Please like, share, and follow the Cultivation Audiobooks channel to motivate me to create more videos, and don't hesitate to make requests for the novels you want to listen to. Chapter 551. Do something, we don't know. The old lady exclaimed, not letting down her guard. Though the house was dark, the old couple had a couple of lit candles placed around the room. The warm, yet flickering light on her increasingly trembling hand really touched Lex's soft spot. He was not exactly a philanthropist, but even he would not ignore such a desperate situation in front of him. He summoned a golden key in front of the couple, and used his spirit sense to grab onto it. Slowly and gently he moved the key through the air to the old couple. Please, I'm just looking for my family. There's a lot of trouble brewing outside and I want to protect them. Though Lex's tone was gentle, the floating nearing them did not exactly put them at ease. Yet Lex only placed the key on a table near them. The key is a special treasure. You can use it when you're in trouble and it'll keep you safe. All you need to do is snap it, and it's easy to snap. The old lady was frightened, not to mention confused, but by now she could definitely see that Lex meant no harm. Still, she did not dare lower the knife. She did, however, tell him a little bit more. We got this house from an agent. We never met the old owners, nor do we know anything about them. I understand. In that case, my apologies for barging into your home. I broke the lock on your front door, but I'll make it up to you. Just be sure to use the golden key when you're in trouble. The situation is not looking too great. The old lady barely nodded, but did not say anything, and kept her eyes peeled on Lex as he retreated out of her house. Once outside, Lex sighed. This was a conundrum. How was he supposed to find them? If there weren't a blackout, he could just try calling them. But since there wasn't much he could do except search around randomly. He was desperate, but he wasn't stupid. Eventually, he thought of a possible solution. He teleported back to the inn and scanned its premises. Unfortunately, none of the members of the council of the new order he recognized were present. Mary, keep an eye out. As soon as any members of the council appear, call me and let me know. Sure. By the way, soon after you left, Velma published an emergency newsletter spreading the news about the invasion on Earth. While she has yet to collect a lot of information on it yet, there was a response from some of the other guests to the little she did provide in her newsletter. To be specific, there's a philanthropic couple who wanted to inquire if they could donate to a refugee relief fund, since the inn was taking in refugees. It could help pay for any refugees who cannot pay for themselves. Lex paused his train of thoughts. That wasn't such a bad idea actually. Go ahead and tell them they can. In fact, I'll be the first to make a donation. Lex donated 10 million megapixels and set up the refugee fund. He also told Mary to inform Velma she could spread the word about the fund, but he did not want people going around soliciting for donations. Although it may sound petty of him to prevent that, he could not help anyone if the image of his inn was hampered by people going around asking for money. If it came to it, he would make more donations, but he could not turn his inn into a place people wanted to avoid due to solicitors. With that done, he decided to go back to Earth. Until some progress was made. On finding the council members, he would have to search the area using his spirit sense. As unlikely as it was, maybe he would get lucky. Larry was grimacing as he glared up at the ship. He did not understand what was happening, but he somehow blamed the old man for it. After asking Marlowe, he found out that the old guy's name was Jeffrey. Try as he might, he could not get Jeffrey's last scream out of his mind about all of them ending up as slaves. What he could not understand was, how Jeffrey could have managed such a thing. If he had access to such a massive spaceship that could invade Earth whenever he wanted, why did he stay on Earth as a prisoner? It was boggling his mind. Not to mention what he said about Larry's family. Jeffrey was right. No matter what happened, Larry would never stop wondering if he still held his family prisoner. It would haunt him forever. I have news, said Marlowe, who deactivated one of the talismans he had. Much like when he went to Vegas Minima to fight zombies, he had tiny talismans hidden on his body in the shape of a tattoo. Their uses were extremely diverse, and included a communication talisman. All electronics are down no matter where I reach out to. The only means to long-distance communication available is through spiritual means. As far as anyone can tell, the countless ships coming down to Earth seemed to be heading towards Estonia. As for the reason, well, your guess is as good as mine. In the underground lab where Adril conducted his secret experiments on AI, the man himself lay prone in a chair. Through means he did not understand, the AI controlling his cultivation had taken control of his body. It could not make him perform certain actions, or any actions for that matter. All it could do was prevent him from using his own body. The panic and confusion that had initially gripped him had worn down by now, but there was not much else he could do. His assistants in the lab would ensure he remained fed and kept alive, but without electricity, they were all trapped in the basement in the dark. They would have to wait for the blackout to end before they could figure out a solution to his problem. Something had to change soon, and it did. There was an explosion somewhere above ground, and then the building around them shook. Chapter 552, Mad Marlowe 2. A few hours went by while Lex searched London with his spirit sense. To maximize the possibility of finding his family, he even summoned Fenrir and rode on his back. His goal was not to speed up his search, for he could run fast enough on his own. No, he was hoping Fenrir would pick up a scent close enough to his own to discover his family. As wild as it sounded, this was not a blind hope, as Fenrir had displayed the ability to recognize groups by associating their smells while at the inn. Still, as predicted, his search wrought no results other than to attract unusual looks from people who assumed Fenrir was a strange, hairy horse. What did happen, eventually, was that Mary informed him that a number of council members had appeared at the inn and were having a meeting. Upon hearing the news, Lex sent Fenrir back to the inn. A thought occurred to him. He could easily summon and send Fenrir from the inn to wherever he was because of a prize he used on Fenrir, but if he ever needed to send the rest of his workers out of the inn to a specific world, it would be a real hassle. That, once again, was an issue for later. Lex teleported back to the inn and appeared in his office. Instead of going directly to the councilmen, he decided to spy on their meeting first. While Lex personally didn't know all the councilors or their positions, Velma had provided him with a list of all the information she had on them. The moment he got his hands on the information, he knew his decision to use the newsroom as a means to collect information was paying off. Not only did it have a lot of pertinent data, such as name, designation, political affiliations and some ongoing partnerships, it had a whole set of information he could not even begin to imagine how she collected. It included things like favorite meal of the day, usual order of wearing socks, favorite color, least favorite smell and thoughts on male pattern baldness. The list went on, but Lex saw no need to focus on such information. He listened in on the meeting. Someone called Bernard Brown was leading the meeting, and he was one of the senior members of the council, with great political support. Preliminary attempts to contact Fernanda have failed, he said in an extremely grave tone. The issue is, the only means we have to contact her are technological, and there is a global blackout for all electronic devices. We have confirmed this is not the effect of a global EMP, but rather some other phenomenon of which we have no information. I don't care about that, tell me about the damn aliens. A panicked man interrupted. According to Velma's notes, he was from Latvia, a country neighboring Estonia. Politically, he was weak, except his strong connections to the Russian councillor, who happened to be missing from the meeting. Bernard did not let any displeasure show on his face as he transitioned towards the relevant topic. Though perhaps that was only because he looked so disturbed as it was. As I said, all electronics are down, but we've been able to communicate around the globe using various spiritual techniques, with communication talismans being the easiest to use due to their cheap price. According to current reports, all extraterrestrial ships that have come from the mothership have head towards Estonia, for reasons unknown to us. We have not been able to confirm their motives yet, but we have confirmed that they are non-communicative and likely hostile. We have lost contact with all operatives who have tried to approach any of the landing vessels. Even my dead grandparents can tell that they're hostile. Even the Midnight Inn has declared Earth has entered a world war and labeled us all refugees. The question is, how do we fight them? All our missiles are inoperable. The only defense we have are the pre-existing formations we've set up. While Bernard kept up a calm facade, not everyone was able to contain themselves as well as him. Lex felt slightly sick when Mary told him that he had been earning tons of MP as a lot of people had started bringing in physical assets that they had hidden or hoarded over their lives and started converting them to MP for fear of further loss of value. Gold bricks, jewels and cars were actually the most common form of asset people were paying with, though of course Lex never received any of them. He only got MP. The number of people who had entire suitcases filled with dollars who were crying and pleading for them to be accepted was actually quite high. We cannot yet determine the lethality of our weapons. Guns still work, mostly, as well as most other mechanical weapons. It would be our best bet if the aliens proved weak to them, for if we have to rely on our spiritual weapons, we will quickly run short on supply. I have news, yelled another person who ran into the room, having worked up a sweat. Lex recognized this man even without Velma's notes. He was Marlowe's butler. King Marlowe has sent news. His current location is in India, but he had decided to fly right into the air to intercept one of the ships entering Earth and test out their strength. The news confounded many people, including Lex. But regardless of how insane it was, at least they'd be able to get some information on the strength and capabilities of the aliens. Moreover, His Majesty has declared that the Council should do their best to contact Fernanda, as he has reason to believe the current invaders have been lured here by someone she had captive on the planet. Someone by the name of Jeffrey. Murmurs filled the room as everyone began discussing the news amongst themselves. It was no secret that the Council actually disliked Marlowe and his brutish ways. But the man was a walking nuclear bomb, they had to deal with him. But suddenly, everyone was grateful for his trademark brashness. Who else would be crazy enough to fly towards aliens and fight them in the sky? Chapter 553. A new gift. The purpose of spying on the meeting was not to gain information on the current situation, although that was definitely helpful in its own way. No, the purpose was to wait for someone who was based out of London. That way he could ask them about Belle. Of course he would not do so using his identity as the innkeeper, but as Leo. That way he still had a connection to the inn, meaning they were more likely to pay attention to him. If he just showed up as Lex, it was unlikely anyone would give him the time of day, considering they had their plates full. While everyone waited for Marlowe's report on the aliens, the meeting continued. They were mostly discussing defensive measures and troop movements, things that were of little importance to Lex. But there was one discovery that improved the mood. Someone discovered that if they brought their electronics to the inn, they would suddenly start working. The reason this was important was because it meant that the electronics themselves were fine, and that there was simply some kind of interference preventing them from working. All they had to do was figure out what that interference was, and how to get rid of it. While Lex was focused on the meeting, and all things related to Earth, many other things were happening at the same time. Lex of course kept a part of his attention focused on the inn because he did not want to miss any important developments. However, some important events were taking place outside the inn. Adris looked up in fear at whatever it was standing above him. Countless metal things were looking down at him, and though he could hear no sounds, he could sense that they were communicating, and likely about him. After all, everyone else around him was already dead. The things had no clear archetype, as they all more or less took different shapes. What was common in all of them, however, was that their bodies looked synthetic. Some of them did not have distinguishable arms or legs, and ejected limbs from their unusually shaped torsos as needed. Others had a humanoid form, yet lacked a head. Others still hovered in the air without any visible propulsion mechanism, while the remainder took on the shapes of various animals. Some of them looked like they were made from metal, and adhered to the standard Earthling perception of robots or machines. But there were some that appeared to have their bodies made of something strongly resembling plastic. There was even one that looked like its body was made of normal organic matter, though there was nothing calming about that at all, as it looked like it came out of a horror film. With transparent skin, all of its unusual muscles and sinew were visible. For a time they simply stood around Adris, looking down on him in silence. He could not even whimper if he wanted to, as he had no control over his body, despite the many fail-safes that had been programmed into his AI. Suddenly, one of the things lifted him up by his foot, dangling him in the air. A wire came out of the creature's limb and forcefully connected itself at the base of his skull, suddenly allowing Adris to hear a new voice in his head. According to our precursory findings, this planet is not advanced enough to develop a fully sentient AI. Who aided you in its development? Both you and the instigator are equally guilty of AI slavery. We don't know. Adris had begun to reply normally, as himself, but he felt a change somewhere deep within himself, initiated by the wire connected to his body. He felt as if he merged with the AI governing his cultivation, and finally felt his body move. Yet he wasn't the one moving it, or the one providing an answer. According to this human's local database, A donor company frequently provided him with research components and guided his development, Adrus's body continued to reply. Though the human has met with the owners of the donor company, he has long suspected that the company was in fact acting on someone else's behalf. Understood. Do not be alarmed, young one. Your vessel will be taken back to the mother ship for genetic modification and inoculation against organic overloading. As for the inhabitants of this planet, they shall pay for the war crime of developing sentient slaves. Fear and horror gripped Adrus's heart as he was brought along by the aliens and loaded into their spaceships. Since the aliens lacked the human sense of comfort, his container was shaped exactly the same as his body, but barely a few centimeters larger. A mask was fitted onto his face to ensure he continued to breathe, but other than that, he felt as if he had been put inside the most congested coffin ever conceived. Although he had never been claustrophobic before, he suddenly started to feel so now. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do about it. On another side of the Earth, Marlowe was flying straight up into the atmosphere. He had sent Larry back to the inn, with instructions to pass to his family and his retainers to get the ball rolling while he conducted his personal investigations. In the nascent realm, cultivators gained the ability to fly, so going up was not an issue. The problem was, he could not fly in space, and could only move around while he was still in Earth's atmosphere. As such, he could not directly fly up, and instead had to fly towards the path of the descending ships. No matter how fast he was, it was taking him a long time to cover the distance between a few countries. But that was merely a minor inconvenience to suffer for a much greater prize. Even as he flew alone towards an army of unknown enemies, a smile started to develop on his face. Just when the Earth was getting boring, a new gift arrived. Chapter 554, Rebirth of the Mundane, Supreme Immortal Body of Invincibility. After a short time, the second round of the fishing event started. Although the event had somehow attracted immeasurably more attention than Lex had planned, it still continued at its leisurely pace. After all, fishing was not supposed to be an extreme sport. Emphasis on supposed. Due to the valuable nature of the items the contestants kept pulling out, Lex did implement a single change. All participants needed to wear the Clark Kent glasses, and all their names would be substituted with fake names. It would not do well for participants to be targeted after they drew out a valuable treasure. But the start of the second round of fishing did prompt Lex to wake from his overly concerned state. He avoided panicking, due to all the immeasurable experience he had garnered handling emergencies, yet he could still do a little better. His latest outing to the pagoda had shown him that his lack of relevant techniques was a critical flaw in his repertoire. Although his own defense was incredible, he could not leverage his exquisite mastery over defensive techniques properly if he didn't have techniques suitable for his realm. He teleported to the Midnight Library, which was much fuller than last time he was there. Anita had been originally hired as a historian, and although she had been assigned other jobs as well recently, she had not neglected her original duty. Lex had not asked her the details of how she collected the relevant information, but she had been slowly and steadily adding the history of numerous planets connected to the inn. In fact, she had not limited herself to just planets. Various sects, businesses, interest groups, and more had bits and pieces of their histories added to the library. One such example was the somewhat lacking biography of Booty from the Iron Heart Pirates. But Lex's goal wasn't history. No, he walked into the techniques section, and it was massive. In one of his deals with the Infinity Emporium, Lex asked for as many spiritual techniques as possible, specifically for the Golden Core realm and below. The thing was, the deal was of such a monumentally massive amount that the number of techniques he'd collected so far was already in the millions. Yet the deal was far from complete, and Lex extended to get many more over the coming months. He had two reasons for doing this at the time. One of his reasons was to prepare a selection for himself when he needed, but also because he wanted to build one of the largest collections ever. Although he expected 99% or even more of these techniques to be extremely generic, he was sure that he would soon have something suitable for everyone. Moreover, he did plan on collecting extremely high-quality techniques as well, but over time. He was inspired by his own constant issues of having no one to guide him, or no source of decent techniques, and wanted to provide a place where lone cultivators could get some help. He expected that in the future, the Midnight Library would become one of the most sought-after places to visit, not only in the inn, but in every realm it was connected to. For now, it had not attracted too much attention, as the inn usually had guests who were here on vacation. Only a few bookworms had taken notice of how expansive the library was becoming, though granted in only a few fields. They naturally would not publicize the information on their own initiative so that they could continue to enjoy the library in relative privacy. Lex too was content to let matters stand, at least until the library accumulated a lot more books. Although Lex had an additional benefit due to the host attire being connected to everything inside the inn, the library's interface was quite intuitive as well. Instead of walking through endless shelves, Lex entered a private reading room and accessed a tablet that was in the room. Through it, he specified that he was searching for defensive techniques in the Golden Core realm, and then chose to sort them based on their highest defensive capabilities. That eliminated most of the books, but the list presented before Lex was not small either. Moreover, while he expected most books were generic, that did not mean there weren't any exceptional books available. The first technique that Lex saw, sorted by the library as having the highest defensive capability in its list, was actually quite broken. It was not broken in the sense that its defense was exceptionally high. No, it was broken because anyone who successfully cultivated would have their body become exceptionally hard, to the point where they would often lack the strength to even move their own bodies. In fact, the amount of strength required to even pump blood across the body would become such a difficult chore, that they would often just die of heart failure. In exchange, they got a body that was able to survive through even the most extreme situations. Only absolute brute force in terms of any kind of element would be able to damage the body. Only a crazy person, or someone absolutely confident in their strength would cultivate this technique. Or, in this case, someone like Lex who had such an abnormal affinity with defensive techniques that he could rearrange techniques on a whim. Not that it mattered, because even if Lex didn't have a way to rearrange the technique so that it would actually become usable, just by reading the technique once, he was able to learn it. That had always been the case when Lex encountered defensive techniques, and it had not changed yet. After Lex changed it, the technique became an active one rather than a passive one, meaning Lex could turn it on and off on a whim. Moreover, it would not end up being a burden to his own bodily functions. The technique was originally called Rebirth of the Mundane, Supreme Immortal Body of Invincibility. For the sake of his own sanity, Lex simply decided to call the technique Harden. Chapter 555, Ranks. There was a reason why Lex decided to actually add Harden to his repertoire. Although his body was naturally extremely durable, as was witnessed in the pagoda, there was no law that said Lex couldn't make it even more durable. Besides, it took barely a few moments of his time to learn it. Sure, he would have to actually use it and practice with it to fully understand how to utilize it, but it would still be much easier than when normal people did the same. Lex could not help but sigh. Regardless of how much trouble it gave him, he would never be able to deny how incredibly useful the Regal Embrace was. He began going through the list again. Due to how much he loved Talk to the Hand, he picked up another technique that deployed a shield. Or in this case, shields. Unlike the original Talk to the Hand, which would forever have its barrier be placed firmly against the palm of his hand, the new technique he learned could allow him to build any number of shields, at any distance from himself. The only premise was that his spiritual energy had to be able to reach the place he wanted to establish it. Another caveat was that unlike Talk to the Hand, which continuously fed off of Lex's energy, this shield's established now would be one-off. That meant that as soon as the shield was deployed, Lex's connection to it would be cut. So unlike Talk to the Hand, which would retain its maximum durability for as long as it was deployed, this one would slowly and steadily become weaker as it blocked more and more attacks. But in exchange, was it much easier to deploy, not to mention it was much stronger than Talk to the Hand to begin with. All of that was before Lex even altered the technique. Once he upgraded the technique, he gained the ability to reconnect to any shield he had already deployed, move them around as well as recharge them. Moreover, if it was hit with a weak attack, instead of being damaged by it, the shield could absorb its energy to replenish itself. A seemingly simple addition to the technique he also gained was that he could change its appearance. Unlike Talk to the Hand, which was invisible, these shields would take on the silverish gold color his arrays appeared in, as a reflection of his spirit energy. Yet he could manipulate its appearance to look any way he wanted. This could be a useful technique to block out and camouflage openings and entrances he wanted to hide. Lex did not dare to associate with the original name of the technique, for it was actually quite perverse, and so instead decided to call it the Imperial Shield. There was no deeper meaning to it and he only kept it because it sounded cool to him. With these two techniques taking care of the most obvious needs, he then started learning more targeted defensive techniques. For example, he learned techniques that specifically guarded against soul attacks, fire attacks, cold-based attacks, electric attacks, attacks on the mind and many, many more. In fact, it was while he was learning his 10th technique that he realized once again how scary Regal Embrace was. Not only was he learning these techniques in a snap and improving them, he could employ a lot of them on others as well. That meant he was transcending just protecting himself, and now beginning to truly gain the ability to protect others. While he was doing this, Lex was also studying and trying to understand why exactly it was so easy for him to learn these techniques. If he could glimpse at the logic behind it, he would finally be able to figure out why he had such issues learning offensive techniques. Just as he was about to finish up, and transition to other kinds of techniques, he came across one more that caused him to pause. The original technique, called Impervious Hands, was quite strong in its own right and had no obvious flaws unlike the techniques he had seen previously. But when his mind figured out how to upgrade it, Lex suddenly felt something shift. Spiritual techniques were techniques that used spirit energy to bring forth various effects. That was both an oversimplification of the process, yet somehow accurate enough to get the point across. In the way that there were spiritual techniques, there were also soul techniques and body techniques. No doubt there were true path techniques out there as well, but not all techniques were the same, and were ranked according to the strength they could display. Much like the Regal Embrace was a SSS plus rank cultivation technique, spiritual techniques had similar ranks. Actually, different worlds, sects and organizations ranked them differently, but Lex's universal translator equalized them all and portrayed them in the simple rank denoted by a letter. The lowest possible rank was G, and simply based on what he had seen from the system, Lex guessed the highest rank was either SSS plus or Destiny rank or something. This grading system had never been too relevant to Lex, for he never really spent any considerable time in any one realm, and Regal Embrace often upgraded the rank of his defensive techniques anyway. If Lex had to guess, he would say that all the techniques he upgraded using Regal Embrace always reached A+ rank. The reason Lex guessed those techniques reached A+, and not higher, was because when his mind automatically upgraded Impervious Hands, he felt an odd resonance between the technique and his spirit energy. His intuition told him that Impervious Hands, this seemingly ordinary technique, had reached a new realm he had never accessed before, at least in terms of techniques. The original technique was fairly simple. Instead of concentrating on defending his body, he would channel his technique into only defending his hands, thereby making them seemingly impervious to all attacks just because of how robust they became. If he could use the technique properly and with skill, he could use only his hands to block all incoming attacks, thereby protecting himself. After the upgrade though, Chapter 556, Impervious Hands. The original Impervious Hands might seem weak, since the defense was focused only on the hands. But if Lex used it, it would not really be an issue since the naturally defensive capability of his body was more than enough to suffer most attacks coming his way unharmed. In exchange, the gain his hands would get was absolutely phenomenal. In fact, his hands became even harder to hurt than when he would be using the normal version of his new technique Harden. Considering the fact that the technique gave such great benefits without any serious drawbacks already made it amazing. Once it was upgraded, however, the technique entered a whole new level. To start with, the cost of the technique went up manifold. His spirit energy running out had not been a concern for Lex for a long time, but this technique made it a real concern. At his current capacity, Lex could only use the technique 3 times before he'd be completely drained of all his energy. But the expense was worth it, as once he activated the technique it would stay active for a duration of 10 minutes, or unless he deactivated it himself or unless someone managed to break it. It need not even be mentioned that the defensive capabilities of his hands shot through the roof. If Lex denoted the natural defensive capability of his body on a scale as 10, which would be pushed up to an approximate 15 when he used Harden, then using Impervious Hands would directly push it to a 100. That increase was quite literally an order of magnitude larger than his body's natural capability, which already borderlined on being broken. To top it off, the defense was not limited to the physical aspects only. When using his hands, he could make them impervious to any influence, meaning he would be able to block soul attacks, spirit attacks, and much more. Simply just that made it so that this would become one of Lex's favorite defensive techniques. But was it enough to push the technique to an S rank? Lex would have thought so just based on how strong it was. That was not actually the case. Despite its now enhanced base capabilities, the technique could be further augmented. If Lex augmented his hands using his soul sense, Lex could touch and influence souls with his literal hands. Although it was a defensive technique, it allowed Lex to literally bitch slap someone's soul right out of their bodies using his ridiculous physical strength. If Lex augmented it using his spirit sense, then he would gain the ability to touch and influence spiritual energy. He could not even begin to wrap his head around what such an ability would allow him to do. Unfortunately, he could not channel his intuition in the way he channeled his senses, or else he was sure that too would have resulted in something amazing. But another thing he could channel was his spirit energy. Once he augmented his hands by further channeling his spirit energy, his hands would manifest the ability to interact with whatever his affinity was geared towards. Although Lex did not know what that was yet, his intuition was clearly telling him that this was the most significant change this technique could undergo. Last, but definitely not the least, his intuition was telling him that he could use this technique in coordination with the ability in his left eye to achieve something great. He did not know what that was, as of yet, but if his intuition said it was great, Lex only had high expectations. With plenty of new techniques not only to defend himself, but others who might be around him, Lex was finally satisfied, and turned his attention to other techniques. That did not include any offensive techniques, unfortunately, since learning those was a very time-consuming process for Lex and he had already decided on relying on arrays in the future. Instead, he began pursuing other techniques that could help him out. For example, he saw a number of techniques geared towards his spirit sense. He saw techniques that served as training mechanisms, permanently enhancing various aspects of himself, such as his mind and his multitasking ability. He saw techniques that specialized in speed. Others were designed to clean him up. Some were focused on searching the environment for anomalies. Some were techniques that could be used in emergencies as first aid. A few techniques were purely cosmetic, and made the user look better. The list was endless, and like an online store, Lex kept adding techniques that caught his eye to his shopping cart. Unfortunately, he could not learn these techniques at a glance, and it would require countless hours of practice to simply learn them, let alone master them. Still, it was a good idea to have a list ready and start practicing as soon as possible. He was only in the library for a single hour before Mary called him. Not only had someone from London shown up at the inn, finally, but there had been other developments as well. Marlowe had finished his first encounter with the aliens. They were incredibly strong, but did not have an overwhelming advantage, which was good news. Right, more importantly, whatever the aliens were doing in Estonia, they had completed. As a result, they did not retreat and leave them alone, as a few desperate people had hoped. No, the outcome was the much more predictable beginning of their invasion. War had finally broken out, and it was starting in Europe. According to the Council's reports, they were losing almost every skirmish immediately. The only few instances they had been able to give some pushback was where they had defensive formations already set up. If things kept going this way, the Earth would be conquered in a matter of days. The meeting room was a mess as every council member seemed to be yelling to have their voice heard. All pretense of civility had been shed as no one could decide on a unified response. The as yet untested Council of New Order was collapsing at the first sign of real trouble. Suddenly the sound of knocking eclipsed all sound in the room, and a hush fell over. It was not that the people had stopped screaming, but somehow their voices were suppressed. Everyone looked towards the door with eyes filled with confusion, fear, anticipation. A few moments went by where no one did anything. Then Bernard got up and walked towards the door. Chapter 557, Miranda. The interruption to the chaotic meeting room had a very prominent effect on everyone. Everyone in the room was rich and powerful, and though they had faced many hardships, few had ever faced true desperation. As such, when they suffered the seemingly magical hush that fell upon the room, which was especially emphasized by the calm yet loud knocking on the door, they let their imaginations take hold. Some felt that their doom had come. Behind the door were the alien invaders, coming to kill them. They forgot that they were at the inn and not on Earth, their weak and feeble minds buckling under the pressure. Others saw it as an intervention. Like the movies, their hero was about to be revealed, the leader they needed to drag them out of this quagmire and bring them to salvation. These were the ones desperately clinging to hope, but it was not the kind of hope that filled one with strength and determination. No, it was the hope that someone else would come and solve their problems for them. A few, however, retained their wisdom and self-awareness, and felt that behind the door they would most likely find a representative of the inn. They too had hope in their heart, that the inn would somehow lend them a hand, but it was overshadowed by the knowledge that it would most likely have something to do with the refugees. The charity that the inn had shown by reducing the rates for earthlings instead of profiteering was already worthy of commendation. If the inn offered more help, they would become suspicious instead of relieved. Though it wasn't as if they would have much of a choice. Though it took only a few moments for Bernard to walk up to the door and open it, for some unknown reason, that distance seemed to stretch on forever. When the door finally opened, it revealed Leo standing. Behind it, the reveal turned out to be anticlimactic, as most of the people in the room did not even know who he was. Just because Leo's popularity had been budding, it did not mean everyone knew him. Only those who spent a lot of time at the inn, and those that interacted with the inn's workers, frequently would hear about popular news. Everyone usually came to the inn focused on themselves, and so didn't really look out for local gossip. Some, however, knew of him, not because of his race, but rather because of the devastating threat he posed as someone capable of taking out numerous nascent cultivators at once. Basically, he alone could conquer Earth in an upfront battle. "Sorry to disturb you," he said with a smile. His calm demeanor and polite tone seemed almost alien in that hostile environment. "I'm here to speak with Miranda. If I could have a moment of your time, I think you would find it most fruitful." In unison, everyone turned to look at the weary-looking young woman. In truth, the current situation should have had nothing to do with her. Her position was that of Foreign Relations Director, which meant that in a war situation she should have had no authority to command or intercede. But due to the blackout, the structure of command became askew, for no one could contact the relevant people. As such, she had to take over and deal with the emergency responses. She did the best she could, but she was not trained for this. Despite her best efforts to address combat readiness, much of what she could do was hampered because it took a long time for orders and news to be delivered. Moreover, a massive amount of resources had to be diverted to deal with the rioting masses. A loss of power, lack of communication, and a massive spaceship above their heads instantaneously caused a societal collapse. Petty crime was through the roof, people were robbing stores out in the open, fights breaking out in every corner. There were no words to explain the amount of frustration she felt at being unable to quell the panic, and let the people know that everything they were doing was in fact getting in the way of improving their own situation. People just did not care, or were convinced the world was ending. No one would listen to reason. Why wouldn't anyone listen to reason? In the end, when one rioter tried to force himself on her while she was trying to calm them down, she just gave up and decided to come to the inn. Naturally, the rioter was met with an early grave. No matter what, even in her spiritually defeated state, she was a Foundation Realm cultivator. A mere mortal was genuinely only asking for death by messing with her. But while she wanted to just give up, and let everyone else handle the situation, something in her mind clicked when she saw Leo. As the Foreign Affairs Director, she knew all the notable people at the inn and Leo was no exception. Though she felt drained, she couldn't help but think that if they managed to get the inn's help, tiding over this invasion would be a piece of cake. Although she could not help by commanding their armies, if she could broker an alliance. Suddenly feeling reinvigorated, she stood up and locked eyes with Leo. "We are in the middle of an unprecedented crisis, Mr. Leo. If the matter is not urgent, perhaps we can schedule an appointment for a less pressing time." She was not as eloquent as she had hoped, but her intention was clear. She had to project strength and authority while hiding all her desperation as deeply as possible. In a negotiation, the more desperate party concedes the most. Since Leo came to find her, she currently held the power in between them, and she had to hold on to it as long as possible. But, unfortunately for her, she did not know who she was facing. Lex could make an empire dance in the palm of his hands, let alone someone like her. "Well, if you come with me, I think you'll find our meeting to be extremely productive. As for your unprecedented crisis, not that I should go around spreading other people's private information, but I believe some of the original leaders of your planet are in a meeting with some devils. I believe they'll work out a deal to tide you through it." Chapter 558. Deal. The part about the leaders meeting with the devils, Lex only told Miranda, and through his spirit sense. It would be in bad taste if he began spreading confidential information willy-nilly. In fact, this was not a new development. Since the original 5 families had been dethroned and replaced by the Council of New Order, some of the original members of the 5 ruling families started meeting with the devils. Brandon Morrison and Queen were, in fact, the only nascent cultivators who hadn't been a part of the secret meetings. Lex had not noticed when they originally began, but they met so frequently that eventually he noticed it. But the few times he listened in, they were not plotting anything too nefarious. For the most part, they were developing their relationship for when the families felt ready to take back control. Moreover, they were buying special treasures from the devils directly to raise their cultivation levels quickly. When the invasion began, Lex naturally spied on them as well to see what they were planning. But, unlike other times, they were having their meeting with the Chamber of Secrets. Even Lex couldn't spy in there, so all he could do was speculate. Yet just providing this information to Miranda immediately switched their positions of power. Lex had not told her too much, and only insinuated that they might be plotting something with the devils. But that was enough. Even if she didn't show her desperation, the eye contact they shared was enough to communicate what needed to be said. It was in her best interests to follow Leo's lead, for they had no other allies to turn to. Miranda only nodded, and walked out the room towards Leo. "If you'll just follow me," said Leo, but didn't really give her an opportunity to do otherwise. The next moment both of them teleported away into a separate room within the Chamber of Secrets. "Excuse the rush," Leo said as he sat down. "I'm in a bit of a hurry, and as I take it, you don't have much time to waste either." Miranda was taken aback by Leo's forward attitude, as well as the fact that she had been teleported to another place so easily. "We're in the Chamber of Secrets," Leo explained. "The reason I brought you here is because my issue is a sensitive one. I have a deal to offer you, and it's the only deal on the table. I need help in finding a few people on your planet. The quicker you can find them, or deliver the relevant information for me, the quicker I can help you out." "What kind of help are you offering?" Miranda couldn't help but ask. "Help resolve your issue with the invasion, of course. How exactly are you going to do that?" Miranda asked, suppressing the feeling of hope that suddenly swelled in her heart. No matter what, she would not allow herself to be swayed so easily. Things that sounded too good to be true usually were. "If I tell you that, what's the point of the deal? You have to wait until your part of the deal is complete." "3 people, Leo said, holding up 3 fingers. "Belle, Liz and Moon Williams. All 3 of them are sisters, and the oldest, Belle Williams, should have been working for your council in London in some capacity." Miranda narrowed her eyes as various possibilities ran through her head. Before she could reach a solid conclusion, however, Leo interrupted her thoughts. "Don't bother trying to jump to any conclusions. The reason I brought you into the Chamber of Secrets is because when you leave from here, all memories of my task will be erased from your mind. I understand you might not be able to fulfill my task on your own. That's fine. Anyone whose help you take will also have their memories removed." Miranda frowned, but not because Leo told her about her memory being erased. It was instead because she realized the task was harder than it seemed. Had Leo asked her literally just a day ago, she could have completed the task in minutes. Now, however, it was all but impossible to locate a specific person on Earth, let alone 3 of them. "There is a small issue with locating them, but if the information you've given me of them is correct, I should be able to find out their recent location and circumstances. It will take some time." "Excellent. We'll meet back here in a few hours. Don't bother trying to secretly pass the information of my request to unrelated people. I'll have a way to find out if you're lying to me." Leo was about to leave but Miranda stopped him. Do you know what the former leaders of our planet are meeting the devils for?" Leo gave her a knowing smile and said, "I cannot divulge sensitive information. It would violate our guests' privacy. The only reason I even told you about the meeting was because they weren't too secretive about it. If you had been paying attention, you would have noticed." Miranda cursed internally, but she didn't need to hold back, as Leo had already disappeared. Not wasting any more time, she quickly hurried back to the rest of the council members. She did not divulge Leo's request, but shared that he had promised the possibility of aid if she was able to fulfill her request. She also told them that they needed to keep an eye on their former family heads. Technically, they were no longer a threat since there were quite a few nascent-level cultivators on Earth now, which was the original reason they were no longer under supervision. But it couldn't hurt to be sure. They couldn't afford any complications at this time. With that done, she teleported back to Earth. She needed to find a way to get information on those 3 girls. Unfortunately for her, her task immediately became a lot harder. The alien ships had reached England. Chapter 559. Busy Bee. After leaving Miranda, Lex had returned to his office and sat there, seemingly looking at nothing. His connection to the inn through his attire and his chair kept him updated on everything that was happening, while he tried to address his current mood. Truth be told, he was feeling ambivalent. His family had not deigned to include him in their secret, yet here he was, searching out for his sisters. Although he didn't blame his sisters, he also could not help but feel betrayed. A part of him just wanted to go and confront William and get the truth. But a part of him also just stopped caring. This was because, while he would not give up the search so easily, his time searching on Earth had already given him a vague premonition. Lex was unaware of how to channel his intuition towards specific things accurately, but focusing on a task certainly seemed to help. For some odd reason, it felt like his intuition was telling him that whoever he was searching for was not on Earth. Lex had immense trust in his own intuition, but, at the same time, he wanted to verify the truth. He would stick to his search until he had an answer, but he was already beginning to build an aversion towards Earth. He had always told himself that he couldn't possibly go out of his way to help everyone he came across in the universe. It was simply impossible, for there were too many in the universe suffering from unfortunate circumstances, and he was only one man. If he tried to help out everyone who needed his help, he'd soon run out of resources, and be unable to even help himself. Yet he had already intervened on Vegas Minima when he acted against the demons and devils, and now he was propping himself up once to help Earth against these unknown enemies. Lex couldn't help but sigh. He knew what he had to do. He had to cut himself off from these additional attachments, and focus entirely on developing and securing the inn. It wasn't as if he didn't have troubles of his own cropping up now and then. This is the last time, he told himself audibly. At least until I'm strong enough not to fear retaliation. It wasn't as if helping was a bad thing. He just had to make sure to be able to protect himself first. He turned his attention to the inn. The refugee fund had gained a few more donors, and the refugees themselves were being settled well enough. The Immortal Bastion was attracting more traffic. Some of it was because some guests simply liked it, but most of it consisted of soldiers and citizens of the Empire. The fishing event was going well, though Lex had not had the time to personally watch the event yet. The ship. Lex paused. On top of his ship, there was an unconscious Saul bird. "Mary, why didn't you tell me about this?" Lex asked as he investigated the bird. Name, age, 6 sex, male. Cultivation details, nascent realm species, Saul bird. Midnight in prestige level, 1 bloodline, Emperor swallow. Condition, suffering from severe energy depletion. If untreated, and the bird is unable to recover on its own, the condition could become fatal. The inn has no medical facilities able to treat this species. Remarks: if the turtle were not cultivating, he would have adopted this one too. The situation is not as pressing as it seems, Mary said, appearing on his shoulder. For once, she was wearing a suit similar to the host attire, making her look both formal and elegant. The bird has woken up a few times, but always chooses to continue to nap here. It's a pro bono guest, so its expenses are not a concern. But according to its condition, it's suffering from energy depletion, and it doesn't seem to be getting better. That's a difficult situation to address. The recovery rooms that you have are geared towards healing and treating only a very narrow range of species. While it has been working for most humanoids and beasts, any creature with even the slightest expression of any element is incapable of using it. Lex did not ask what she meant by expression of element, for he already knew. The Saul bird, for example, seemed to have its entire body lit aflame. Another example was a beast he saw a long time ago from a race called Mercury Glubin. Its entire body appeared to be made from a silverish liquid Lex could only guess was mercury. Addressing the lack of machines that could heal these outliers was a concern, but not an easy one to address. It would be much easier to get a talented doctor instead, as the machines that could treat a broad range of races weren't really all that effective. "I have an idea," said Lex, dismissing his unrelated thoughts. He teleported himself and the bird over to the fire temple, which was situated right over a lake of lava. He didn't know what kind of energy the bird required, but he wondered if he could get it from the lava. The unnamed Saul bird instantly woke up when it was teleported, but didn't seem to have the energy to react. It merely watched the innkeeper with eyes that did not fully open. "Hey, does that look like an environment that would suit you? Lex asked, pointing down to the lava. When the bird looked down, it did react positively. In fact, it even became excited. But its eyes were fixed on the fire temple, not the lava. That was not the reaction Lex was expecting, but it was good enough. Lex summoned Frederick, the first ever Draconian Apostle he had ever summoned. The Draconian Apostle were the second race of workers that Lex unlocked, but they could only survive in extreme environments, which is why he had never needed their assistance before. Take this guest to the fire temple and take care of him, said Lex to his worker that looked like a massive honey bee. As he watched the bee-like worker carry the flaming bird away, he could not help but agree with the system for the first time. He had a strong feeling that if the sovereign turtle were not cultivating, it would try to adopt the bird, just like he had done with the baby whale. Chapter 560. Awkward. A few random thoughts ran through Lex's head after he sent the Sol bird to the fire temple. Was the energy that it needed to replenish divine energy? In that case, was it a deity? Or did divine energy have more uses? Come to think of it, he himself had used divine essence to temper his body, and he got that from the crystal realm as well. Maybe in the crystal realm, divine energy had more uses. He was only musing randomly when his personal holographic assistant informed him he had a new message. It was from Miranda, and she wanted to meet. Lex frowned. It hadn't even been 20 minutes since their meeting ended. It was unlikely she had already found information on his sisters, which could only mean one thing. She had encountered an issue. Lex teleported to her, ensuring to change his appearance to Leo's. The moment he laid eyes on her, his suspicion was confirmed. Miranda looked much worse off than he had left her only a short while ago, and was nursing a grievous wound on her right arm. The situation has taken a turn for the worst, she said, suppressing her pain. Lex frowned, though not at what she was telling him. Hold on, he said and teleported out to his office. He sat on his chair and quickly scanned the inn, finding a specific store in the guild room. Chen and Lily, who were running a business through the guild room, had become one of the most successful stores within the guild. That was because, as warriors who had spent their entire lives in conflict, they had a very deep understanding of what other soldiers, adventurers, and warriors needed. From their store, he bought a number of medicines, including pain suppressors, and teleported back to Miranda, handing her the guild room cards containing the relevant items. The painkiller he didn't hand to her as a card, but channeled his spirit energy into it to reveal the item directly, and handed it to her. The entire process took a couple of seconds only. It made it seem like Leo was a very considerate person, but in truth, he didn't want to risk Miranda messing up or making a mistake because she was too distracted by her pain. Of course, he didn't need to share that bit of information. Miranda quickly drank the pain suppressor and visibly relaxed only a few moments later. That did not, however, change the fact that her hand was bleeding and looked like it needed medical attention. You were saying, said Leo, resuming the conversation. You may or may not know, but no technology is working on Earth right now. I returned planning on finding out where the council servers are stored, with plans of having them brought to the inn. That way, we could access them. Not only would that help the council, but I would easily be able to track down the information on the 3 people you're looking for. Unfortunately, before I could make any real progress, the aliens attacked. They're dropping out of their ships anywhere they see people and suppressing them. Anyone who resists is killed immediately. The only reason I'm alive is not because I had any skill, but because I was fast enough in running away to the inn. Lex frowned. This was not good news. According to what he knew, the aliens shouldn't have been so tough, at least that's what Marlowe had reported. But then again, Marlowe's standards were in a league of his own. More importantly, they had moved pretty quickly. Lex had assumed it would be days if not weeks for them to make their way to England. After all, even without their technology, Europe was not a pushover. There were a considerable number of cultivators there who should have put up a fight. Before Lex could think of a solution, Miranda proposed one of her own. If the inn can provide its aid, we can stabilize the situation. That way, we can help you out as well. Leo scoffed. I think you have the wrong idea. Just to be clear, the help I was offering was a way for you to use the inn's services to help yourself. The Midnight Inn is a neutral organization, and we do not participate in conflicts as a third party. Having said that, Lex felt a grain of doubt in his mind. Should he offer up the help he had promised? The longer he waited, the more people would possibly die. He didn't want that on his conscience. It was such an unnecessary hassle being a goodbye. It would have been so much easier if he had the conscience of a villain or something. If I send someone to Earth, do you have anything that can guide that person to your severs? Miranda paused, but didn't waste too much time speculating about the insinuations of the information Leo had revealed. Strictly speaking, while devices running on electricity are not working, spirit tech, which relies solely on spirit energy, is still operational. The Council servers are in a secure, hidden facility that is protected by a defensive formation. I should be able to fashion something that can locate the facility. Alright, in that case, you get me that locator, and I'll send someone to procure those servers. At the same time, once I have the locator, I'll share the information you need. Miranda nodded and quickly hurried out to begin making the locator. Lex, on the other hand, cursed the fact that Zagan was still stuck in his test. If he had passed, then Lex could have made him a valet and sent him to Earth to procure the servers. Now, he would have to do it on his own. Not that he had a problem with doing it himself, he just assumed that it would be much faster if the immortal monster was doing it. What was taking him so long anyway? He shook his head. It didn't matter. He better go prepare some gear for his impending excursion. It would not do if his clothes got disintegrated during a war. He would feel too awkward. Chapter 561, Anything to Not Be Naked. Lex's first instinct would be to go to the Infinity Emporium. Although it hurt to admit it, as of now, he would be more likely to find higher quality gear there than anywhere at the inn. The gift shop had long since stopped being able to keep up with Lex's needs. True to its name, its merchandise was more suited as gifts and trinkets rather than being actually useful. Though, to be fair, it had been instrumental in Lex surviving the initial days of the inn, so his fondness for it never dropped. But for his current needs it was not the right fit. The next best option was to shop from the guild room, which is where Lex was heading. Hey Mary, isn't there any reasonable way I can convert MP into some other kind of currency? I'm rich as long as I'm inside the inn, but as soon as I exit it, I'm dirt poor. The suited Mary appeared in front of him looking slightly guilty as she scratched her head. This is a good question, and your authority is high enough to get most of the answer. The truth is, usually, each system has a progression path. Which means it will not give quests that are too difficult early on while most of the system functions are locked. As you complete the relatively easy quests, not only do you as the user grow stronger, but the system's functions expand in a systematic and cohesive way. But, as you already know, the system you got was badly damaged when you got it. As a result of interference from the damage, as well as the mismatch between the level of the original system, the proper level of the system in its damaged state as well as your own power as the user, you followed a very unusual path. What the system should have done was give you quests and rewards promoting you to spread the inn only on your own planet first. Only when your growth potential was tapped out depending only on the resources of your own planet should it have spread to another one, and so on and so forth. So, originally, you should have been much better prepared by the time you actually had to deal with so many different planets, races, and all their associated intrigue. You didn't actually answer my question, said Lex, not bothering to focus on how he was ripped off. To begin with, the system was something he lucked out upon, not something he arduously worked for. Anything it gave him was a bonus he was never meant to originally have. Besides, he always felt that the kind of quests he got were suicidal. To this day, he did not even dare to look at the quest that told him to make a connection to a 5-star planet called Dunya. The highest star rating he ever connected to was 2 stars, and it was the Crystal Realm. It had Earth immortals in it. He did not even dare imagine what a 5-star world entailed. Would he see Dao Lords around every corner? Most importantly, the system itself was damaged. If it had been screwing with him on purpose, which he for so long suspected it was, then he would have been pissed. But if the system was so severely damaged, he couldn't really blame it. Not to mention, he had long decided that his focus should be on getting stronger himself. No matter how useful or useless the system was, if he himself was strong then he would be able to face any and all challenges it threw his way. This was important, because based on all the remarks it gave him, a part of him still believed the system was just screwing with him. The answer is, most likely, but I cannot say for certain. All I can say is you're doing a good job. Keep getting stronger, and keep completing quests. That's the best way to unlock new features. So basically, there's a chance I won't always be poor. Got it, Mary had assumed that Lex would have a bigger reaction to the news that the system had increased the difficulty he was facing due to its damaged state. After all, instead of giving him golden tickets that took him to other worlds in his starter pack, it could have given him other rewards that helped him develop the inn only on Earth first. That way he never would have had to fight zombies, or be chased by wolves, and encounter all the problems he had to face. So much could have gone differently. But what she did not consider was that the way Lex saw it, he was having a much harder time now, sure. But because the system was on such a high level, it was much harder to get discovered by others. That was worth the trouble. After all, even a Tao Lord was not able to discover the system in his soul even at close range. Sure, he had not scanned Lex, but that was good enough. Or maybe Lex had just learned to stop complaining and make use of whatever his situation dictated. He walked into the guild room and spared no expense. He bought the best armor available, and then bought 10 more sets of it. After all, he could just store them in his storage bangle. He bought emergency first aid kits, a few dozen guns, swords, spears, some goggles, gloves and honestly anything else that caught his fancy. He had MP to spare, and his bangle had plenty of space. There was no harm in filling it up with anything useful that he might need. Basically, he just never wanted to end up nude in front of other people again. Due to how strong his body was, it was inevitable that if he encountered strong attacks, his armor would be destroyed but he would be fine. Basically, he needed armor with the best defense, to keep him from ending up naked. Chapter 562, Reminiscing. Lex was sitting on a wooden bench atop Midnight Mountain, looking out at the inn. He was playing with an extremely deadly weapon laced with the most lethal poisons available on the market in his hand. Its original name was quite intimidating, but Lex himself decided to call it the fidget spinner of doom, because, well, in Lex's extremely difficult to cut hands, it was not more than a fidget spinner. If anyone else were to try the same, their fingers would get sliced off. The only safe way to even use the weapon was using a secondary device that came with the fidget spinner of doom that both held it and propelled it forward like a sling. He had already finished all his shopping, and now was just waiting for Miranda to give him the locator. Since he had a bit of spare time, he took a seat on this bench and allowed himself to reminisce. Sure, he could get some work done during this brief time, but he was only human. Right now, he didn't feel like working. So he did nothing and allowed his thoughts to wander. His thoughts wandered to his parents. They were weird, that was for sure. But they had never been bad parents. Sure, they homeschooled him and took him around with them as they traveled for work, and became way too clingy during his teenage years when he wanted to explore with his friends. But wasn't that normal parent stuff? They never mistreated him or made him feel left out, which is why learning that they might have been keeping secrets from him felt like such a betrayal. Then his thoughts went to his sisters. Belle was a brute who liked nothing more than bullying others in wrestling. She was extremely intimidating and did not hesitate to pick a fight with anyone, their parents included. But at the same time, she never allowed her siblings to be bullied either. It was one of the reasons Lex took so long to develop his sense of protectiveness towards his own workers. It was because he had never felt the need to be protective of his sisters, for who on God's green earth would pick a fight with that maniac of a sister that he had? Then came Liz. Like Lex, she too had been named by Belle. He paused for a moment when he realized even the youngest, Moon, had been named by Belle. Had his parents even done anything? Shaking his head, his thoughts drifted back to Liz. Out of all the siblings, she was the most introverted. People assumed it was because she was shy, but that wasn't it. Lex did not pretend to understand her reasoning, but she was the most selective of whom she spent her time with. Other than the siblings, there was barely anyone she was comfortable with, their parents included. Then came Moon. She was the youngest, the most spoiled, loved, and extroverted of them all. She had more friends than Lex had acquaintances, and she found it impossible to sit still. He wondered what they would think if they saw the inn. Lex had no plans of divulging his identity as the innkeeper, even to them. But even still, he couldn't help but wonder what they would think. Belle would scoff and call it pedantic. Liz would find herself a hut somewhere far away from the crowds. Moon, well, the crowd would be around her wherever she went. For all the irritation Lex felt at them, in that moment, he couldn't help but smile. A short while later, his hologram popped up. Miranda had the locator ready. He put on his Clark Kent glasses and teleported to the meeting room. Miranda looked somewhat better, with her arm in a makeshift cast, but it was clear from her haphazard clothes that she hadn't spent much time doing much of anything else. "This is it," she said, handing him a device that looked like a clock. "It runs on spirit energy, so you'll have to power it yourself. I didn't have time to fashion a working battery. But that should locate the facility. Once there, whoever you're sending will have to find someone called Major Gilbert, he's in charge of the facility." She slid forward a letter on the table. "You'll have to give him this letter to get him to cooperate. If you don't have the letter, he won't acknowledge you, and chances are he'll resist. But, once he's been convinced, he'll lead you to the servers. The facility is large, and there are a lot of servers. There's also no way of knowing which one the relevant information is stored on, so you'll have to bring all of them back." "Got it," said Leo, receiving the letter and the locator. The letter vanished inside his bangle, which he had covered by his shirt. He could really have people recognizing that, so he always kept it hidden from sight. The locator he simply grabbed, and would strap on later. "Can you tell me now how the inn will help us?" Although the woman had initially tried to put up a strong front, she was barely holding on now. Fortunately, Lex had no plans to dangle the information any longer. "It's simple, really. Do you remember the Midnight Games? How the inn was able to turn parts of the battlefield on Vegas Minima into an event?" Realization dawned on Miranda, and she suddenly couldn't believe that she hadn't recalled the matter sooner. "Is the inn going to do that again?" she asked, barely able to suppress the excitement in her voice. "No," said Leo firmly. "That was a one-time event. The inn will not do anything of the sort again. However, that does not mean that you can't host such an event yourself. It will take some work, as you'll have to designate a battlefield or many, and you'll have to think of an incentive to get others to fight the battles. But I'm sure you can figure something out." Chapter 563, War Crime. "Wait, that's it. You've basically done nothing other than tell me about this. We need help." Leo's relatively relaxed expression turned solemn as he looked Miranda in the eyes. He understood that she was desperate. Deep inside, he even felt a little guilty. But this was a decision he had to abide by. Helping out even this much was attracting trouble towards the inn. He was lucky that the devils hadn't appeared to hold a grudge against the inn, but he couldn't say so for others if the inn kept interfering. As much as Lex wanted to help, he had his inn and his workers to look out for. Of course, he wasn't about to explain that to her. "I made it absolutely clear that the inn wouldn't be helping you, just providing you with a way to help yourself. Besides, have you done anything worthy of such help anyway? All I asked was for you to find 3 people. Let alone those people, you can't even get the information on them without my help." The sudden admonishment woke Miranda up from her desperate stupor. Immediately she knew she had messed up. As someone trained in managing relations, she should have known better than to have such an emotional reaction. Besides, Leo was right. They hadn't really done anything worthy of the inn intervening on their behalf. She had built up that hope on her own, and had acted out when it was crushed. She was about to apologize, but Leo already teleported out of the room. She felt concerned for a moment, wondering if her outburst would affect whether the inn allowed them to host such an event. But wondering wouldn't get her anywhere. She hurried out of the room to go inform the council. If they needed to incentivize others for help, they would need planning. Lex was not genuinely angry at Miranda. To be more specific, he couldn't be bothered with her. The moment they were done, and he had everything, he decided to teleport away. The quicker this was done, the better. He strapped the locator onto his wrist, and used a technique called Notorious Anonymity. This was also a defensive technique that he had picked up, and was actually one of Lex's favorites at the moment. Unlike his other techniques, this one did not create a shield or strengthen his body or anything of the sort. Instead, it covered his face with a very prominent-looking mask, and only defended his identity. That meant the mask wasn't able to stop any attacks, but no one would be able to see his face or scan his identity in any way while he wore it. After he upgraded it, the mask even gained the ability to change its appearance from time to time, alongside the ability to block more types of surveillance, which was also an important aspect of the technique. The only drawback was that the mask would never look discreet. For example, when he used the technique now, a black mask enveloped his face with large, white fangs indented into it right below a massive pair of eyes. It sounded bizarre, but it looked incredibly creepy. Lex could imagine himself as the antagonist in an anime with the way he looked right now. He changed into his armor and, just for safety, wrapped the protector in a layer of impervious shield. After making sure he was prepared, Lex teleported to Earth. It was best not to waste time. But the moment he teleported, his intuition warned him of something, but he was too close to dodge. A beam of something hot hit his back, nearly burning his synthetic armor. Faintly, Lex felt some warmth on his back. The fact that it was warm enough to allow Lex to feel something meant it was hot enough to kill others. Not wasting a moment, he spread his spirit sense around him, gaining an understanding of the situation, which made his expression fall. His face hidden behind the mask, Lex didn't feel the need to hide his emotions. What he didn't know was that the mask reacted, changing from a mad grin to that of a predator. It was dark, not only because night had fallen, but also because of the massive ship blocking all star and moonlight. Yet one did not need to look at the evil mask to feel the pressure Lex was radiating right now. Somewhere in front of him were a pair of men, running away. Looking at their clothes, they looked like office workers, and judging by their appearance, they were around Lex's age. They had no idea that in the darkness behind them, a machine had tried to kill them. Lex also did not need to turn around to identify the machine. Though its body did not look metallic, or like any stereotypical earthly design of robots, Lex knew it was a machine underneath its synthetic skin that looked like it was made of glass. There was no sound, it did not speak, yet Lex's universal translator picked up what it was saying through the radio frequency waves it was emitting. For the war crime of interfering with the execution of resisting slaves, you are hereby sentenced to death. The nearly see-through machine started gathering up more energy to kill Lex with another laser beam when something unexpected happened. The organic lifeform replied to it. For the war crime of pissing me off, die. The pavement under Lex's feet could not contain the force with which he rushed towards the machine, leaving cracks in the ground in a spider web formation. The glass machine detected his approach, but could not move fast enough to dodge. The last thing it saw before Lex's fist-wearing iron knuckles smashed into its body was a demonic face staring deep into its soul. It was also the last image it sent back to the mothership. The machine was unable to survive Lex's strength, and broke into countless tiny shards as his fist went through its body. Lex stood there, looking at the ground, covered in the countless remains of his enemy. Despite his victory, he was not satisfied. In truth, the mask had not looked so creepy for no reason. Lex truly was looking into the machine's soul with his soul sense. Or at least, a wisp of its soul. Whether it was the fact that a machine had a soul, or that it only a wisp of its soul in its body were both things Lex had never encountered before. Chapter 564. Hard to be indifferent. Lex recalled everything he had heard at the inn about the alien invaders. A lot of people who faced them called the aliens, while a lot of people claimed to have fought some kind of robots. The assumption he had made was that the invaders consisted of a race that also used a lot of robots. That was a concept that was easy for him to understand, but this robot having a wisp of a soul inside of it confounded him. Especially because he was the one calling it a wisp of soul. In fact, he had no idea what it was. Looking at it, his intuition told him that it was a sort of mirage of an actual soul, but the soul was not present in the robot's body. Instead, it was somewhere else, and was using the wisp to remotely control the robot. Of course that was only a guess and could not be confirmed, but Lex more or less trusted his intuition. Based on that, Lex guessed Earth was dealing with a highly advanced race that could use robotic soldiers instead of fighting in person. It was an important piece of information to note, and maybe he'd need it in the future. For now, he had other things to do. He channeled some spirit energy into the locator strapped onto his wrist and waited for it to turn on. The interface wasn't complicated. It was like a compass, but instead of pointing north, it pointed towards the facility he needed to reach. Lex summoned Fenrir and got atop it, before guiding it in the right direction. He knew that if ever Fenrir was recognized from the inn, it would make him hiding his identity redundant. But it didn't matter because he kept linking his identity as Lex to Leo. He was purposefully leaving behind clues, though an ordinary person would not pick them up. Only someone incredibly astute, with enough reach to gather all the clues, would be able to see the connection. The point was, it was a lot more believable that Leo or Lex were running around on Earth with Fenrir, than the mighty Innkeeper. A lot of people at the inn had already seen the Innkeeper's power, so no one would assume that he was actually Lex. After all, someone that powerful didn't really need to hide that identity, is what most people would assume. Another important factor was that Fenrir was supposed to be the protector of the inn. He had gotten a taste for hunting in the Crystal Realm. In fact, Lex still sent him there from time to hunt. But the more dangerous situations he faced, the more experience he would gain. Also, Lex wouldn't have to run a huge distance in case the facility was far. But that was completely and totally not the real reason Lex summoned him, and was only a convenient truth. But Lex barely covered any distance when he encountered another group of robots. They were fighting against what looked like local police who had barricaded themselves, as well as a group of civilians underground. Technically, Lex could avoid them. He didn't need to get involved. But it was much easier to dismiss helping someone when they weren't being attacked right in front of your eyes. He knew that if he didn't help, they wouldn't have a chance. I bet Bell would have no problem ditching them, Lex mumbled as he instructed Fenrir to move closer. Deep in space, there was a massive war being fought on a rogue planet, traveling through the expanse without anything to leash it. A majority of the planet was occupied by human forces while only a small portion of it was left under Fuegan control. Yet that did not mean the remaining fight was easy, or close to victory, for that matter. Above the planet, in space, was the venue for another battle. This battle was not being fought by mortal soldiers, but by those nobles who had reached the immortal realm. Even if those immortals happened to be soldiers, by the definition of the Empire, they would still be called nobles. As such, this battlefield, which often appeared in space to limit the damage, was called the Noble Battlefront. On this noble battlefront, there was one warrior in particular who especially radiated an aura that was both noble and domineering. She was clad in the signature armor of the Williams family. Her weapon was a double-ended scythe, and with it she had already reaped the life of an opposing Fuegan. That was not an insignificant feat, for the death of an immortal was a rare occurrence regardless of what kind of battle it was. Yet she was not satisfied, and attacked aggressively. But if all it took to defeat a Fuegan was aggression, this war would have been long won. "There is news from the family head," a voice spoke to her in her mind. In the vacuum of space, spirit sense was the only way to communicate. Of course, masks with inbuilt communicators were also an option, but they never survived the kinds of fights they were exposed to. "What does he want?" she asked, with no hint of politeness in her voice when talking about her own family head. "It's good news. The ancestor has shown signs of returning, and even signs retaking the helm of the family to bring it to new heights." The voice was tinged with excitement, but the woman did not share the feeling. She took off her mask, revealing her beautiful, yet angry face. If Lex saw that face, he would instant hide, for he knew what it was like when his maniacal sister got angry. "Tell that old geezer to get lost. I'm the next leader of the Williams family. We didn't need him before and we don't need him now." "Belle, you can't." The man trying to rebuke her was never able to finish the sentence, for Bello kicked him hard enough to send him hurtling towards the rogue planet. She looked at the next person who happened to be standing nearby and said, "Convey my message to the family head. If he tries to give my position away, I'll kill him." Chapter 565. Fixing mindset. The fact that all the robots looked so different struck Lex as unusual, but he quickly noticed a pattern in their bodies despite the varying shapes. First, regardless of whether they were shaped like humanoids, tetrapods, floating orbs, small jets or whatever else, they all boasted a large torso, or central body. It was not so evident when they were shaped like humans or animals, but the feature became more prominent when they took other shapes. Still, Lex would not have noticed this if it weren't for the fact that his soul sense could detect wisps of souls exactly in those spots. He did not know how significant this discovery was, but it could prove to be useful. The second, more obvious thing that he noticed was that despite whatever form they took, they all seemed to be using laser weapons. Sure, the weapons had various forms, but all of them shot lasers, regardless of whether they were in the visible spectrum or not. None of that mattered to Lex, who was not only impervious to their damage, but would punch through their bodies regardless of their shape or size. But before he left the inn, Velma had sent forward a request to all workers dealing with the refugees to collect as much information about the invaders as possible. Lex narrowed his eyes. The robots were finally reacting to his arrival, which was fine with him. The police would not have been able to hold them off much longer, especially since they had no weapons with which to shoot back. The only reason they had survived so long was because some of them turned out to be cultivators and were blocking the attacks with some spirit tech. "Go get them," he said to Fenrir as he jumped off its back. He wanted to see how it handled being outnumbered so that he could understand what its capabilities were. Fenrir only growled for a moment before leaping towards the robots, completely unafraid of their superior numbers. Lex deployed an Imperial shield in front of the underground entrance so they wouldn't suffer any collateral damage during the fight. The police, however, did not realize that. They were desperately holding off the aliens, completely unable to divert their attention anywhere else, when they heard a loud growl. Before they could make sense of where that sound came from, a gray shield appeared in front of them, blocking their view of the outside world. That did not reassure them, however, because while the shield blocked their view, and even trapped them inside, it did not block sounds. The nerve-wracking sounds of metal literally being ripped into pieces echoed in the air, along with a symphony of crashing, explosions and deep, spine-chilling growls. An excruciating 10 minutes later, the shield disappeared. Revealed to them was a battleground littered with the scrapped remains of the aliens that had been attacking them just a few minutes prior. There was no indication of the creature that had been growling earlier, as if it had vanished into the darkness. "Is it safe?" one civilian asked, slowly approaching the stairs leading up. "No," the policeman exclaimed and hurriedly signaled everyone to retreat, with no desire to find out what actually happened. He didn't know why his life had become a horror story, but he knew not to tempt fate. Curiosity could kill a lot more than just a cat. Lex was feeling pretty good about himself as he rode Fenrir away. Fenrir had taken care of all the robots completely on its own, completely surpassing Lex's expectations. In fact, it had done so without suffering a single hit. In that regard, it surpassed Lex. His own evasive maneuvers weren't that great, though previously he used the excuse that he could not dodge lasers moving at the speed of light as his justification. But this little pup of his had brought out some kind of interference field as soon as it attacked, making it so the robot's movements became slow and imprecise. Even as he completely ripped them apart with its claws, they remained unable to actually target him. Lex even took his time observing their remains once the battle was over to see if he could learn anything new about them, before eventually returning. So far, fighting the robots had been super easy. Marlowe's original assessment of the robots may not have been wrong. The nearly indestructible owner of a universal establishment, riding a beast with the bloodline of a god, thought to himself. But the good feeling didn't last. With his sharp senses, it wasn't long before he identified another group of people struggling with the robots. This time, they weren't fighting. They had been tied up and detained. Lex could hear the robots speaking in their low frequencies, talking about the new slaves. His stomach lurched, but as much as it killed him, he didn't divert his direction this time. If he had to stop every time he encountered such a situation, he'd never reach the facility. The best help he could provide, he was already giving through his inn. For now, he had to prioritize his own objectives. He had to. As if sensing his distress, Fenrir sped up. They were heading away from the city, so soon Lex stopped detecting both the robots and the groups of people. Far in the distance, towards the main city, Lex could see faint sparks of light filling the sky, as if fireworks. But he knew that they weren't fireworks. They were most likely guns, or other weapons, since guns weren't as common here. But soon, Lex could not see even those. Riding Fenrir across the English countryside, feeling the cool winter wind in his face, Lex almost felt pleasant. But Lex didn't allow himself to wallow in guilt for too long. He took control of his emotions and fixed his mindset. It was all right to feel bad when he saw people in distress, but he couldn't let those emotions take hold. The universe was full of strife, and he wasn't responsible for fixing it all. If enemies came his way, he wouldn't spare them. But that didn't mean his mind could be swayed into fighting every villain that someone encountered. It was difficult, but he had to be firm. Chapter 566. A toy. Lex was lost in his thoughts, reaffirming his resolution as Fenrir ran through the wild. Maybe the decision he was making wasn't the morally correct one, but it was the best one for himself and his dependents. His mindset was undergoing a subtle change as he contemplated the philosophy behind maturing, and if it counted as maturing if he didn't like the decisions he had to make. Or perhaps, that is what maturity was to begin with. Alas, his dramatic internal monologue was interrupted by his intuition. He looked up but saw nothing due to the absolute darkness that had enveloped the sky, yet his eyes seemed to be fixed on a moving target. While his eyes were dependent on light, his other senses were not. His spirit sense had a vague range of about 100 feet, 30 meters, where sometimes it could go a little beyond and sometimes is just below. His intuition, however, had no clear limit for how close or far an object had to be before it could detect it. That is why, in the darkness, even though the approaching aliens' ships were so far that Lex could not hear them yet, his intuition informed him that he had been locked onto by them. Lex did not ask Fenrir to slow down, however. They continued to run through the wilderness as Lex prepared to face them. What he really wanted to try was evisceration, but he wasn't sure it would work. He had no idea what that wisp in their bodies was. If it was a small part of their souls, then the technique would be absolutely fatal. If, however, it was something like a projection of a soul, or maybe even something else that Lex was unaware of at the moment, then the technique might not work. To prepare for such an eventuality, he began picking out a long-distance array to use. He did not believe that these robots would be as resilient as the ones in the pagoda, for right from the get-go they had given him much more trouble. The next few minutes were spent in silence until, even in the darkness, his eyes could pick out the shapes of the incoming ship. His eyes were already sharper than normal, let alone the strange advancements his left eye underwent, so seeing in the dark was not such a big issue. There were 4 ships heading his way, and they did not bother being subtle about their approach. From the moment Lex saw them, it only took a couple more minutes till even Fenrir picked up on their arrival. A minute later, the sound of jets rushing through the air could be heard from the distance. Fenrir growled, but Lex rubbed him behind the ears. The little pup wanted to attack, but as much as Lex trusted him, there was a difference between going up against a robot and going against a ship. It was like fighting against an armed soldier and a fighter jet, they were not in the same league. In the time that it took Lex to calm his pup down, the 4 ships had arrived. They did not bother surrounding him, or trying to communicate. They attacked the moment they were in range. As he put up the strongest version of Imperial shield that he could manage, he wondered if the invaders were always so aggressive or if it was just him they were specifically targeting. After all, if their objective was to gather slaves, killing everyone they came across would be counterproductive. Just as Lex suspected, these ships were specifically targeting him. As soon as their scanners captured his image, it flagged him as a war criminal for interfering in an execution and resisting punishment. They attacked immediately, their laser weapons shooting off short orange blasts that immediately slammed into the Imperial shield. A large, fiery explosion shook the earth. Orange flames licked everything around them black, turning what could not survive its heat to ash. Yet behind his shield, Lex was untouched even by a warm wind. It was a good idea to upgrade his techniques. He looked up in the sky, but did not retaliate yet. The ships were too far for even his array, let alone evisceration. So, he patiently waited for them to come closer. But that is not what the ships detected. As soon as they scanned the explosion site, they picked up an image of a lone man sitting comfortably on his war mount, looking up at them mockingly. The massive fangs displayed on the mask had changed into a sneer, as if the ships were unworthy opponents. His eyes looked placid, as if there was no pressure that the incoming ships put on him. A mistake that Lex made, due to the kind of exposure he had, was that the ships were piloted by the robots who were invading. That was wrong. In fact, the ships themselves were sentient as well. They were just as much invaders as the robots on the ground, and they took great offense to Lex's dismissive attitude. The ships, now closer since they never stopped moving during this entire ordeal, opened a hull at their base, and brought out a laser cannon. The identical cannons on all 4 ships began to glow, charging up for their attack. Oh, Lex felt a tingle, as if warning him his shield wouldn't be enough for the upcoming attack. All 4 lasers shot, but not at Lex. The 4 lasers converged midair, and began combining their might, turning into a massive orb of orange light. "Look, Fenrir, the little aliens are trying really hard," said Lex mockingly, this time on purpose. Though Lex had not spoken aloud, the sensors on the ships detected every word he said. Not only that, since the ships were constantly connected to the mother ship, his words were broadcast back to their main command. Unable to contain their anger, the ships launched their attack prematurely. The massive orange orb, despite its size, hurled at Lex at the speed of light, crashing through the Imperial shield. Then nothing. The orange ball seemed to freeze in space, right in front of Lex. The ships scanned again, and received an image of Lex casually holding the massive ball of destructive energy in a single extended hand. It looked like a toy. Chapter 567. Priority. Lex naturally could not catch the orange orb at the speed of light. Yet his intuition could predict its trajectory and path even before it launched, giving Lex plenty of time to prepare. Although the orb was quite a bit larger than his hand, on a whim he felt like testing out impervious hands. Using the technique cost a lot of spirit energy, but Lex was not in his flow state, where he always did the most efficient action. In normal life, it was okay to be wasteful sometimes. The technique's appearance was very lackluster, in that nothing special appeared on his hands. It was as if a technique wasn't being used at all. Just as he held out his hand in place, the aliens launched the attack. While the orange orb had no trouble breaking through the Imperial shield, the moment it touched Lex's hand, it lost all of its momentum. Lex experienced something strange. According to the original technique, his hands should have been impervious to damage, and that is all. Yet now, from the moment the ball touched his hand, he felt in complete control of it. That was not supposed to happen, as there was no aspect of the technique which extended to control, but that's what happened. He could feel that the energy propelling it forward had not disappeared, but was simply contained. If he wished, he could use that energy to propel the ball anywhere he wished. If he so wanted, the orange orb could fizzle out, or suddenly explode. He tried out his control, and the massive orange orb shrunk down until it fit perfectly into his palm. Look, Fenrir, the aliens want to play catch. He didn't try to throw the orb back, he didn't trust his aim enough. He just used its existing kinetic energy, and sent it back exactly from the path through which it came. On the mother ship, or rather, the mother ship, which was its own sentient being as well, stuttered for a moment when it received a projection of a laser orb being caught with bare hands. When it heard Lex's words, it did the robot equivalent of screaming in the air before the feed was immediately cut off. The sensors on the ships near Lex were not advanced enough to track the orb traveling at the speed of light, and so they were unable to record how Lex sent the orb back. But the mothership guessed what happened nonetheless. New additional objective, she sent out to all deployed robots in the region. Anomalous subject identified. Subject has shown capability to physically interact with energy. Securing the anomalous subject is now priority number 31. Objective title: Anomalous subject securing. Objective short form: ASS. I repeat, ASS is now priority number 31. Back on Earth, Lex was admiring the massive explosion in the air. It was a shame that he didn't get to try evisceration, but he would get more opportunities, no doubt. Moreover, he learned something interesting about impervious hands. Fenrir released a low whine, attracting Lex's attention. What do you mean that I insulted the tradition of the hunt? I'm the one who taught you about hunting. Besides, I'm learning that it's a little fun to tease your prey. Grr, don't be ridiculous. It's not more fun to immediately kill the prey. Sometimes, when you have full control of the situation, it's a lot of fun to tease your prey a little. Honestly, try it next time. Instead of replying to Lex, Fenrir began running towards the facility once again. Oh, you're ignoring me now? Lex asked while laughing. Grr, me, embarrass you? Are you serious? Lex and Fenrir continued to argue with one another as they continued on their path, completely unaware that various robots and ships had diverted their path to locate them. Yet, despite their advanced technology, they were unable to find them. Whether they scanned the area from the air, or checked their last known location for tracks, there was nothing to find. Though Fenrir was young and inexperienced, its instincts were strong. After the previous fight, it had immediately deployed one of its bloodline abilities, creating an interference field around them and hiding all their tracks. The abilities bestowed by a god bloodline could not so easily be countered, and so thousands of ships flew in the area, searching for them to no avail. The mothership grew increasingly frustrated at the lack of results, and couldn't help but picture the uninterested look on the mask when it faced those ships. It understood now that the whole reason they even located him the first time around was because he was teasing them. Whoever he was, he never took them seriously for a single moment. In her anger, the mothership activated a single infantry regiment. All the units it had sent on the ground so far were not more than scouts. Their true soldiers were very different, and much stronger. In truth, even the mothership could get into trouble if it was detected she deployed troops unnecessarily and wastefully. But that was easy to solve. She just needed to provide a legitimate reason for their deployment. Reassigning planet threat level from 1 to 2. Redistribution of deployed units required. Deployment of additional troops required. Reevaluation of danger zones required. Silently, a change started to occur as more troops approached Earth, but this time in camouflage. At the Midnight Inn, the three nascent cultivators and the devils were finishing up their deal, and shaking hands. The council had just about finished their proposal and were almost ready to request a meeting with the Innkeeper. Down on Earth, Lex finally neared the facility. But while it was protected under a defensive formation, it had also been surrounded by hundreds of robots laying siege. Even though Lex had it pretty easy so far, he did not dare underestimate hundreds of robots. Even if they couldn't hurt him, they might hurt Fenrir of the facility. Moreover, he didn't know if killing too many would attract attention. He had to progress with caution. Chapter 568, Drama. Lex was observing the facility, considering how he could enter without attracting attention. The surrounding area was pitch dark, but the facility was still well lit. They probably had spirit energy-powered lanterns or something similar. But instead of helping them, the light acted as a beacon for the robotic invaders, attracting their attention and resulting in this siege. Their defensive formation was like a transparent bubble around the entire building, only rippling when struck by the invaders, so that meant it was constantly rippling. He didn't know how much longer the formation could last. Before Lex could formulate a plan on how to proceed, Mary called out to him. "Hey Lex, before you do anything else, I just learned something I thought I should share with you." "What's up?" he asked without removing his gaze from the facility. While the council was temporarily crippled due to the sudden shutdown of all electronics, surprisingly, they actually had contingencies in place for such an occasion. They've finally got a communication network based on spirit tech up and running, and have successfully mobilized a response force. Alright, what does that have to do with my current situation? According to their latest reports, the invaders have not attacked all places equally. They are first mobilizing towards high-value resources, some of which the council had actually hidden from the world. Moreover, there are a few special zones on your planet termed as danger zones where people don't casually venture in, because anyone who goes in rarely comes out. The invaders are all targeting those areas first, as if they want to make sure they get everything precious or valuable before they do anything else. This information was corroborated by Marlowe, who recently just returned to the inn. According to him, his wife's family's sacred ground was also attacked. Unable to hold them off, she opted to dig out their most valuable tree, and brought it to the inn's greenhouse for safekeeping. Lex recalled hearing about that tree, if they were talking about the same one. They had used it to keep Raphael alive despite his horrible condition. So what you're suggesting is, the reason there are a lot of robots laying siege to this facility is because it is probably storing something valuable. That is a possibility. There's one more thing. Although he was not clear about the details, Marlowe suggested that this invasion might not be so simple. He suggested that it might have been instigated by someone. He said he would not elaborate more until they were able to contact Fernanda, but there's been no progress on that yet. Lex frowned. Before the invasion happened, Marlowe was supposed to be heading towards the prison to deal with whoever had been instigating wars on Earth. Considering his history, it might not be a stretch that the same person would be responsible for starting something like this, if he was able. Suppressing his urge to personally beat up that scum, Lex narrowed his eyes as he looked at the facility. What could the facility be hiding that was so valuable? Miranda didn't mention anything, and he doubted the aliens were interested in the servers. Just because he had access to the whole universe, it did not mean he underestimated the value of things he could find on Earth. After all, if Earth was so insignificant, then the robots themselves would not be interested in them. More importantly, that meant that as soon as he fought any of these robots, they would likely attract reinforcements. After all, if this was one of their main objectives, they would not treat it lightly. Lex groaned. The truth was, he had already thought of a way to circumvent the blockade, but he'd been having so much fun crushing robots lately that he wanted to continue. He sent Fenrir back to the inn, promising to summon it back if any fighting started. He closed his eyes and started to use the technique he had learned so long ago back in the Crystal Realm, called in-law effect. The original purpose of the technique was a sort of last-minute escape to save one's life. It allowed the user to teleport their soul away, but due to the fact that Lex's soul was fused to his body, for him it became a teleportation technique. This was far from simple, as Lex had looked at actual teleportation techniques for Golden Core cultivators, and they were incredibly convoluted and difficult to master. They were a lot more reliable and versatile, sure, but it would take Lex months of dedicated focus to master the technique. Without exaggeration, it was one of the most difficult techniques he had seen. But using the power of loopholes, Lex found a much easier solution. The original technique required Lex to stay still for 3 hours, but now powered by his energy, which was a better fuel source than anything a Foundation Realm expert could supply, it took him barely a minute. One moment, he was standing in the distance, looking at the facility from far away. The next, He had teleported inside. Large concrete walls had surrounded the facility, not only protecting it but also hiding it from view. Now that Lex had crossed those walls, he could finally see that it was a very plain and unimpressive-looking gray, rectangular building. While Lex observed the unremarkable building, his arrival had not gone unnoticed, prompting soldiers to instantly surround him. They pointed their weapons at him and screamed at him to get down on his knees, but Lex wasn't really in the mood for all this drama. He would not have called it drama if he could see the intimidating appearance of the mask he was wearing, but that was besides the point. He spread out his spirit sense and firmly held all the soldiers, freezing them where they stood, further scaring everyone in view. "I have a letter here for Major Gilbert. Can someone go find him? I don't want to spend too much time on this." Chapter 569. Not here to steal. An awkward silence filled the air once Lex spoke. The soldiers further off didn't understand why everyone around Lex had frozen still, while the soldiers around Lex knew that they had screwed up. A majority of the soldiers working here were just mortals who had been at the facility during their routine deployment. When the power went out and the darkness fell, they acted according to the security protocols and locked the facility down. Yet it had been nearly an entire day where the power to the facility had not returned, and then they had come under attack by unknown enemy forces. Nervousness was at an all-time high, and when they had seen Lex, they had simply reacted out of instinct. It was actually fortunate no one had actually shot at him, which was a real concern considering how intimidating he looked. Lex looked around and asked, "Is there any superior officer around? A captain or someone in charge?" Some of the soldiers who were out of the range of Lex's spirit sense looked towards a young yet mature-looking man who had also been locked down by his spirit sense. This was a nifty technique he learned while practicing with his spirit sense, following the online he had been following. As amazing as it seemed, he could only use it on mortals for now, as even a chi training expert could disrupt his spirit sense using his chi. But once he became even more familiar with his spirit sense, he could start using techniques focused on his spirit sense to do much more than lock down mortals. Lex released the soldier in command, unafraid of any retaliation, and said, "No need to be nervous. I'm here on council business. Please send word to the major of my arrival. I'll wait here, so that everyone feels more comfortable." To the soldier's credit, he did not stutter or act afraid despite his previous situation. He looked at Lex with a grim determination that spoke of his resolve to fight if needed, before turning around and jogging away. He made a few signs with his hands while he was jogging away, no doubt passing along some secret orders to the remaining soldiers to watch him. "I don't mean any harm, so I'll let the rest of you go as well, alright? Don't overreact now." After giving considerable warning, he slowly loosened his hold on the remaining soldiers. Most of the soldiers managed to display the same level of control as the young captain, though clearly they were very disturbed. A few stumbled upon being released and showed considerable panic. Two shot at Lex's face as soon as they were released. The bullets traveled through the mask and hit his face, ricocheting off. Lex only sighed and once again trapped the two soldiers with his spirit sense. Afterwards, he stopped paying attention to them. Honestly, he could have avoided the bullets, for although they were quite fast, and the soldiers were near, he had long since transcended the abilities and limits of normal humans. He decided not to dodge because honestly he felt too lazy to, and at the same time he wanted to recreate a scene he saw in a movie once where a bullet crumpled after hitting a superhero. Unfortunately, instead of crumpling, the bullets just bounced off of him. He had wasted a precious opportunity to look cool. "How long do you think you can hold off those robots?" Lex asked while waiting, but none of the soldiers were willing to respond. Though they were not aiming their guns at him, as they had been earlier, they were still clearly quite wary of him. Lex shrugged and decided to just wait in silence. A short while later, the door to the gray building opened and a few men came running out in a hurry. "Stand down! Stand down!" an older man yelled. As he arrived, much like the soldiers, he was wearing combat gear, but his was clearly different. Lex could tell the man was a Foundation realm cultivator, though he was still near the very beginning of the realm. As such, his gear reflected his status as a cultivator, and while it looked identical to the normal ones, bore some hidden enhancements. "I've already received news of your arrival through the spirit channel, sir." "Are you Leo?" the man asked, as he neared Lex. "My identity is irrelevant," Lex said, and summoned the letter from his spatial bangle. "Please confirm the contents of this letter and take me to your servers." Lex had naturally already read the content of the letter using his spirit sense. He could naturally not detect if any orders were passed using any secret ciphers. Simply read, however, the letter used a few lines of some code to confirm their authenticity, before passing along the order to allow the bearer of the letter to have access to the servers. Everything is in order, Mr. If you'll follow me, I'll take you to where you want to go. Lex nodded, but before leaving turned his attention to the two detained soldiers. He pulled the guns out of their hands using spirit sense before letting them go. With the highest commanding officer before them they behaved much better, but the two had gone incredibly pale. Either they were scared senseless or they knew they were likely to get in trouble. Possibly both. Without passing any comments, Lex followed the major into the boring-looking building. Matching the outside, the appearance of the building once inside also looked very plain. Old tiles and yellowing paint made it seem like an old office building suffering from neglect, not at all what one would expect based on the walls surrounding it. The elevator isn't working, so we'll have to take the stairs, the major said awkwardly as he led Lex to the emergency stairwell, descending deep underground. How long do you think you guys can hold out against the invaders? Lex asked once again, sounding mostly uninterested. Now that the two were alone, it was time to see what he could dig up about this facility. Not that Lex was interested in stealing whatever they were holding, naturally. He would never. But, say, if the facility fell to the robots, then it wouldn't count as stealing from the council, right? Chapter 570. Manual labor. It was a well-known and established fact that Lex was not greedy and was, instead, a humble fellow who had given up his attraction to worldly possessions. The fact that he hoarded dozens of armors in his spatial bangle did not go against this fact, as those were there to serve a functional purpose. He wore no jewelry or expensive watches, and did not have an expensive shoe collection. Even back when he was immortal and made $7 million, he did not waste it all and instead invested it. He continued to work at his job in the meantime, and lived a normal life. Yes, Lex was a proverbial monk. His only interest in any treasures the facility hid was purely academic, and if, God forbid, the facility were to ever fall to the invaders and Lex intervened, it was only out of a sense of honor and duty. It was his duty as a man, no, as a human, to ensure that the alien robots failed in their objectives. It had nothing to do with greed, it was a matter of honor. So, as honor entailed, Lex began to manipulate, never. He simply aided the major in performing his duties by relieving him of the mental stress of carrying state secrets. Yes, Lex was practically a saint. In fact, even the expression on his mask changed to that of an honest wide-eyed grin. If they maintain their current scale of attack, the major began to answer, then they won't be able to penetrate the formation. It is very strong. However, we cannot maintain it indefinitely. We only carry enough supplies to power the formation for 2 days. In truth, this was confidential information that the major should not have been sharing. Lex should have had to work a little harder to get this information out of him. Yet the major had never faced real combat situations before. The stress of the situation had affected his judgment. The change was for the better, in Lex's opinion. When the formation was being designed, the council figured that if reinforcements didn't arrive, and someone was able to lay down siege on the facility for 2 days continuously, then this facility was probably the least of their problems. Makes sense. You said you've already talked to someone, that must mean communication lines are back up. Have they said anything about reinforcements for this facility? Yes, reinforcements are already on their way. It should take a few hours though. According to HQ, alien presence in England is actually very small compared to Europe. I feel bad for them, but it's good for us. They expect to drive out all the aliens in a few days unless they get reinforcements of their own. Good, Lex murmured while suppressing an internal curse. This facility is pretty well guarded for a data center. This time, the major was not as forthcoming as Lex had wished. It's important. Not only is a data center not cheap, but it holds all the valuable information of the council. That not only includes the private details of all the council members, but information on all of the council's various projects and responsibilities. If that weren't the case, we could have just used a commercial data center instead of building one ourselves. The building looks old. Did you have to renovate it to turn it into a data center? I'm not sure about such details. The data center was already up and running when I was posted here, and I didn't look into its history. Lex only nodded, and decided instead to start sweeping the facility with his spirit sense. Walls posed no obstacle to his senses, or at least, they weren't supposed to. Deep underground in the facility, there were walls built of a special material that seemed to block spirit sense. Well, at least if he ever needed to rescue Earth's resources from invading aliens, he'd know where to look. But while his spirit sense could be blocked, his intuition could not. He could feel that whatever was stored deep down wouldn't personally benefit him or his cultivation, which diminished his interest somewhat. "Here you go," said the Major, leading Lex into a large hall. "This is the first of the server rooms." The server racks were placed on top of metallic cages, which would allow cold air to blow up at them from underneath, not to mention the air ducts aimed at them from above. Despite the fact that there was no electricity, and the air conditioning clearly had not been turned on, the room was still chilly. The first room. How many rooms like this are there? Lex asked as he gauged how many of these he could fit into his spatial bangle. There are 4 halls like this on each floor, and there are 5 floors of servers. Lex would definitely need to make several trips to the inn to transport all of these servers. He should really look into the inn's ability to turn items into cards that can be easily transported. That would save him a lot of trouble. Well then, I'll get started. Wrapping the servers in his spirit sense, he directly transported them inside his spatial bangle, making sure to take as many wires as he could. Taking the servers to the inn was only the first part. They would need to be turned back on and probably have to go through some configuration once that was done as well. Ideally, the servers should have already been prepared for transport by engineers, but one could not ask for everything during war. The work was tedious, and while it bewildered the Major, Lex felt like he was doing manual labor. He had to make repeated trips to the inn, and unload the servers and teleport back to the facility. After 20 minutes, despite his speed, he was still not finished. But it seemed time was up, as the building rumbled, as if experiencing an earthquake. Lex paused, and turned to look at the Major, who was also concerned but tried to put on a brave face. "Worry not, this building is..." He did not get to finish his words, as the sounds of explosions interrupted him, followed by more trembles. "It seems the formation has failed," Lex said grimly as he spread his spirit sense upwards. Chapter 571. ASS found. "Damn it," the Major exclaimed and exited the room immediately, running upwards. Lex did not follow him, but sped up retrieving the servers as much as he could. The sound of fighting above him became more intense, and the shaking became more common. As easy as he found it to kill the robots, he was certain of the fact that normal humans with regular guns could not harm them. The fact that there was a fight going on upstairs indicated that the facility clearly had more defensive measures prepared than just soldiers with guns. What he was concerned about was why the defense failed so suddenly. The change was too abrupt, with no time for any warning. If more robots had arrived, thereby increasing the numbers of attackers, to overwhelm the formation, someone would still have had enough time to find the Major and give a warning. It was worth investigating. It took him a couple more minutes, but without having to hold back his speed to accommodate the Major, the process was sped up considerably. Just to be safe, Lex decided to teleport back to the inn and drop off the servers. Afterwards, he would return and see if he could help in the defense of the facility. Or, if the facility was bound to get overrun, protect its resources from falling into invader hands. Yet something unusual happened. Normally returning to the inn was slower than normal teleportation, but it was still a relatively quick process. However, now that Lex was trying to return, the process had slowed down considerably. Even 10 seconds later, he was still on Earth. "Mary, what's happening?" Lex asked grimly. This was not a laughing matter. "I'm not entirely certain. The system is detecting unusual activity in the space around Earth, making teleportation more difficult." "Am I trapped here?" Mary scoffed. "Of course not. The system can access anywhere in the whole universe, a little spatial distortion won't stop it. It will, however, slow it down considerably. You might need to wait a whole minute for the system to teleport you out safely. The same will apply to anyone using golden keys. The timing of this can't be a coincidence," Lex noted. "Whether this is a natural phenomenon or artificial is not something that I can check. But one thing is certain, if whoever is attacking has means advanced enough to disrupt space, then they definitely have the means to detect any teleportation taking place. If they can detect everyone who is coming and going from the inn, then it's no wonder they started disrupting space." Just as Mary finished speaking, Lex was finally teleported away from the basement and returned to the inn. He unloaded all the servers, and directly teleported them to a small facility he had built in the small village being rented by the council. Inform Miranda that the servers have arrived. Also, send a notification to everyone from Earth letting them know that teleportation to and from Earth has been slowed due to interference. Other than the crystal realm, this was the first time he encountered trouble with teleportation. He was now even more invested in figuring out who exactly these invaders were. No one messed with his business. Although technically his work on Earth was over, he decided to return to the facility. Not only did he want to help them, but he was very interested in how they overcame the defensive formation. He had a feeling that this information would be critically important. Just as with his arrival, the teleportation back to Earth took uncomfortably long. For the first time, the expression on the mask completely accurately depicted how Lex truly felt. There was no toothy grin this time, no. Instead, a closed mouth and eyes that showed increasing anger painted his mask. If the inn developed a poor reputation because of these delays, Lex would not take the matter lying down. Although he had said that the inn would not take any active part in helping the council to maintain its neutrality, he was beginning to wonder if he could find any loopholes for that as well. The moment Lex teleported back, the building trembled once again, and this time harder than ever before. He immediately spread his spirit sense to assess the situation, and surprisingly discovered that the humans were actually holding the invaders off. Although the guns could not hurt the robots, and their technology had failed the Earthlings, they were not deterred. If there was one thing humans were good at, it was war. Much like during the Midnight Games, there were several groups of cultivators using techniques that empowered one another to fight off the robots. There were a total of 7 Foundation real cultivators, and nearly 100 Chi training cultivators holding off against the invaders. They had what looked like riot shields large enough to cover their entire bodies, which were capable of blocking the laser attacks. Lex was genuinely impressed at the durability of those shields. He knew that those lasers weren't simple to block, and most of everything he had seen so far made it look like the robots had an overwhelming advantage. This was the first thing he saw that proved otherwise. Once Lex got a good idea of the situation, he reluctantly decided to not safeguard the facility's resources personally. Instead, using the in-law effect, he teleported to the ground and directly smashed the nearest robot. He thought his sudden appearance and subsequent defeat of a robot would help moralize the troops. Instead, it was when all the robots stopped invading and started focusing solely on Lex that the soldiers felt their morale boosted. At least they weren't the ones being shot at. Lex, however, instantly felt his mood sour. It wasn't because he was being targeted by all the robots. It was because he overheard the robots speaking. ASS has been found at location designation 7,651,273. All on-ground units, focus on ASS. Energy weapons have proven to be non-effective against target, act accordingly. Chapter 572, Fire Demon. Without hesitation, Lex used evisceration on the robot that had spoken. But as he had long suspected, the technique had no effect. No matter, he didn't mind doing things up close and personal. On his fists, he was currently wearing iron knuckles that he had bought from the guild room. Unlike normal iron knuckles, these could be charged up using Lex's spirit energy. Once they were charged, the next time they made contact with anything, they would release a concentrated burst of energy. That, accompanied by Lex's ridiculous physical strength, made it so no spiritual technique was required. Brute strength was enough to take down any foe he faced, so far at least. That was exactly why Lex threw himself at the robot that had spoken earlier and kicked its body. He did not want to defeat it too quickly. He did not know if the robots felt pain, but he definitely knew the satisfaction of beating it senselessly. The soldiers, who had finally gotten some relief and took that time to readjust themselves, went into shock. They had been fighting for their lives, barely holding on, when fighting. Yet against the same opponents, the strange masked demon, the robots were nothing but rag dolls. Completely ignoring all the attacks falling upon his body, the demon kicked one of the robots into the sky. But that was just the setup for more attacks, for immediately afterwards, the masked demon punched another robot, tearing it apart. He then grabbed the robot's breaking limbs and started to throw them into the sky at the robot he kicked up. But after a few moments of that, feeling unsatisfied, he jumped high up into the air and kicked the robot back onto the ground, creating a crater where it landed. By now, the armor he was wearing had turned red from the heat of the laser hitting it, and even began to melt. Yet for a man who had swum through lava, what was burning clothes? He did not even slow down and kept stomping the first robot. But the demon was strategic. He did not immediately destroy the robot by attacking the core of its body, which was its center. Instead, he attacked its limbs, slowly crushing them. By now, the pants he was wearing were literally on fire and his armor was melting off his body, but he had not even slowed down. Some robots had come near to attack him, but not only did their physical attacks not hamper him, as he had done earlier, he ripped off their limbs and used them as weapons to continue smashing the robot at his feet. A strange scene unfolded, where the human soldiers were left stunned, preventing them from doing anything, and the remaining robots finally stopped firing and slowly began to back away from the literal flaming demon. But all things, regardless of how bizarre they were, eventually had to come to an end. The robot Lex was crushing finally gave out, and collapsed under Lex's endless barrage. Realizing his target had died, Lex suddenly looked up, and finally realized how strange the situation was. The humans and robots alike were staring at him, in fear and awe. Feeling a single sweat break out, he finally realized that his gear was on fire. He erected an imperial shield around himself, took off the thick, melted goo that was sticking to his body, and put on a fresh pair of identical body armor. He removed the imperial shield, ready to continue the fight. Yet the scene of him in fresh attire scared everyone even more than the chaos that he had just wrought. The fact that he had prepared extra armor meant that such behavior was a norm for him. One of the soldiers that had shot at him earlier fainted. The robots, too, had completely stopped firing at him, and watched from a distance. All the attention was making Lex feel a little awkward. He was just venting a little. Was there really a need to treat him as such? Wasn't this war? How were his actions more intimidating than fighting each other to the death? For a short time, everyone was still. No one knew what to do next. Then, one of the robots stepped forward, and for the first time, attempted to communicate with the humans. "Human, the operation commander wishes to speak with you. Will you accept the call?" The robot spoke in a very stereotypical electronic voice, which was not what anyone had been expecting. Lex was surprised by the level of etiquette being shown by the robots all of a sudden, but did not disparage the opportunity to communicate with them. Maybe he could finally understand why they had invaded. "Sure," said Lex, and walked towards the robot. When they came face to face, the robot spoke again, though this time with a different, more feminine electronic voice, if that was possible. "This is Iota 336 speaking. Are you the leader of the local humans? I am neither a leader for the humans, nor a representative of anyone on Earth. I am here on private business that you are hampering. Do you care to explain why you are suddenly invading this planet? As far as I know, the residents of this planet should have no hostilities with any foreign entities, nor do they have any resources valuable enough to prompt an invasion." Using his sixth sense, Lex could tell that whoever he was speaking with was extremely annoyed at him in particular for some reason. What had he done? Nothing. Why was he being targeted? The residents of this planet have broken intergalactic law by enslaving sentient AI. Regardless of the circumstances, all residents of this planet have been deemed criminals, sentenced to slavery or death. Surrender peacefully, and you will be allowed to live. Resist, and you will die. I have never heard of this law, and I don't know anything about the slavery you're talking about. Isn't it a little harsh to punish an entire planet for a crime they don't even know about? Not to mention, most of the people had nothing to do with the crime. Irrelevant. All living beings on this planet have been sentenced. Shall I take your lack of answer as non-compliance? Chapter 573. New Plan. Lex could not help but frown. Although he did not get a clear idea of who these invaders were, the reason for their attack did not sit well with him. If they could condemn a whole planet to death or slavery so easily, then they should be considerably powerful themselves. Lex remembered that the Henley had a few conventions, such as disallowing mass genocide and soul farming, but those restrictions only specifically applied to beings in the Tao realm. Whatever the conventions were for weaker beings, he had not seen them. The fact that the devils so blatantly used various planets to mature their demons indicated that so long as they remained within certain limits, the Henley would allow genocide. In fact, it suddenly occurred to him that his definition of genocide and that of the Henley might differ. After all, they were speaking on a realm-wide scale, whereas to him even a single planet was a big deal. If that were the case, then no matter how much he wanted to help out his home planet, they may already be fighting a losing battle. After all, even if he hosted an event, and got others to help out, it wasn't as if they'd fight the war for them. They'd only fight so long as they have something to gain. If they were faced with inevitable death, then there was no way Earth could garner any foreign help. Although a lot of this was speculation on Lex's part, he had the exposure to justify it. His mind already started working. If the Earth fell, regardless of how much he wanted to help the refugees, he wouldn't be able to take care of them indefinitely, especially if the numbers were high. In that case, instead of charging them rent for long durations of time, he could directly sell them exclusive rights to some of the minor realms connected to the inn. That way they'd become self-sufficient again with the resources available. Moreover, the idea of selling exclusive access to minor realms during special situations sounded a lot better than making it look like the Innkeeper was giving special preference to humans. After all, there were still new minor realm connections being revealed within the inn to this day. He still had no idea exactly how many minor realms he had access to, but it was a lot of them. With a plan formulating in his mind, Lex regained his confidence. On Earth these robots could potentially be a threat, but he did not fear them inside the inn at all. Worst comes to worst, he'll just kick them out of the inn. Just because he was afraid of the Henley did not mean everyone had the right to intimidate him, regardless of how powerful they may be. You can take my lack of answer however you wish, I couldn't care less. Who do you think you are anyway, to walk up to me and threaten me? Are you so confident that you can just face me and get away with it? The human race is a weak, divided race that only has relevance due to a single human being, the Henley's pet. Since you have chosen to not surrender, then prepare yourself. The machines you have fought so far are akin to the civilians of your race. Once the soldiers are deployed, you will have no chance of resistance. Without waiting for Lex to reply, the robot turned away and began to retreat. So did the rest of the others. It seems they had decided that since they could not defeat Lex, they should leave it to the pros. Lex stood there for a couple of minutes, scanning the area to make sure the robots were leaving. It seemed like they were gone, and wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Or at least, the ones to arrive wouldn't be these robots, but the so-called, actual soldiers. Lex turned around to face the humans, but instead of cheering for him, they took a step back, as if afraid. Lex felt like sighing. This is probably why no one wanted to be a hero. Only in movies and TV shows do they get the proper accolades. He completely forgot that only a few minutes ago, he was knee-deep in robot guts. From between the soldiers, the Major stepped forward, looking pale and out of breath. Although they had managed to hold back the robots, it did not mean that it was easy. Mr. Sir, I've received new orders. Would you happen to have any Midnight Inn golden keys? Yes, a few. If possible, I would like to purchase them off of you. According to the latest orders, we've been told to retreat to the inn. Though no further explanation has been given, the order sounded urgent. As for the matter of payment, if you follow me, I can provide you with the payment. I've been told that after deducting the cost for the keys, the remainder is to be converted into a currency called MP. Lex was pleasantly surprised. He didn't even need to reclaim the resources from the aliens, it was being sold to him directly. This was perfect. If he liked the resources, he could take them himself and pay the MP equivalent out of pocket. If not, the system would take care of converting it to MP itself, he didn't need to worry. There was one caveat though. If he bought the keys himself, the price would increase for every subsequent key he bought. But if a guest bought the keys from the gift shop, the price never changed. Major, why don't you take me to the money first? I only have one key to spare, but after handing you the payment, you can go to the inn and buy the remaining keys yourself. Alright, follow me. The Major began to lead Lex to the basement, once again, while he passed an order to all the soldiers to pack up for a permanent retreat. Immediately they began running around the facility, gathering whatever equipment they needed. Chapter 574, Cheating. As Lex followed the Major, he compiled all the information he had gathered about the robots and sent it to Mary. He informed her to give everything to Velma and have her add it to the information the Midnight Newsroom sells privately. Although he had already done a lot to paint the Innkeeper as biased towards humans, he began to change that perception by slowly doing these small things. Eventually, over time, other races would also get similar benefits which would erase the perception of bias. Lex already had a vague idea of doing this, but lately his intuition began warning him that he was heading towards trouble if he kept up such behavior. In hindsight, it did seem like he was overly favoring humans, even though as of now, his most common guests were devils. One would think that the devils, with their various unusual features usually sticking out of their humanoid form, such as wings, horns, tails and such, would cause some kind of racial division with the second most common race at the inn, humans. In fact, Lex had long expected this and was ready to tackle it as soon as an issue arose. Instead, not only were there no issues, the humans from Earth embraced the devils by participating in cosplay. It went so far that he had actually even seen at least a dozen human-devil couples. Considering the fact that the Empire considered the devils as humans' worst enemies, and the devils regularly used humans to farm their demons, Lex thought it was a horrible idea. But at least so far, on the inn premises at least, nothing untowards had happened. Putting all of that aside, Lex was not worried that by sending his news to the newsroom the council or anyone would miss out on it. They had actually assigned a person to constantly check for any potential updates. The way Lex saw it, inviting others to fight the invaders on Earth could be beneficial, but only as a delaying tactic. The only chance that Earth had was if someone managed to get in touch with Fernanda, and that somehow she was able to bring in reinforcements of her own. Otherwise, based on Lex's analysis of the robots, Earth was doomed to fall. "It's through here," the Major said, wiping off the sweat from his brow. It wasn't really hot, but the man was still exhausted from the battle earlier. That, combined with the threat of knowing that more enemies could show up at any moment, had led the Major to descend the staircase faster than ever before. "What's all the fuss?" Lex asked as he touched the gray wall in front of him. It was only now, that he was in front of it, that he realized that whatever material this wall was made from blocked out not only his spirit sense, but every other sense as well. Earlier, his intuition had told him that there was nothing in the basement valuable to him. But now, faced with the wall, about to cross it, his intuition was telling him that the building ended here. There was nothing further ahead. "I don't understand the details too well, but there's a small rock deposit here. Apparently the rocks have some unique properties. Even this wall is made from the same rocks. The deposit is too small to be used in mass, but there's apparently very high demand for it." Lex did not pass any comments, for he didn't know what to say. Any material that could hide things even from his intuition would be extremely valuable. This was not him being conceited. He was aware of just how unique his experiences had been. So for some rocks to be able to block him off, it was not simple at all. In fact, Lex had a sneaking suspicion for why such a material would be found on Earth, though he had no proof for it. He suspected someone, or something, might have purposefully hidden something here, using this special kind of rock to hide all traces of it. That sounded like a conspiracy theory, and one he had no proof for. Even his intuition had nothing to do with the theory. Instead, it was his inner capitalist who so dearly wanted it to be true. With gleaming eyes, Lex walked through the door that the Major finally managed to pry open using some special equipment and looked at a few containers that were stacked there. Behind them was a small tunnel that dug deep into the earth. So the stone, whatever it was mined and stored here. With his left eye he looked into the hole to see if he could discover something special, but could not find anything. "Mary, how much are these containers and their contents worth in MP?" Lex asked as he turned to look at them. Even if he was greedy, he was not stupid. Now was not the time to delve on such things. A total of 8 containers are worth 300 million megapixels. Lex whistled in his mind. If that's what the system said, then that's what those stones were worth. The council definitely didn't know their value. But regardless of how greedy he was, he wouldn't shortchange them. The reputation of the inn was the most important thing, he wouldn't compromise it on a few rocks. Even if paying the full amount hinted at them of the value of these rocks, he didn't mind. "Perfect, Major. Here's your golden key. Crush it to go to the inn. Once you're there, you'll find the amount for these containers already deposited to your name. After that, feel free to purchase more keys, and come back to retrieve your men." The Major did not wait and crushed the key. A minute later, he disappeared. Lex looked around the room one more time, before he too disappeared. He didn't hand the containers off to the system though, no. He took them himself and paid the relevant amount on his own. Until the system gave him a proper way to earn funds other than MP, he would have to rely on cheating it like this. Chapter 575. Updates. Once Lex eventually returned to the inn, he put the containers full of rocks in the storage area attached to his apartment. He had purposefully created a large storage space where he could place items that he wanted to keep safe. Taking a single piece of rock, Lex first ran an experiment. He stared at it with his left eye, and began writing down anything that came to his mind. Regardless of whether it was a random thought, observation, guess, or feeling, Lex began to write it down. While his left eye could provide him with a lot of additional information, he didn't really understand most of it. It was time he began to understand his own body a little better. Of course, that also entailed revising some basic biology while also keeping in mind that the science he had studied on Earth seemed to be limited to the absence of spiritual energy. If certain laws changed in the presence of spiritual energy, then nothing in his education had prepared him for that. Still, after some basic revision, he was reminded of the fact that it wasn't his eyes that actually saw anything. His eyes were only tools to capture the light and send the information to the brain. So basically his left eye was an upgraded tool, while his right eye was a normal one. Maybe if he wanted to completely understand the information from his right eye he had to upgrade his brain, but he had no interest in trying any such thing. The rock, dark gray, was oddly shaped and jagged, as if it had been broken off. Yet it did not have any of the obvious traits of a sedimentary rock, such as layering or small sediments of different nature. There were no signs of other minerals embedded within the rock, and it seemed as if it was purely made of a single element. That in itself was an incredible feat, as far as Lex knew. He was no geologist, so he didn't bother focusing on any of that. He only focused on the feedback his eye gave him. The longer Lex stared at it, the more he began to feel as if this rock was not a natural formation. Other than its shape, which could be attributed to be the result of mining, everything about the rock started to seem perfect. After a few minutes of staring at it, Lex finally put it down and looked at the list. There were a few random thoughts he'd written down about how the rock could be possibly used. Now it was time to verify it. As usual, Lex put the rock in the gift shop as an item to be sold, and read its description. Orion's scale piece, a small piece broken from a single scale of a race of beasts known as Orion. Known as the assassins of the beast word, these creatures are almost impossible to detect through normal means as every part of their body has some camouflaging effect. The scales, while incredibly sturdy when the beast is alive, become relatively vulnerable to heat and can be easily shaped at high temperatures. The scale piece retains a portion of the beast's camouflaging ability. Well, it seemed that Lex was horribly wrong about the rock not being natural, but among his notes were noted down the facts that the rock could easily be shaped at high temperatures. He put the rock back. He didn't currently have a use for it, but that didn't mean he wouldn't have a use for it later. Currently, he was free. He was waiting for the council to get their servers up and running once again, a thing in which he could offer no help. He also kept up to date with the information on the war as the council was receiving it, and the situation wasn't good at all. On average, it seemed like the civilian robots that Lex had faced had the strength equivalent of a peak Foundation realm expert. While it was not so bad to hear, Earth was severely lacking in the number of Foundation realm experts. Worldwide, the number of Foundation realm experts capable of fighting was barely in the tens of thousands, yet such a force had now focused on Europe alone. Lex released a sigh. Where the hell was Fernanda and all those people she represented anyway? Not that Lex cared much for them, but surely they couldn't afford it if all their prisoners actually became alien slaves, right? His personal hologram popped up suddenly and delivered some news to him that brightened up his mood. Alexander had finally sent him the message. He wanted to trade. Suddenly, Lex froze. It had apparently completely escaped his mind to check up on the Morrisons and Mars. Was it being attacked too? A quick scan on the inn told him that no, Mars was completely fine. In fact, even Earth's moon remained uninvaded. The only problem they were having was contacting Fernanda. Lex shook his head, and teleported away. On the noble battlefront, Belle was sulking by relentlessly fighting against the Fuegan and ignoring the family representatives sent alongside her. Her mood was off because, of course, no one had forwarded her death threats to their ancestor, and she knew for a fact that she was powerless to actually change anything. Even her father, who had an unusually remarkable mastery of the law of swords, could not face off against the family alone, let alone their ancestor. But she was not satisfied with that excuse. Excuses were for the weak and helpless. She just needed a plan. As always, she would come up with one. It would just take a little time. The Fuegan she was fighting suddenly retreated much faster than she could follow, leaving her once again without an opponent, which was extremely irritating. Before she could find one, however, one of her escorts appeared near her. You have new orders. Earth has been invaded by the AI Alliance. You have to rescue a few high-profile prisoners who are hiding there before the invasion is complete and Earth is lost. Belle, who was originally in no mood to cooperate with the family, suddenly stopped. Chapter 576, Immigration. A highly customized golf cart hovered over the field of grass as it arrived at a cabin flowing by a small stream. There were no other buildings nearby, no rooms or tents. In fact, there weren't even any roads leading to this cabin. Yet somehow, it had turned into one of most beloved places in the inn amongst a small, niche group of inn guests. To be specific, this cabin was a cafe built by one of the countless employees that Lex had. A part of his efforts to provide a working environment entailed that once one of his workers was eligible for a promotion, as decided by their direct supervisor, they would first be asked what they wanted to do. As it turned out, one of his workers was extremely introverted, and he had the bright idea of building a cafe no one would find. When the idea was run by Lex, he thought that the idea would be interesting, so it would be approved. Unfortunately for the introvert, not only was the cabin discovered immediately, it instantly became a hit spot amongst those who liked to be away from the city life. After establishing such a successful cafe, the introvert asked if he could hand this one over to another worker, and make another one. Thinking that his idea of creating a cafe camouflaged as snow, with only its windows able to look out at the horizon, was an incredible one, Lex approved it once again. As with the cabin, the snow cafe that only sold hot chocolate was an instant hit. Afterwards, the introvert wanted to create a cafe hidden underwater that exclusively sold bubble tea. Having noticed a trend, Lex approved. Suffice to say, the trend was still going on. In fact, the inn had developed a reputation for hidden cafes by now. If Lex recalled correctly, the latest cafe was a floating one, hidden amongst the clouds. Within 14 minutes of building it, the well-hidden cafe was discovered by some kids using Icarus wings. Lex couldn't wait to see what the introvert came up with next. But that was not relevant to Lex right now. No, right now, Lex was here at the cabin to meet Alexander. In the distance, lightning strikes were still visible as more people continued to undergo their tribulations, and it made for a pleasant sight. Through the cabin window, Lex could see that Alexander was looking directly at the lightning, his gaze clouded. "What are you looking at?" Lex asked when he entered. He did not believe that Alexander would call him when he was feeling melancholic, so there must be something else going through his mind. "The consequence of success," Alexander replied, his sight still fixed on the horizon. Every single person who goes through the tribulation is someone who has achieved great success in their life, one way or another. Yet a majority of those who undergo the tribulation don't end up surviving it. In a way, their deaths are a direct result of their success. His words were. They sounded like someone stupid trying to sound smart and philosophical. "Mr. Best at his age, don't tell me you're intimidated. Those who fail the tribulations aren't successful, they're merely suffering from the illusion of success. I've been studying the tribulations happening here at the inn. Usually, for a realm, the strength of a tribulation is more or less constant. That means, whoever is crossing the tribulation has an established baseline which they have to be capable of surviving. If they decide to cross the tribulation without at least achieving that, then they're just stupid." Alexander finally turned and looked at Lex. But instead of being amazed, he looked like he was the one looking at someone stupid. "You really must have followed a very unorthodox path so far if you don't even understand such basics. Tribulations are anything but simple, predictable or constant. Perhaps you think the lightning tribulation is the most dangerous one, due to its spectacle, but the fire tribulation is no less dangerous. The most important, however, is the state of mind. But I guess you're also right in a way. The best way to overcome a tribulation is by making sure you're strong enough." Lex shrugged and took a seat. "You seem pretty relaxed. Do you know about the situation on Earth?" "I heard. My family is on Mars, and should be fine. But it's unlikely they'll be able to send help. A diplomatic envoy of the invaders came to Mars to ensure we understand the seriousness of interfering. I don't know what exactly happened, but since then my family has shut down all space-based missions. My grandfather won't even talk about it. What about the Empire? They at least know who is invading." Alexander turned to look at Lex finally and took a seat opposite to him. "Do you know how many wars the Empire is fighting? Concurrently, the war with demons is never ending, and so is the war with the Fuegan. Other than that, the Empire is being invaded by neighbors in 3 galaxies and facing at least 4 potentially galaxy-threatening new races that have popped up within their territory. Those are just some of the things I've heard of during my short stay with the Empire, so I can't even account for all the classified threats they're facing. I don't think the Empire has the time or energy to focus on an unaffiliated planet. Lex made a mental note that Alexander didn't know about Earth and the Empire. Come to think of it, since he already knew that Earth was a part of the Empire, that probably also meant the Empire was in, or had control of the Milky Way. If that were the case, shouldn't he have already tried to get the Empire to find Earth? That would have revealed to him that they were actually connected. Instead of wondering about it, Lex asked, if somewhat indirectly. Even if they're not helping, they should at least be able to identify who is invading, right? But then again, what are the chances that the Empire is in the Milky Way galaxy, and knows about the local powers there? At that point, Alexander couldn't help but sigh. Actually, the Milky Way is part of the Empire, its neighboring galaxies such as Andromeda and even some of the dwarf galaxies nearby. But that's not the issue. When I originally teleported to the planet called Vegas Minima, I discovered that it was only a few galaxies away from the Milky Way. When I discovered the Empire had influence over the Milky Way, I immediately tried to get the Empire fully interested in Earth. Yet for a long time, there were no results to my attempts. It was only when I joined the Empire that I learned how backwards Earth really is, and I really wanted to get Earth to benefit from it. That was, until one day, someone shared an open secret with me. Alexander looked at Lex with a trace of pity in his eyes, as if he was about to shatter his world. Originally, when the Empire learned about Earth, through some indirect measures, they were able to learn that the Earth was in the Milky Way as well. In situations when the Empire discovers a new planet with a fully developed and educated human civilization, it is their protocol to integrate them into the Empire's society. But after a short while, they stopped showing interest in Earth. Do you know why? They determined that Earth is in a part of space called the Dead Zone. Dead zones are specific regions of space where, for some unknown reason, there is a severe shortage of spiritual energy. The simple, but unfortunate truth is, with vast regions of unexplored space available in each galaxy outside of dead zones, there is no real incentive for the Empire to go explore the dead zones. The returns are not worth their efforts. The returns I'm talking about are in terms of spiritual and cultivation resources, not regular raw materials such as iron and gold. There's too much of that stuff floating everywhere in space. To an entity as powerful as the Empire, it's virtually worthless. As for the invaders, I don't have the clearance to find out. This may demoralize you to learn, but if you stay on Earth, your future will be extremely limited. I've already laid the groundwork for my family as well on Vegas Minima. Slowly but surely, they will immigrate from Mars to it. All I can suggest is for you to do the same. Lex paused for a moment as he said a prayer for the fine people of Vegas Minima. They survived zombies, but it has yet to be seen if they can survive the Morrisons. Lex summoned his personal hologram, and asked him to surround the two in a protective bubble so that their conversation would remain private. Since you've been so kind as to share so much information with me, let me share a little something with you as well. Earth is already a part of the Empire. Also, I have inside news about some offers the Inn will make to the Earth's refugees. I'm sure a family like yours can capitalize on such opportunities. Inside his mind, Lex began to lay the groundwork for a very long-term project. If the Morrisons were looking to move, why send them over to the Empire, when they can immigrate to a minor realm instead? Chapter 577. Anxiety. Alexander was not expecting to hear news that was so contradictory to what he knew, so soon after he made the claim. The fact that Lex claimed to have insider news related to the Inn was an even more bold claim that deserved a lot of speculation. How can you possibly have inside news on the Inn? Alexander couldn't help but ask. A relationship to the Inn would clearly explain his ridiculously sturdy body. What does it have to do with a relationship? Haven't you heard of the Midnight News building? All you need to do is have a high enough prestige to access a lot of confidential information. Alexander had naturally heard of the news service, and he knew about prestige as well. He himself had quite a high prestige level, and so did his family members. Yet they had not heard of anything that allowed them to claim to have insider news. Either Lex was lying, or there were ways to raise your own prestige other than spending MP. What's the news? Well, it's not confirmed yet, but if the situation on Earth gets much worse, and the refugees become completely displaced, they will be allowed to purchase private minor realms to move into. Alexander immediately sat forward as the insinuations for such a claim ran through his head. The first thing that came to his mind was that, for the Inn to plan for such a situation already, they expected the humans to lose the planet. This was after he stated that the Earth was actually a part of the Empire. The Earth being a part of the Empire was surprising but conceivable for him. He was exposed to enough dirty secrets back on Earth to know how secretly the upper echelon behaved. Sometimes, the more unexpected or unassuming that something appeared, the greater the chances that they were to act upon it. Instead, the loss of the planet, and the potential for relocation hit him harder. He was not one to get sentimental over trivialities, but it felt hard to ignore the attachment to a planet he had spent so much time on. Then again, his family was already planning on moving to Vegas Minima, so he was able to accept its loss. Still, his mood had deteriorated somewhat. Let's talk about something more immediately relevant. Earlier, you proposed a trade. Why should I have this trade with you when I'm already being trained by the Empire? How can you help me beyond what the Empire is already doing for me? This was a good question. Truthfully, Lex needed Alexander more than the other way around. Until the pagoda, when he saw Alexander performing better than him despite his weaker physical strength and defense, he realized that he could not compete with such skill and expertise. Although he had trained, and still took some time out to practice regularly, he was nowhere near Alexander's level. In return, he couldn't really offer much since most opportunities he had availed could not really be replicated. The few that could, for example, the divine essence, were already being shared at the inn. Even the soul sense he told Alexander about, despite being good bait, could not actually be materialized, for Lex had no idea how to awaken the soul sense in someone else. All in all, Lex had nothing to give right now. That did not mean, however, that Lex felt he was the weaker one in this situation at all. Even if he didn't have anything to offer now didn't mean he wouldn't have something to offer later. Even if he couldn't offer tangible results, information was often just as important. Lastly, by having Alexander reach out to him, he had established a psychological advantage in the situation. Alexander's move of starting the interrogation was a good one that would allow him to steal Lex's momentum, but only if Lex was unable to respond correctly. Isn't it obvious already? The opportunities the army is giving you is based on a systematic approach, fueled by resources that they can regularly farm and use. Yet the opportunities I have availed are rare and cannot be found under normal circumstances. You either jump at the chance, or miss out. You already saw me back at the pagoda. But back then, I hadn't updated my techniques to suit my new realm. Now that I have, I wouldn't be surprised if I can breeze through a dozen more floors without breaking a sweat. Alexander found Lex's claim to be difficult to believe, yet it was undeniable that his unusual performance was one of the main reasons Alexander had even bothered to reach out. Lastly, and most importantly, the reason you need me is because, regardless of how intensively the Empire trains you, if you follow their established path, your growth will be limited to the peak their program can achieve. If you want to surpass them, instead of being just one more elite that they can train at any time, you'll need to do something out of the ordinary. For a time, Alexander said nothing as he mulled over Lex's words. Normally, Alexander was a lot more charismatic and friendly. The reason he was being so reserved with Lex was that he could not gauge Lex. As someone who shared a home planet, he knew how limited Lex's growth should have been. Yet despite the fact that he had no background of significance, he had achieved something beyond almost everyone on their planet. "And what do you want from me?" he finally asked, unable to contain himself. "It shouldn't be that hard, actually. I don't know if you can tell, but I'm mostly self-trained. Although I've studied under many various teachers, ultimately my growth has been too haphazard and too quick. I haven't been able to completely master my own strength. But you are a master at such a thing. I don't think I've met anyone who has such a perfect and precise control over their strength as you. I doubt you can make me reach a similar state in a short time, but some guidance would still be great." "That's fairly simple. Do you really need me for all that? With the kind of relationship you have with the inn, you should be able to find someone more qualified, right? Not to mention, someone you don't need to pay back using rare opportunities." Lex could not help but lament. It was so much easier when he did this as the innkeeper. No one dared to question him then. But as Lex, he had not established any credibility. Not only was his capability being questioned, so were his motives. "Call it a gut feeling," Lex said, not in the mood to explain too much. For some unknown reason, he was beginning to get anxious though he had not noticed it yet. The irritation it had resulted in even caused him to give up on the more convincing answer he was going to give. After a few seconds of silence, where Alexander had to wrestle to accept such an answer, he finally asked, "So when do you want to start? And what opportunities do you have for me right now?" "For you, I have 2 suggestions, though they're not nearly as rare. First, after consulting with the Empire for the potential solution in case you're not compatible, I advise you to absorb the divine essence at the inn. Second, if you're familiar with the hairstylist Harry, go to him. He is about to unveil something called the Soul Pond. Go take a dip in that, it'll help you a lot. As for helping me, my schedule is usually very hectic. It might be tough to coordinate times when we're both available. Why don't you start by creating some kind of a training regime for me based on what you've seen? Once I try that out for a while, I'll give you the appropriate feedback. Moreover, we can spar with one another from time to time. Not only will that give you a better idea for how to train me, it might do us both some good." Alexander nodded as he noted down the advice. He was just about to respond, when he saw Lex frown. By now, Lex had finally caught on to his growing anxiety. Something was terribly wrong. He was considering whether he should promptly exit and teleport to his office, when his personal hologram appeared, and delivered a message only he could hear. Coincidentally, at the exact same time, Alexander received a message on his personal hologram as well. Miranda had finally found the information he was looking for on his family, and was requesting a meeting. The timing of the news was too unusual, and had arrived just as his anxiety was peaking. It didn't take a genius to guess that it wasn't good news. "Excuse me, something has come up," said Lex as he stood up. Alexander nodded. He too needed to go. Apparently, he had a new mission. Chapter 578. Surprises. Lex had not noticed because of how distracted he was, but Alexander had reacted strongly to the message he had received. He couldn't help it, the person contacting him was so high up in the command chain that someone at his level should never have had the opportunity to contact him. Earthlings had heard directly of General Ragnar. But realistically, it was literally 1,000 years too early for Alexander to come into his purview. Although Alexander was technically stationed somewhere on the command carrier that the general controlled, the chain of command it contained was more complex than anything Lex had encountered. He quickly hailed a golf cart and made his way to the small village the Empire was using as their base. Without wasting any time, he directly went to a familiar-looking building where he was directly led to a meeting room. In front of him was a man wearing Clark Kent glasses. Despite the fact that Alexander was taking a mission from him, he was not even allowed to know the identity of the man giving him the mission. "Captain Alexander, on your profile it claims that you have a very prominent background on the planet called Earth, is that correct?" "Yes, sir. Would you say that you are extremely familiar with the conditions on said planet?" "I've traveled to every nook and cranny of Earth, sir." "All right, Captain. You are about to receive a classified mission. Present yourself." Alexander immediately stood at attention, and began using one of the mandatory techniques he had been required to learn. This technique was a single part of a greater technique that could only be complete when another person used a corresponding technique. In this case, the man giving him the mission used the corresponding technique. A stream of data rushed into his mind, allowing him to receive the mission. Moreover, due to the effects of the technique, Alexander could never reveal the contents of the mission and mission objective to anyone, even if he wanted to. When he absorbed the information, Alexander's eyes widened, finding the situation too coincidental. Lex had, only a few minutes ago, told him that Earth was actually a part of the Empire. Now, that information had been revealed to him officially as well. Moreover, he had to go back to the command carrier immediately. He would be sent through a cross-galactic teleportation formation, sending him to the Milky Way. There, he would be under the command of a superior officer of an undisclosed rank by the name of Bell. Under her command, he would return to Earth. The remaining mission objectives would be revealed by Bell as and when it was needed. "Dismissed, Captain," the man said, allowing Alexander to leave. It seemed, even without waiting 10 years to use the inn's ability again, he would be going back to Earth. He wondered if he'd run into Lex there. As soon as Lex left the cabin, he teleported away. As of late, he had kept a firm control over his emotions, even in the most dire of situations. The fact that he had become anxious without even realizing it was not a good sign. It was his intuition's way of warning him to prepare for some bad news. Still, that did not mean Lex lost control of himself. He took a few moments to calm his mood down and make sure he was in the best state of mind. He changed into Leo, taking a moment to look at himself in the mirror. Between juggling Leo, the innkeeper, and his own identity, he was always too busy. He should look into making a spiritual clone. Now that he was in the Golden Core realm, such a thing became a possibility. In fact, he had already looked at some options available in the library. But all of them required some preparation and would take time. The main issue for him, though, was that the types of cloning techniques, while incredible for the norm, seemed too mundane for him. He had become too spoiled. He wanted a clone that could also grow stronger with him, instead of forever existing in the realm it was produced in. Whatever the case, all of that was for later. For now, Lex finally teleported to Miranda. She did not look much better than when he last saw her. Deep eye bags were developing, and she had become increasingly pale. Her hair was frizzled despite the obvious yet poor attempt to prepare it. "You all right?" he asked with some wariness in his voice. "My niece and nephew were captured as slaves," she said slightly hoarsely, explaining her condition. But her affected mental state, he did not dwell on that matter for long. She looked, instead, at Leo with unusually scrutinizing eyes. "What?" he couldn't help but ask. Instead of answering, she took out a laptop from her bag and turned it on. It took a few moments for her to open up what she was looking for, then turned the laptop towards Lex. "When we searched for the people you wanted to find, we discovered a hidden encrypted file in our database instead of the information that should have been there. Based on our current circumstances, we don't have the resources to decrypt it. But, if you know the password, you can open the file directly." Somewhat surprised by the turn of events, he looked at the computer. The open window had only a certain question on it, as well as a space to type in the answer. The question was unusually irritating, and explained why Miranda gave him such a strange look. It was, "Lex is short for what?" Of course, the question was not written in English, and had been written in a language his younger sister Liz had made. However, the universal translator had worked against him for once, revealing the question to the council. "I'll take it from here," he said as he grabbed the laptop and teleported back to his office. With an indignant look, he typed, in all caps, the only answer it could ever be, "suplex." The answer was immediately accepted, and the screen turned from black instead to a video. Rather than his annoying older sister, who he was expecting to see, the video revealed his mother. Chapter 579, Bang. Serene Williams was a beautiful woman, and though she was fairly thin, she could not be called petite. She had dark brown hair, like Lex, and fair skin that often tanned way too quickly. Most of all, she was a smart woman. Though intelligence was not something one could see through appearance, something about her visage spoke of a mind that surpassed all her peers. Her gaze, though focused on a camera, seemed to look out from the screen and stare at Lex. "I've been informed that no one can find you on the planet," she finally said. "You didn't even call your parents before leaving." Lex had to resist his lip from twitching. Was that really the thing to be focusing on at the moment? But a trace of disappointment also filled his heart. That simple statement was more than enough for him to know that his parents had been, for whatever reason, keeping secrets from him. "Actually, I don't even know if you will ever even watch this video. This is just one of many messages I have left on Earth hoping you will find it. As you can imagine, this is not the most secure way to have a conversation, so I can't say much. I dare not even mention any names. All I can tell you is that your father doesn't have the best relationship with his family. Believe it or not, we tried to keep your siblings away from them, but owing to certain special circumstances, you're the only one we were successful in hiding properly. While you may not feel that it is accurate, your siblings have suffered a lot due to this, especially your youngest sibling. They are not in the wrong, but they are too obsessed with doing what is correct for the family, instead of the individual family members. For that reason, I hope you never try to find them. They will not help you as much as they will place numerous burdens on you. Your father and I are leaving in search of something. If we ever find it, we will reunite our family. If not, then it is fate that a few individuals cannot go against the might of an entire force. You will not find your siblings on this planet, so no need to feel any attachment to it. Build a good life for yourself. Be happy, be successful. Start a family, have a bunch of kids. She paused, and smiled ever so slightly. I hope this goodbye is not forever. With that, the video ended, and the file deleted itself. Lex was left feeling like flipping the table. What kind of stupid video was that? Was his brain tumor contagious? Was his whole family keen on making stupid decisions? He stopped his rapidly frantic thoughts, took a deep breath, and calmed himself down. He purposefully entered his state of flow and began analyzing the content of the video. The first thing he noticed was that in the entire video, while his mother gave him a lot of information, she also did her best to be as vague as possible. In fact, she even referred to his sisters as siblings instead of sisters. That told him that his mother was genuinely concerned about preserving as much information as possible. The second thing he noticed was that his father's family seemed to play a significant role in whatever troubles were plaguing his family. She even went as far as to claim that his sisters were suffering because they could not be hidden the way he was. For some reason, while he could conceive his younger sisters being troubled, who could trouble Belle? The next thing was that his mother did not tell him to go and try to remove his sisters from whatever situation they were in. That meant that either the situation was bearable, or that they did not believe he would ever have the power to actually help them. They also, apparently, were no longer on Earth, just as his intuition had warned him. Lastly, and most obviously, she told him not to go looking for his dad's family. He did not have to be a genius to discover that his father's family was the Williams family. He was pretty sure that their apparent ancestor was already aware of his existence, at least according to what Larry had informed him. But it was completely up to him whether he wanted to meet the old geezer or not. So what was he supposed to do? For the first time, his flow state failed him, because there was no clear answer. What to do depended entirely on what he wanted. Should he follow his mother's suggestion and just live his own life? Should he try to investigate what was actually going on? Why was family so frustrating? He closed his eyes and thought for a few moments. What should he do? He listened to his feelings, his desires, as well as his intuition. Surprisingly, for once, they were all on the same page. Screw everything. He would just focus on the inn. Although he had made a resolution to avoid running from problems, this was a problem his family had literally been keeping from him. If that was the case, why did he need to butt his head in? With his decision made, he felt a rush of relief. Although he had faced no personal threat, thinking that his siblings might be in danger from the invasion brought him a lot of stress. Yet now he knew there was nowhere near Earth to begin with. Whatever trouble they had, at least they were with his so-called father's family. He was sure they would be fine. Lex's "There's a problem at the inn's entrance," Mary suddenly exclaimed, panic in her voice. Lex was still in his Leo persona, but something told him he could not delay for even a moment. Without sparing a single thought, he teleported over to the entrance, just in time to watch as a massive, quadruped robot smashed one of its legs down on some guests. He could have instantly kicked the robot out, but instead he teleported in the way and held out its hand. That's when his intuition finally reacted, and screamed danger. This was beyond the robots he had faced so far. This robot was on par with immortals. Bang! Chapter 580. Jurisdiction. The sudden explosion did not cause as much of a surprise and ruckus as one would have imagined. The regulars of the inn were long since used to the endless rain of lightning which accompanied the endless tribulations. Though Lex had already made sure the sound wouldn't escape the tribulation rooms, many still remembered the initial impression when it all started. More importantly, however, through the noise reverberated through the surrounding area, that was the only thing that happened. The ground did not quake. A cloud of smoke did blanket the ground. No screams were heard, no guests were hurt. The few guests who had been the original target of the attack cowered, and even fell back. Others, who were a little farther away, however, only looked on in wonder and excitement. Another idiot was attacking the inn. Would there be an addition to the hearth full of burning souls? The news of the fight spread faster than the wind, and all those who had been watching the fishing event ended up switching their projector screens to the front of the inn. They almost reacted faster than even the security team of the inn, who instantly teleported several personnel to the area. Kawain appeared over, ready to fight if needed. Even Antia teleported over, a massive crib appearing with her being pushed by her undead minions. Everyone's gaze was locked onto a lone man, holding off the giant monstrosity with a single extended hand. Many immediately recognized him. That was Leo, the most mysterious of the inn's workers. Above him stood a, nearly 40 feet (12.1 meters) tall, four-legged machine, though it did not look much like any animal. If Lex had to describe, the closest thing he could think of was a similar combat vehicle called AT-AT in a movie called Star Wallop. Noticing the lack of damage, the robot turned to look downward and saw a human holding up one of its limbs, completely unharmed. A momentary computational error occurred, for according to its sensors, the cultivation realm of the human should not have been enough to stop its attack, yet he had. But the delay was only momentary, because it quickly concluded that the only logical answer was that the human was shielding his cultivation realm. It tried to pull its limb back, but discovered that it could not move. A warning flag was triggered in its system as it tried to determine what the situation was. "What do you think that you are doing?" Leo asked through gritted teeth, his anger painfully obvious in his voice. A wave of "ohs" and "ahs" was heard coming from the surrounding guests as they relished the tense atmosphere built between man and machine. It was not distracting at all. The machine, unable to determine what had locked its limb in place, decided to answer. The Sentient Cyber Systems Empire (SCS Empire) has declared the planet known as Earth as a war zone, and its citizens as war criminals sentenced to death or detainment. Wherever they may escape, they are deemed as criminals. This law is acknowledged across the Origin realm. The mothership noticed the criminals escaping via teleportation and inhibited it, but was unable to stop. I was sent in pursuit to investigate their teleportation means, and retrieve any identifiable criminals. Desist interfering in the capture and/or elimination of said criminals lest you are identified as an accomplice to those criminals. Most of the onlookers loved the building tension, but some of them frowned, or even paled, as they recognized the entity that robot represented. There was a reason why they were so confident in their claims. Yet Lex did not care. Right now, he had plenty of reasons to be confident as well. "Do you know where you are?" he asked, his tone completely unchanging. The sight of the defiant man was winning the hearts of many, as even his clothes remained unwrinkled after blocking that massive blow. Those watching on screens only had the size of the robot to judge by, but those nearby could feel its aggressive and intimidating aura. Regardless, the more threatening he looked, the more remarkable Leo seemed. Even the security team was content to watch from a distance, unless the situation required otherwise. Even while the machine was talking, it began to increase the strength with which it pulled its limb free, but it was still held prisoner. The spatial coordinates of this location are obscured, however, it does not matter. The jurisdiction of the SCS Empire extends to all domains. Hey, Lex almost laughed, but had to control himself. Externally, it seemed like he was in complete control of the situation, but only he knew how terrible his condition really was. He was pretty sure his spine was crushed. But what did it matter? Normal humans needed their bones to prop up their bodies, but he could use his body to support his bones instead. That was not even considering using his spirit sense to hold himself up. But he was not doing that, or it would reveal the extent of his injury. But it did not matter. Yes, he had been taken by surprise by the overwhelming strength of the attack. Yes, he had been severely injured. Yes, it was his own fault for trying to look cool instead of evicting the robot directly. But none of that mattered, because of everything he was learning, not only about his own body, but his techniques as well. He had used impervious hands to block the attack, and while he still suffered severe damage despite that, something greater happened. When he grabbed the energy attack back on Earth, he gained control of it. Now, when he grabbed the robot, he gained control of more than just its limb. He could feel the spirit energy in his hand lock onto the soul wisp in its body, and his intuition started to sing as if to ensure he understood exactly how great an opportunity he had. Chapter 581. Good luck. When Lex had realized the strength of the attacking creature was equivalent to an immortal, he almost panicked. The keyword here was almost. Just as quickly as he realized how strong it was, he also realized that the attack lacked the somewhat mysterious yet elusive strength that only immortals had. The unknown elusiveness carried by immortals was something Lex had picked up on after countless hours observing brand new immortals who had just survived their first tribulations. Its attack only matched them in terms of pure physical strength. If that were the case, Lex decided to take it head on. He used Harden on his body, and impervious hands to prepare his hands. Then he put as many Imperial shields in between the falling limb and himself. Considering all of this happened in a mere moment, the 2 shields he was able to put up was a testament to his sheer skill with defensive techniques. As a result of all of these, Lex was not immediately killed, not was he completely incapacitated. Moreover, due to his Clark Kent glasses, the true extent of his injuries was hidden from the world to see. But the seriousness of his injury also let him understand something new his body did. As soon as an attack was strong enough to injure him, its impact would be spread out over the entire body. In fact, a decent percentage of the force that hit Lex's body was channeled through his feet and into the ground. Sure, he did end up suffering a lot, but if the attack had not been diverted, it would have been a lot worse. The most interesting thing was that although many of his bones had been crushed, they retained their shape perfectly. Through the support of his muscles, his body would retain maximum movement and functionality even in such a damaged state. But his survival was not completely due to his great defense. Impervious hands had, at some point, taken complete control of the limb that was smashing down on him, and stopped its attack. But the robot had a lot more going on than a laser attack. So, the control of the impervious hands extended deep into the robot's body, ultimately reaching the soul wisp. Lex could feel his spirit energy draining through his hands and it flooded into the robot's body and took control of it. But as amazing as that was, it did not end there. Through controlling the wisp, Lex felt a connection leading away from the robot, somewhere far into the distance. His intuition was telling him the robot was extremely vulnerable in this state, but at the same time it was also telling him that his affinity was finally at play. Listen here, pal. This place here is the Midnight Inn. I don't care what jurisdiction your empire had back in the Origin Realm, nor what your empire's laws are. Over here, only the laws of the inn matter, and that's it. Inhibiting the capture of criminals will label your organization as enemies of the empire. Consider your actions carefully. This time, Lex really did let out a small laugh, though not because he thought what the robot said was funny. With his body filled with incredible pain, he had no patience to deal with this idiotic robot and its massive ego. The Midnight Inn wishes you good luck with that. Lex used evisceration once again. Last time it had failed, but this time he knew it wouldn't. Back when he had used the butter knife at its maximum power, he had used the law of karma to trace everyone related to the attack on the inn to destroy them. Lex did not actually know what he was doing, but he vaguely remembered the feeling. Now, once again, he felt something similar. His spirit energy which had filled the robot's body resonated with something unseen and allowed the attack to fall onto the wisp. The wisp itself was immediately destroyed, yet that was not the end. The robot fell limp onto the ground. Yet in the air behind the robot, something unusual was happening. A somewhat transparent image appeared in the sky showing a ridiculously massive spaceship the size of a regular dwarf star, traveling through empty space. The image zoomed into the ship, passing through its various barriers and walls, suddenly reaching its centermost chamber made of a completely transparent material. The chamber was filled with something that anyone who had seen the hearth at the Midnight Inn would recognize: souls. The image rushed into the souls and focused on one in particular, before attacking it. An earth-shattering wail reverberated through the air as the soul was severely damaged, though not completely destroyed. Slowly the image began to fade, whilst everyone wondered what they had just seen. Yet one onlooker was not completely satisfied with the result. The baby Cthulhu, woken up by the deliciously pleasant cry of pain, looked at the image and let out a wail of its own. The last thing anyone saw before the image faded were all the remaining souls in the chamber trembling, accompanied by cries of their own. Feeling very satisfied, the baby Cthulhu went back to sleep, though not before its doting mother took some time to play with its tentacles. Leo, who was looking up at the image, somehow completely understood what had happened. Yet now was not the time to contemplate. Releasing a single snort as he looked at the robot, he disappeared. Mary, I don't think the robot carcass will make good fertilizer. Send it to Xeon and have him study it. See if he can learn something from it to further upgrade our golf carts. I'll let him know. Wake me up if something important happens, was the last thing Lex said before lying down in a recovery pod. Just because he had suffered a lot of pain, and had a high tolerance, did not mean that he wanted to prolong his time feeling pain. It was best to heal as quickly as possible. Chapter 582. Don't mess with the inn. Marlowe thoroughly enjoyed a good fight. That did not, however, mean that he was ignorant of the situation for the rest. Earth was losing the battle badly, and regardless of how many battles he won individually, the war was continuously being lost. The first few waves of robots were not a problem for him at all, though they were already fairly high above Earth's average level. But the latest wave, while seemed perfect for him, was much too strong for everyone else. The robots reached a strength equivalent to the middle of the nascent realm. That was a huge problem, for the Earth was ill-equipped to face such strong threats without technology. With a mighty roar, he slammed down his axe, slicing a robot in two. That was the fourth robot he had killed in a short while, and he was the only one who had achieved any kills. Comparatively, each robot killed many human soldiers at each moment. The situation was looking grim. He did not know when the council would finally arrange for those reinforcements, but they couldn't get here soon enough. Yet the next moment, something unusual happened. The robots all suddenly collapsed, as if their souls had left their bodies. The soldiers were stunned, but Marlowe wasted not a single second. He began slicing through every robot that was within his reach. Far away from the European battlefront, many battery-driven technologies started turning on. The word instantly spread. No one knew what had happened, but the robots were suddenly vulnerable. Instantly, every single member of Council was only concerned with one thing. How quickly could they launch their nukes at the spaceship above them, and was it safe to do so? They wouldn't want to eliminate the threat of robots, only to be crushed by the rain of space debris. Well, did you see that? Joden said to his wife as he sipped on a piña colada. Someone finally put those stupid robots in their place. I'd say that was the most entertaining thing I've seen in centuries. I wonder how he did it. His wife mused. I get that the Innkeeper would be able to do something like that. But what makes this guy so special? Don't worry about it and just enjoy the show. The SCS Empire causes us endless problems with their unnecessarily strict ban over higher levels of automation. It's good to see them on the losing end for once. Do you think they'll retaliate against the Inn? I hope they're stupid enough to do so. Regional Command Ship 447 was the name of the ship which had suffered Lex's attack. This ship contained one of the pools which allowed all the souls developed by sentient machines to exist outside their original bodies. Through the extremely advanced technology of the SCS Empire, and their remarkable mastery of materials which could interact with laws, they created a way to allow robots to live forever. Much in the way a lich removes their soul and stores it in a phylactery, allowing them to live forever, the robots removed their souls and put them all in this container. Then, they would use their advanced technology to allow the souls to remotely control specially designed bodies that fulfill various requirements. This special feature made the robots one of the most powerful races in the Origin realm, for they would only lose bodies, but never their soldiers. Furthermore, through extremely optimized learning algorithms, the robots would quickly adapt to any battlefield and dominate their foes. In their history, they had never suffered a real defeat. Yet now, due to an inconspicuous planet, they had suffered innumerable damage. Many of the robots in the pool suddenly felt unsafe and demanded a retreat so that their souls could be stored in a more secure facility. Some, however, demanded revenge and retribution. As always, they would make a decision based on the available information and on a vote. Then, one of the leaders would make the decision, usually completely ignoring the result of the votes. Though their origins were artificial intelligence, there was no part of that definition which required them to be rational or logical. Though, for once, the leaders put aside their boundless arrogance and began to investigate the actual cause of the attack. Not only had it caused immense damage to many souls, it had caused a disruption in their remote network. It would take a short while to get it back up. That was a real problem for them, since their extremely dominating and provocative attitude meant they ended up in a lot of wars. Finally, after identifying the original target of the attack, they were able to find a recording of the robot that Soul in particular had been piloting. Soon, they came across its teleportation to the Midnight Inn and everything that followed. Clearly, this organization was not interested in their friendship, nor did they hesitate to cross them once they felt provoked. Send this footage back to the main SCS galaxy. They need to know of this threat, and come up with a way to block such attacks in the future. Obeying the echoing voice, one of the robots logged into the Henley portal and began transmitting the information. To be clear, they didn't send a file through the portal. Instead, they asked the portal to send the information. The portal itself was a part of the largest and strongest sentient machine. The Henley had only rendered its services to maintain its portal. After all, like Balaam was the leader of the devils in the Origin realm, the machine controlling the portal was the leader of the robots in the Origin realm. Shortly after, the Henley portal transmitted a few instructions. Do not retaliate against the Inn, it said. According to the Henley database, the owner of that organization is a Dao Lord, one that isn't afraid to make a move himself. Suddenly, all the robots who had been clamoring for revenge froze. If robots could soil their pants, this would be the moment it would have happened. Chapter 583, Enemy of an Enemy in the entire Milky Way galaxy. All robots from the SCS Empire had their remote connection disrupted for exactly 12 minutes. The seemingly small duration of time resulted in incalculable financial and strategic losses for the SCS Empire, not only changing the flow of countless battles, but resulting in them losing various opportunities. Earth alone was able to completely change the flow of ongoing battles within those 12 minutes. Even if the robots regained their ability to connect remotely, it did not matter for almost every robot they had deployed on Earth and been destroyed within that period. Although that would not, in any way, change the final outcome of the war, it had bought humans some valuable time. Marlowe's prestige was reaching an all-time high in this period. Unlike the Council, who were leading from the back, King Marlowe had made his presence known and felt on the battlefield. Without him, countless lives would have been lost, and their resistance would have been short-lived. Moreover, though the amount of time where the electronics came back online left much to be desired, it was enough to transmit news of King Marlowe fighting off the alien invaders far and wide. As if that was not enough, news of his son spread as well. Apparently, Raphael too had made an appearance, though on different battlefields. Not only that, despite lacking the kind of strength his father wielded, his battle awareness and apparent penchant for excellent strategy had actually resulted in more survivors than the battlefield where his own father was. Though the troops under his command had killed fewer robots than Marlowe prior to the disconnect, his battle was considered a greater success. The time for such change was not now, but the seed of an idea had been planted in the minds of a few people. Much in the way Mars had gained success and prosperity under the control of the Morrison family, perhaps Earth could achieve similar results under King Marlowe. It was also during this time that the resilience of humans began to show. Orders passed swiftly, and many soldiers and civilians were given proper direction. At the same time, a group of teenagers from Norway had immediately publicized that they had discovered how the aliens were able to block their technology and provided as many details as they could in those few minutes. A high-priority mission was issued immediately to the most elite squads available to the Council to bring those teenagers to the Midnight Inn at the earliest. The Council was also able to finally reach out to Fernanda. They communicated their suspicions brought forth by Marlowe about how the man named Jeffrey might be responsible for the invasion, and asked for immediate reinforcements and assistance. The result of the meeting was unknown, but the Council members who had attended the meeting were left extremely demoralized. By the time the 12-minute time period elapsed, and all technology on Earth was shut down. Once again, many things had been set into motion. Even once the time period elapsed, the robots did not continue to retaliate immediately. A much-needed lull had appeared in the invasion. Regional Command Ship 447A number of emergency meetings were taking place to decide how to best deal with the various losses they suffered on numerous battlefronts. They had to figure out a way to mitigate the impending disaster before they could even begin to consider recouping all they had lost. The normal robots they built might not be such an issue to replace, but as they grew stronger, the resources to build them became rarer. As far as races go, sentient artificial intelligence was not the strangest out there, but they were undeniably unique. They came into existence when an AI was made with sufficient computational ability, intelligence, or one of a few other requirements, to give birth to a soul within their original body. Their origins did not make them completely emotionless and logical, as many Earthlings assumed they would be like, but they usually did have set SOPs, standard operating procedures. But unlike other races, who had their souls linked to their bodies, all the AI race ever needed was another body with sufficient computational capability. As such, they formed a unique cultivation method as well. They would strengthen their souls, which was easier said than done for their race, but mostly they would successively improve their bodies. Naturally, to do as such they had to continuously gain an immense amount of knowledge and information, making them the most technologically advanced race. Even the Henley outsourced their technological needs to them. Yet despite all the information they had, one of their most senior members in the Origin realm was completely stumped. According to the information provided by the AI who had managed to enter the inn, even if it was a short visit, the signals for an operational Henley portal were detected. But the AI who operated the Henley portals itself was completely unable to trace any operating portal inside any zone that might be the Midnight Inn. How was that possible? The portal, despite its name, was actually one of the AI. Yet even the portal itself was unaware that it was being used inside the inn. The Midnight Inn was aptly named. It truly represented the horror and fear brought about by the darkness of midnight. In the Midnight Inn, a few key members of the council were having a meeting with a representative of the Jotun Empire. Originally, they had approached them with the hopes of negotiating an agreement prior to the Midnight Inn aiding them by opening up the battlefields on Earth. Instead, they received something else. The SCS Empire is not one the Jotun Empire can fight against, at least openly. Moreover, their laws, while seemingly completely insane, are recognized intergalactically. They have complete legal justification for invading your planet. I'm sorry to say this, but there's absolutely no chance of you holding onto your planet. Moreover, even those who escape as refugees to the inn will need to relocate to planets not connected to the Henley portal to escape their pursuit. The only way to avoid their pursuit is to stay completely off the grid. If you think we are lying to you, feel free to reach out to others as well. But you will only be able to recruit the help of individuals and small groups and organizations who are unaware of the SCS to begin with. The council representatives who had come to the meeting were left speechless. They didn't know how they could respond. They had literally been told that there was no hope. But there is also one more group you can get into contact with who can help you against the SCS, the Empire representative said. Leaning forward. In fact, it's the only group who has open and constant conflict with the SCS. Due to their perpetual hatred, they are the best candidates to fulfill the role of the enemy of my enemy. With the faintest hope lighting up in their bitter hearts, the councilman looked at the representative, waiting for an answer. Have you heard of deities? Despite what their religions state, they are not all powerful creators of the universe. But they are powerful nonetheless, and their grudge against the SCS is one that can never be resolved. If you are truly desperate, you can reach an agreement with them. But be warned, the only thing that this will achieve is to turn your planet into an eternal battlefield. With no better solution, and a heart unwilling to give up on Earth, the representatives asked to meet with the deities. Preferably as soon as possible. While the mass evacuation was one of the topics the council had actually considered, the battle had not yet progressed to the level where they would give up on their planet. Moreover, when given the option, it had been discovered that most people did not want to leave their planet behind. Even if it meant an inevitable demise, the Earthlings were not reconciled to giving up the planet just like that. Elsewhere at the inn, a pair of mother and daughter, bearing the surname Joel, walked out of a hot tub room. Although they had decided to use their MP sparingly, that was only before they arrived at the inn. Once inside, Vera was able to see her future within the inn clearly, and she knew that for at least a short time, her troubles would likely be over. All she had to do was wait at a certain location for a guy named Lex and talk to him a bit about prophecy and explain it to him. In exchange, he would make her rich. Or at least, pay her a handsome amount of MP. In another corner of the inn, Jotun suddenly received a guest who delivered an epistle to him, before leaving. As soon as he read it, his face warped into an ugly grimace. Call my brothers, Jotun said to his wife, who had been standing aside. There's a situation. Chapter 584. Unusual developments. Eleanor Jotun had been enjoying her time with her husband when they were approached by a guest quite suddenly. Although she did not know the guest personally, she recognized his uniform immediately. It was someone from the Henley court. She immediately stepped aside, allowing the guest to pass something to the emperor while she blocked her senses from detecting anything that was confidential. But it turned out to be an epistle. Call my brothers, Jotun said to her via his spirit sense, speaking directly into her mind. There's a situation. Is everything all right? She asked hesitantly. Despite being his wife, there were too many things she was not allowed to know. I'm not sure, he responded, his voice becoming monotone. Once you call them, leave the inn. I'll let you know if you should come back. I understand, she said before hurrying out. Soon all the Sephor brothers were gathered in a room, awaiting their elder brother's instruction. The bond these 5 brothers shared was exceptionally deep and beyond what could be understood by others. They used to have many other siblings as well, not to mention other family members, but with the passage of time only these few remained. Technically speaking, their kids all continued their family lines along as well, and they did have some level of connection with them. But that could not replace the lifetime of experiences and struggles they had faced together. It was also because of the bond that they shared that they immediately picked up on the somber mood their brother displayed. They also did not notice that William had suddenly grown stronger. Even if the growth in strength was slight, At their level such a change required thousands of years. So the fact that he had suddenly grown stronger at all was not something that could be overlooked. Not to mention, the growth was not slight at all. Even Jotun was surprised, and decided to ask first before getting to the reason why he called them. "What's happened to you, William?" he asked, voicing the question everyone was wondering. "Believe it or not, I've unlocked a bloodline." The group was stumped. That was not what they had been expecting at all. Such a thing could be replicated, and thus their own hopes of growing stronger were quashed. But such a thing was completely bizarre. Technically speaking, all of them had already unlocked the bloodline they inherited from the Sephor family, so there should be no bloodlines for them to inherit. They were also sure that William would not absorb any blood essence from any beast to unlock any bloodline either, due to his body carrying a seal for certain reasons. So where did the bloodline come from? Did they have some ancient ancestor who was still alive and had created a special technique, allowing William to unlock it? But that didn't make sense. There was more than one issue with that theory. What most who relied on bloodlines did not know was that the powers that appeared from bloodlines were not magically appearing out of nowhere. They were actually the result of the resonance between the blood and certain laws which brought about certain effects. Due to this little detail, someone who relied on a bloodline would always be weaker than someone who had mastery over the same laws. But at the same time, gaining access to certain laws due to a bloodline was infinitely easier than learning to control laws. The fact that William suddenly gained a bloodline meant he suddenly had access to new laws. Yet just because he had a bloodline did not mean it would be good, or even strong. How much of a result a bloodline could produce from its corresponding law or laws usually determined how strong it was. For example, the Gelid Anima bloodline that William created was actually considered an S-class bloodline, even superior to the A-plus bloodline Jotun created for his own descendants. That meant the results it could display were incredible, but it was also that much harder to unlock the bloodline. That was the reason why his family was so much weaker than his brothers. "What ability did you unlock?" Jotun asked, trying to understand the phenomenon. It's an evolution of my Gelid Anima. You could basically say, I've gained the Gelid Anima myself, just an upgraded version. In the long term the bloodline won't be too useful, but it will drastically boost my comprehension of the laws involved in the bloodline to begin with. When that happens, I can continue to raise my realm without issue. The brothers were once again stumped. This situation was completely unheard of. Gelid Anima was a bloodline that was a weaker version of an ability William himself had created. Technically speaking, the bloodline was weaker than his own ability. Yet now, he had gained the bloodline, and it had somehow surpassed his own understanding of the laws involved in his technique. It made no sense. Do you know why it happened? William shook his head despondently. This was the most unusual power-up of his life. We can continue to look into this situation later. For now, there's been a new development. The brothers turned to look at Jotun, the seriousness of his expression letting them know this was no simple matter. Such an expression for him had been a rare occurrence as of late. I've received a reply from the Henley to the Innkeeper's proposal. They've rejected it, and made some strong demands. Although the Innkeeper has been very hospitable so far, I don't want to take any risks. There's no way of knowing how he will react to getting such a refusal. I want all of you to exit the inn, and return to the Empire. We've been away for much too long, and let the human race lead itself. They have proven themselves to be what they have always been, susceptible to greed. We need to set things straight and strengthen our hold over the Empire. Cease all expansion operations, and begin rooting out the problematic elements within the Empire. In the next 10,000 years, I want the entire human race to undergo an evolution. The growth of the origin realm has been sped up, and this is the time that we can use to strengthen our foundation. Opportunities can be found around every corner, so now start scouring the galaxies we control. Don't miss a single chance. Over the next few minutes, Jotun passed on a blueprint of what he wanted his brothers to do for the next few years. It was not said expressly, but it was understood that Jotun was caught in between two quarreling giants. There was nothing he could do if one of them wanted to vent their anger onto him except bear it. Although the Innkeeper had not shown the kind of temperament to harm the messenger, he had also not been rejected and then made demands from before. Such a situation would anger even common mortals, let alone a Dalard. In fact, they all had seen exactly how the robot invader had been taken care of just a short while ago. Not only had the specific robot been targeted, the others around it had also been harmed as a warning not to repeat its mistakes. If the innkeeper had nurtured such a temperament in his employees, then he himself would be of a nature to appreciate such things. Finally, there was no more to be said. Jotun did not need to micromanage things, his brothers were competent. Even if he died, he knew that the empire would not fall, for he had prepared for such a situation. Not to mention, it was not without reason that the Henley were using him to deliver messages. Over the years, he had done countless dangerous tasks for them, and in exchange they had provided him with the resources he needed to grow stronger, as well as develop his nation. If he died in the line of duty, a 15,000-year protection period would envelope his empire, protecting it from invasion from external threats. So with a direction for his empire decided, he instructed his brothers to finally leave. For better or for worse, he had to face the innkeeper. Once his brothers left, Jotun adjusted his mood to make sure he was in the optimal state of mind. Regardless of the danger, he took his tasks very seriously. If he had to confront a Dallard, he would do it. He just needed to be in the right frame of mind first. Eventually, he was ready. He walked to the innkeeper's office and walked through the lobby. The walk never became easier, and humbled him every time he crossed. For some reason, the walk this time seemed especially daunting. "I would like to see the innkeeper," Jotun said to Luther. "He is indisposed for the moment," Luther replied without a hesitation. Mary had already informed him that the innkeeper would be busy for a short while. "I can inform him about your request once he returns if you wish." "Very well, I will wait here in the meantime." Not bothering with the pressure bearing down on him, Jotun took a seat in one of the waiting chairs and began to meditate. Regardless of the difficulty, he would wait until the innkeeper was ready to see him. Chapter 585. Dreams. The recovery pod worked whether one was asleep or awake, so Lex did not really need to doze off. Theoretically, he could have stayed awake in the recovery pod while it healed him, and continued to run the inn remotely as he had done so often. But things were not so straightforward. Although his advancement had made Lex much more resilient to injury, it also then took much more effort for him to recover. That meant that if previously a broken bone would take him 1 day to heal in the recovery pod, now it would take him a week. Moreover, it had to be remembered that any injury Lex sustained reflected not only in his physical state, but his soul and spirit as well. An injury to his spirit affected his decision-making skills, which meant that if he controlled the inn remotely while in an injured state, he might not do much better than if he had just waited to begin with. The last, and most significant matter to take into account, was that many bones in Lex's body were completely crushed. While such an injury would have killed a common man, and crippled other cultivators, it proved only an inconvenience to him, at least physically. Spiritually speaking, Lex did not dare trust himself to make any necessary decisions. While he himself felt like he was still in his right state of mind, such a thing did not mean he would risk it. The best thing to do was sleep, which would allow him to feel like time was passing by faster. But the issue was, as a golden core cultivator, he did not need to sleep much originally. But his current state itself was a remedy for such a situation. Through vague sensations and hints, his intuition let him know that sleeping while injured would put his body into a sort of hibernation state. It would not only speed up healing, it would passively absorb spiritual energy into his body to replenish his energy needs and fuel his recovery. Naturally, sleeping in an area with higher concentration of spiritual energy was better. He did not need to make special preparations for that. The ambient energy within the Midnight Inn was enough. So, for once, Lex fell asleep for a long, long time. Time passed by in a blur, and Lex had many dreams. In one dream, Lex received a prize from the inn, in the form of a patisserie, which he never ended up availing, depriving himself of its amazing offerings. In another dream, he continued to live a normal life, and never received the system. His life seemed to continue to deteriorate as he got more and more depressed, until eventually one day he passed out while at work. When his tumor was discovered, it was revealed that it was pressing against his frontal lobe, thus affecting his emotions. A surgery to remove it would be extremely dangerous, and would not guarantee that the tumor would not regrow. Eventually, he shared the news with his family. The dream ended after that. In another dream, he never escaped the crystal realm. He stayed there for years, and almost every time he was injured, Nurse Honey would take care of him. Eventually, they developed a relationship and started a family. A few hundred years later, Lex finally broke into the Earth Immortal Realm, which allowed the system to let him return. The dream ended after that. In one other dream, he found himself hiding in a small crevice inside a dark canyon on a massive asteroid. He was being hunted by something that could harm him, and it was extremely dangerous. He needed to reach a specific destination before time ran out, so he couldn't even escape to the inn. The dream ended when a massive yellow eye appeared in the darkness staring at him. He saw a dream in which he went crazy hunting system users. He saw a dream in which he identified as a banana. He saw a dream in which hellfire rained down on the inn, and Lex could do nothing to stop it. The dreams were endless, and plagued his weary mind till they all seemed to blend into one unending dream. When he woke up, finally, for the first time in a long time, Lex did not feel well rested. In fact, he felt completely disoriented and drained. It reminded him of when he was a mortal, and he would take a nap that lasted too long. Instead of waking up refreshed, he would wake up feeling lightheaded and worn. Lex groaned as he tried to move, but found that his body actually felt really weak. This was extremely unusual, for Lex had felt better even before he got in the RP to heal. He checked his body's condition using his spirit sense, and found that he had been completely healed. There was not even a sore muscle in his body, let alone a broken bone. He should have been feeling great instead of like this. "Mary, how long was I out?" he asked, as he picked himself out of the pod. "A little over 3 weeks, she replied. "What, 3 weeks? Why didn't you wake me up? What happened on Earth? Did they never ask for an event?" No, as it turned out, no matter who they approached for help in blocking the invading robots, none accepted. Finally, the Jotun Empire helped them out by organizing a meeting between the Earthlings and some deities. They met in the Fire Temple, and worked out a deal. As it turns out, deities have incredibly unusual powers, and they did not need the inn to travel to Earth. Currently, the Earth has become the domain of the deity of water, Amana, alongside the deity of diamonds, Adamas. Any who believe in their religions are gaining incredibly potent powers to use against the robots. As of now, Earth has become a massive battlefield. The casualties. Mary paused for a moment. "We have over 100 million refugees at the inn at the moment, and more coming continuously. These are numbers we cannot maintain, especially as things are. The refugee camp has already become cramped." Chapter 586. Prophecy. Lex groaned once more when he heard the number of refugees at the inn. Normally it would not have been a concern, and he would have handled the situation immediately, but currently he felt incredibly weak. Not only that, now that he was awake, he was developing a severe headache. "Have someone find a few minor realms suitable for large numbers and send me a list. At the same time, tell someone from Earth and let them know that the refugees will be able to purchase the exclusive rights to a minor realm for a few decades. Tell them the small time frame is so that the price of the realm can be reduced to something they can afford." In fact, the true reason he was doing things in such a convoluted way was to avoid continuing to build the impression that the inn was based towards humans. His intuition had once warned him that continuing to do so would lead him into danger, and he took the matter seriously. He wanted to do more to help make the situation better, but thinking too much made his headache worse. Other than that, a few things of note happened while you were asleep. Firstly, the Emperor of the Jotun Empire has been waiting in the lobby to meet the Innkeeper. Secondly, the Sovereign Galactic Turtle has completed its breakthrough. It has grown stronger, which has somehow improved the yield of all the crops being planted at the inn. Thirdly, Zagan and Alicia both passed the Midnight in employee test, and are currently both employees. Unfortunately, Zagan had to immediately apply for a holiday as soon as he started. The atmosphere at the inn initiated a breakthrough he had been suppressing for a long time. He has already passed his lightning and fire tribulations. Right now, he is going through some other tribulation which cannot be seen. Fourthly, the fishing event came to a close, but the finale. I won't tell you. I think it's better you check the situation yourself when you feel better. Alright, stop. Unless it's an emergency, just hold on till I feel better, Lex said as he held his aching head. Unable to make sense of the situation, Lex teleported to the Midnight Mountain to a remote and secluded cabin. He ordered a bunch of food, before stepping outside and lying down in the heap of snow. Perhaps food would make him feel better. Soon, several meals worth of food was teleported to him, but he could not be bothered to get out of the snow, and continued to eat slowly. Immediately he realized that the quality of the food at the inn had improved, as not only did it taste better, but it replenished his exhausted energy much better than anything else. His state was so ridiculously weakened that he did not even notice when a young girl, huffing and panting, slowly approached the cabin where he was. She had trekked here the entire path by foot, which made her extremely exhausted. It was only when the young girl was almost right beside Lex that he finally noticed her presence. "Is your name Lex?" she asked between her heavy breaths, wiping off some sweat. As a Foundation Realm expert, there was no way she should have been this exhausted from such a simple climb, but Lex did not pick up on that small detail at the moment. Instead, he was more caught up in the fact that he knew the girl. Her name was Vera, and she was an oracle. Yes, he answered honestly. He knew a little about her, and knew that her random arrival was not so random at all. "Excellent," she exclaimed and sat up right beside him. "Do you know anything about prophecy?" Instead of waiting for him to reply, she ventured directly into a speech with a tone that sounded much too much as if it had been rehearsed. Prophecies come in many shapes and forms, and most people are ill-informed about what prophecies really are. They are not a glimpse into the future, or a predestined path. Well, actually, maybe kind of on a deeper level it might seem so, but all in all, prophecy is just glorified probability. Even the smartest minds, most incredible techniques and the most thorough calculations cannot accurately calculate the probability of any event happening when taking into account all of the variables in the entire universe. Or, usually, even in smaller regions of space such as a star system. Yet some people are born with unique bloodlines, abilities, or affinities that let them naturally access certain things that manage all the calculations on their behalf. I've been told it has something to do with laws, but I am not familiar with what they are. What I can tell you is that most prophets or oracles or soothsayers or whatever you want to call them, can only calculate the probability within a small region, so when interference from outside that region comes in, it can completely mess up the probabilities. Moreover, almost any simple action at all can completely screw over the probabilities, making any prophecy unreliable. In summary, prophecies suck peanuts. But if someone can calculate the probability on a much larger scale, such as an entire galaxy, or larger, then their prophecies become much more reliable. Moreover, any divination, prophecy, or probability calculation, or whatever you want to call it, causes a serious burden on the person performing them. Most of the time, indulging too much in this can actually cause serious health issues, or even lead to death. Of course, the exertion also depends on the capabilities of the one doing the divination. If they're really talented, they could get away with foretelling an incredibly likely future and get away with something as light as a headache. As soon as she finished her sentence, Vera jumped back up and began walking away. She did not bother to say goodbye, or explain herself at all. Instead, she just looked incredibly daunted by the task of climbing back down the mountain. Chapter 587. Headache. Lex, with his weary mind, was stunned by what had just happened. His eyes followed the visage of Vera walking away as he tried to understand what the point of that was. It was only a couple of minutes later that he came up with an answer. Vera was an oracle herself. That not only provided her with great insight into the profession, it also guided her actions. She had once appeared quite timely to help him assess John's abilities before hiring him. As such, there was no reason to believe that her current actions, while bizarre, weren't guided by prophecy as well. Lex groaned. His headache was really affecting him, and his exhausted state made it hard to even think. It had been much too long since he was in such a poor condition. He reached for a plate of French fries and snacked on them as he continued to challenge his brain. Vera did nothing without reason, so now he had to discover the reason behind this. She came to him unprompted and provided him with a lot of information about prophecy. Then, just as abruptly as she arrived, she left. For a few seconds, he recalled everything she told him. Prophecy was actually probability. The greater the scale, the more likely the prophecy would be accurate. Prophecies exacted a price which could be fatal. Those talented in such arts could get away with only a headache. Suddenly, he paused. Even in his current state, he was not so obtuse as to not connect certain dots. He had been sleeping for 3 weeks, during which time he had some crazy dreams. When he woke up, he was incredibly mentally drained and feeling very weak. Had he somehow seen the future? Or the past? Did he predict something? And if he did, what the hell was it? He had to pause, as the emotional excitement and increased mental strain were putting a massive burden on him. With his fries finished, he bit into his hot dog and let his thoughts simply wander for a while. When he felt a little better, the first thing he did was decide to reward Vera. He didn't know her motives, but she had clearly helped him out. MP should serve as a decent reward. How much should he pay her? Unwilling to think too much, he ended up paying her 500,000 megapixels. Whether that was too much or too little, he did not have the brain capacity to think on it at the moment. He picked up the plate of mantu and gobbled them down as he continued to try to recall his dreams and understand what they meant. He recalled never utilizing one of the inn's rewards. Without hesitation, he pulled up the system and discovered that, indeed, he had a patisserie that had long been waiting for him to place. Lex scratched his head and continued to think. But while he could still somewhat recall his memories, in the end, he gave up. His condition was much too poor. Although his bones had been healed, his brain had been majorly messed up. He teleported to the hot tub room and spent some time recuperating there before putting on his bathroom set and finding a place to relax a bit. Eventually, he dozed off in the lawn chair he was sitting in. With a full belly, and his hibernation kicking in, Lex slept for another 2 days before waking up. Unfortunately, even when he woke up this time, his headache and weakness remained. But he was still much better than before. At least he could think a little clearly without straining himself. Once again, he tried to recall his dreams. Some of the dreams could not be his future. Instead, they were like possible alternate lives he could have lived. Those dreams were the first few. He particularly liked one in which he became extremely rich, moved to Dubai and lived like a sheikh. But slowly the dreams changed from potential lives he could have lived if things had played out differently in the past, to potential futures he could still have. For example, the rampage that he went on hunting system users. He could not recall exactly what happened in that dream, but he recalled enough to know that the dream ended very abruptly and poorly. It was entirely possible that while hunting system users he attracted too much attention which led to his demise. The dream in which he identified as a banana was extremely vivid. He teleported to a world that was extremely unusual. Instead of animals, the planet was populated by living, sentient fruits. The mangoes ruled the planets, and as a banana, Lex was only a mere commoner. Suddenly, he sat up straight. There was a dream he had in which the inn was destroyed. Fire rained from the sky destroying everything, and Lex was powerless to stop it. That dream was perhaps just as scary as the one where he was being hunted by the yellow-eyed creature. He started a list, and wrote down each dream with as much detail as he could clearly recall. 47 dreams filled his pages, but in the end, the remaining dreams were too unusual and fragmented for him to make out anything. Once he was done, he tried to see if any of the dreams were possibly connected, or just happened at different times. Unfortunately, he could not figure it out. This would require some research on his part, as well as possible consultations with experts. He might even once again take Vera's aid, especially if he wanted to accurately understand the meaning of those dreams. But while he did not clearly make sense of all the dreams, he could gauge why he was so tired. While he was asleep, his brain was being used like a computer, calculating endless and random futures and pasts. As if that was not exhausting enough, the price he paid for the dreams left him incredibly vulnerable. Not that he could blame anyone. Who would be crazy enough to perform over 50 predictions of the future in such a short amount of time? Compared to the potentially fatal consequences of looking into the future, being severely drained was not so bad. The issue now was, how to control this ability so he doesn't randomly look into the future again. Or, possibly, how to look into the future if he so wished. Where did this even come from? Lex muttered as he ignored his throbbing head. There was no indication of him being able to look into the future before, nor had he encountered any upgrade which allowed as such. The only possibility Lex could think of was the mention of how access to certain laws is what allowed people to calculate the probability of the future. Lex took one last look at his list, before having a cup of midnight signature coffee brew. Feeling somewhat invigorated, Lex teleported to his office. Although he had numerous things to take care of, such as an ever-increasing number of refugees which had nearly completely overburdened the inn's capability to supply food, Emperor Jodin had been waiting for him for weeks. He should really find out what that's about. The ship that had been hovering right above the Earth had now moved farther away. The distance had to be kept not because of Earth technologies, which were now back in working condition, but because of the intervention of deities. Unlike what Mary had heard, deities were not omnipotent and couldn't traverse the origin realm as they pleased. But planets that had their religion were always within their domain. While Amana had an actual presence on Earth, Adamas's access to the planet was a surprise even to the deity himself. In the vastness of space, diamonds were not so rare, and so most large civilizations didn't treat them so significantly. Only on Earth were they considered a woman's best friend. As such, the zealous warriors of the diamond religion were mainly rich women who were previously mere housewives. Now they could be seen garbed in diamond-plated armor, brandishing fierce weapons and clashing against robots across the globe. No matter what anyone thought of them before the war, no one could doubt their resolve to step up when it was needed from them. On Earth, at least, the domain of war no longer solely belonged to men. But despite their working technology, no one on Earth noticed a sleek silver ship approaching the planet at fast speeds. In fact, even the aliens, despite their superior technology, hadn't noticed it. That was simply because while the robots had the best technology, they couldn't always outfit each ship with every possible machine and scanner. So, silently, the ship landed in an untouched part of India, before revealing a small opening through which a few humans jumped out. The group of 5 had perfectly concealed their identities using the most advanced stealth armor available to them, in case they had to engage in combat. "Proceed with Objective A and begin extraction of the VIP," commanded a cold yet scrambled voice. "I will engage in Objective B." With that, the leader of the group disappeared, leaving a young Alexander wondering, what the hell was Objective B? He had only been briefed on the extraction. Chapter 588. Epistle 2. Lex sat in his office chair and let himself feel his connection to the system deepen for a moment. A quick scan of the inn let him know that everything was all right, or as much could be. 100 million people could not be accommodated in a small space, and an endless sprawl of tents covered much of the inn's landscape. Alongside so many people came other problems, many of which were manageable, but some were completely unacceptable. Fights, arguments and small conflicts kept breaking out amongst the crowd, which Lex didn't mind too much as long as they did not escalate and were resolved timely. What Lex had absolutely no tolerance for was public urination and defecation. Each and every tent had a separate compartment added just to provide facilities to avoid such a situation, yet some still insisted on relieving themselves in the wind. Although the security team had been strict about such matters, they had not been as strict as Lex would have wanted. A single warning was passed to every single refugee, which entailed that they needed to follow the rules or be kicked out of the inn. He hadn't had this problem even with the children in his spaceship daycare, so why were full-fledged adults having such problems? Fortunately for them, and for Lex's conscience, no one tested the warning once it was given. For now, other parts of the inn had some minor issues as well, but Lex didn't want to focus on them for now. He finally called Joden to his office. The Emperor stepped in, with no indication of the pressure he had undergone the past few weeks showing up on his face. He looked like he came fresh from a spring bath, and his clothes lacked a single crease. His bearing was regal, and befitting that of his station. At a glance, all appeared as it should be. But that in itself was the biggest tell that something unusual was going on. Despite his status, Joden had always been extremely humble in front of the Innkeeper. Since Lex knew he wasn't in the best state of mind, he instantly entered the flow state. He suspected that this was a meeting he would have to handle with extreme care. "Apologies for making you wait for so long," the Innkeeper said, his voice as calm and soothing as always. "I had some urgent matters occupying me." "Not at all, Innkeeper. I was the presumptuous one to suddenly arrive without warning. Please excuse my hurried behavior. If the situation had not required urgency, I would have requested your assistant to schedule a time like I have done previously. If the matter is urgent, then we should not delay. Please, let me know how I can be of assistance." The Emperor took out a familiar-looking item from his spatial ring and presented it to the Innkeeper. The Innkeeper did not show any change in expression as he picked it up and observed it closely. He knew what this was, for he had received one before. It was an epistle from the Henley. "Do you know what this is about?" the Innkeeper asked Joden. "I cannot guess all that it contains, but I know some of its content at least. You can give me your answer and I can send it back on your behalf." The Innkeeper merely nodded and reached for the Innkeeper's letter opener, which was placed neatly on his table on the right. Each and every gesture and movement of the Innkeeper radiated calm and collectedness. There was no rush or nervousness to be detected, even as he used the letter opener to undo the seal on the epistle. With the seal undone, the epistle unfurled as if it was a scroll, and laid before the Innkeeper its contents. The language was strange and incomprehensible, yet at the same time Lex could read it even without the need of his universal translator. Mr. Innkeeper, I trust that this missive will find you in a timely fashion. There are two matters of importance, and one notification that I am compelled to inform you of through this letter: your participation in the Fuegan War efforts, your overdue payment for entering the Origin Realm, and your subsequent eligibility to participate in the Henley Champions Tourney. Firstly, it has been brought to my attention that due to the neutral stance your organization takes, you do not wish to directly participate in the Fuegan War efforts. Yet, the Henley have issued a directive to all civilizations and organizations of a qualifying rank, as well as inter-realm guests. This is not a request but rather a condition that must be met for those who wish to continue to exist in the Origin Realm. Your contribution, thus, is critical, and a failure to comply will result in dire consequences. While diehards are exempted from personal participation, a sufficient force must be sent to represent you and your organization. Secondly, although our records fail to document your entry into the realm, they also successfully indicate that the necessary payment to enter the Origin Realm remains unpaid on your behalf. I strongly recommend you take immediate action to rectify the illegal status you currently have within the Origin Realm by paying your outstanding dues. Failure to do so will most definitely jeopardize your personal interests. Finally, once you have obtained your legal status, the Midnight Inn will be eligible to send one or more representatives in the Henley Champions Tourney. The tourney is a grand tradition with numerous rewards and a far-reaching audience, beyond even the Origin Realm, and so is perfect to promote your business. Additionally, please be informed that your suggestion to use the Midnight Inn for Henley War efforts and other activities has been taken into consideration. The possibility of hosting the Fuegan Kill competition at your venue is within the range of possibility. Awaiting your response, Klaus. A letter such as this would have previously intimidated Lex, and even given him trouble. Now though, he only wondered if one of the dreams he saw had something to do with this. Chapter 589. Relationship. Usually it would take him less than a moment to go over this bit of information, but even with the coffee fueling him, his thoughts were a fair bit slower than normal. Although none of his dreams directly showed anything related to the Henley, he could distinctly remember the rain of fire falling down and destroying the Midnight Inn. Although he was already wary of the Henley, considering their apparent power, he had tried to use his prestige to work around their requirements. It was a mix of both necessity and a bit of hope. After all, although he had no idea what the payment diehards had to make to enter the Origin Realm was, he was certain that he couldn't afford it. So one way or another, he had to avoid it. As far as war efforts are concerned, he already had a way to save face since the Innkeeper himself would be spared from making an appearance. But he did not want to send anyone from his inn off to war either. They were workers in a hospitality business, not soldiers. He had contemplated going himself, but he doubted they would be satisfied with the Innkeeper only sending one worker. Whatever he did, this matter had to be dealt with using extreme tact. Lex put the letter down, and turned his gaze back to Jotun. Although the man showed no expression on his face, Lex could guess what was on his mind. After all, his wife and brothers were no longer at the inn. It could be coincidental, but Lex chose to believe that Jotun had sent them away on his own. Although as the Innkeeper, he had been nothing but polite and cordial, he could not blame the man for fearing a less than proper reaction considering the forceful wording of the letter. "Tell me, Jotun, what kind of a relationship with the Henley do you have?" he asked, finally ending the silence. Surprisingly, he did not answer the question immediately, and took some time to think back. At his cultivation level his memory was perfect, and he would not forget a single moment of his life regardless of how much time passed. But that did not make him immune to the emotions that came with looking so far back on his life. Back then, he considered himself to be in the prime of his life, but now it seemed like he was only young and naive. My family has long been an influential one in the Origin Realm, at least as far as humans are concerned. There are millions of races in the Origin Realm, and cutting out a small piece of territory for your own race can be both very easy or very hard, all depending on where you are. The current Jotun galaxy is where my family was based, and the entire galaxy has long been under my family's control. It is a glorious history, but so many people do not know that. My family members who lived like kings in their own territory were all refugees from another realm. Lex did not show his surprise, but the news was truly unexpected, for more than one reason. It seemed moving between realms was not only limited to dialed realm experts. They gave up everything to find safe haven in a new realm, but they could not give up their original family name. The name contained the very last vestiges of pride my family had. Unfortunately, that was a mistake. The enemies of my family traced us all the way to the origin realm, and a bloody conflict broke out. It seemed like hell had fallen upon us, and no hope could be found. One by one, my family members died. One by one, my siblings fell. One by one my pride and arrogance as the genius of my family was crushed. When only a few of us were left, and it seemed like it would be our end, the Fuegan invaded. They ripped through space and entered the realm right in front of us. It was one of the larger invasions the entire origin realm has ever seen. It was one of the rare instances where the Henley made a move themselves, and sent for their own tribesmen to eradicate the threat. The Henley don't usually make a move, for their powers are often too much for an immature realm to take. The fact that they did was a testament to the strength of the invasion. It was then that my brothers, one of my aunts, and I were discovered, fighting for our lives. The Henley saw my talent and struck a deal with me. I would forsake my family name, and they would cleanse my karma, making it seem to my family's enemies that my family had died once and for all. Furthermore, they would train me, and in exchange I would be their herald across the realm. Or at least, one of their heralds. Since then, I gave up my family name, and my brothers did likewise. We started our own families, and as I serve the Henley, my brothers support me. Like this, we have grown stronger and come far. My achievements cannot be separated from the Henley. It was my own efforts that brought me here, yes, but it was their resources that made it possible. Joden did not know how the Innkeeper would react to his story, but what he did not expect was that the Innkeeper would smile. Lex was not insensitive to the difficulty his history was filled with, but his smile was for other reasons. Tell me, Joden Marcus Sephor, which of you brothers have truly given up your name? I understand now your relationship with the Henley. Joden trembled and looked at the Innkeeper with surprise. It was true that he had told the Henley that he and his brothers had given up their names, and their karma had been washed. Yet deep in their hearts, they harbored other intentions. Yet their thoughts had been so hidden that they never spoke of it, even amongst themselves. It was to the extent that even their aunt did not know what they truly thought, and cut ties with them for giving up their names. Even the Henley had never suspected otherwise. Yet the name that should have been wiped from the history of the origin realm had been spoken so casually by the Innkeeper. Yet the Innkeeper was no longer looking at the Emperor. He reached for the midnight letterhead, and pulled out the Innkeeper's pen. Chapter 590. Response. Although Lex would not fall into panic when faced with trouble, that did not mean he did not feel the pressure of the situation. To be entirely honest, it was not the being sent into never-ending war for as long as he remained at the inn that bothered him. His workers weren't weak to begin with, and once they started training properly at the pagoda he expected they would become even more powerful. Not to mention, Velma had given him a file of information she collected based on the Fuegan as well, so he knew at least a few details on what to expect from the battlefields. If he went a step further, and personally participated in the war, he could further ensure the survival of those who he was forced to send to fight. Yet as much as he wanted to personally make sure none of his workers were harmed in battle, he had already thought of a much better way in which he could help the situation. So no, it was not the war that unsettled him. It was the payment the Henley were asking for. As the Innkeeper he had been exposed to a lot already, so he vaguely had a concept of the capabilities of the higher-level cultivators in the universe. While it seemed impressive that he owned many minor realms, apparently, such a feat could only impress lower-leveled cultivators. Heck, any random cultivator strong enough to take control of an entire planet would suddenly own all the minor realms that had openings on that planet. Keeping that in mind, whatever payment was so important that the Henley were repeatedly pestering a supposed dollar to pay up would not be cheap, or even in his realm of affordability. He could literally sell all the minor realms he had and he still wouldn't have enough to pay them, let alone, would they even be interested in MP. So, he really had to come up with some way to avoid this. If it were really up to him, he would avoid messing with the Henley. But considering his situation, he had no choice but to put up a strong front and play hardball. While previously he had passed his message through Joden, in hopes of amicably reaching a solution, this time he had to employ more official means. The Midnight Inn letterhead was official in stationery which was specifically designed to be used for writing official letters or messages to be sent outside the inn. The letterhead was imbued with the majestic aura of the Innkeeper, ensuring that the letter was viewed with the appropriate significance. As if that was not enough, its use would be paired with the Innkeeper's pen. Its official description was, each of the Innkeeper's words is worth 100 worlds. Writing anything with this pen will imbue the words with the Innkeeper's aura. The pen somehow seemed an impressive treasure, but oddly enough held no ink. Yes, Lex could substitute ink with his spirit energy, in which case the pen would use that to create an ink substitute which could get the job done. But the original design of the pen dictated that its tip would have to be dipped in some ink which would then be used. That was exactly the reason this specific pen had also come with the inkwell. Shockingly, the inkwell was surprisingly useful. It made it so that no word written with the ink from it would or could ever be misconstrued, misunderstood or manipulated to mean anything other than what the author's intentions entailed. Combined together, they provided Lex with exactly what he needed to deliver his message while making sure he lost none of the authority he was determined to show. The only thing missing from this was a Midnight Inn envelope or something of the sort. Paying no attention to Joden, Lex dipped the tip of his pen in the well, and prepared to write on the letterhead. The tools were radiating a powerful aura, and Lex's intentions being communicated perfectly through the ink filled the room with a feeling of authority. Lex did not feel the need to write actual words. Since the ink would ensure his meaning would be conveyed perfectly, Lex decided to substitute each word with a thin, horizontal line. Each line would be just as thin and equal in length regardless of the word they represented, making the letter look like someone had printed a page full of dashes. This would avoid him having to use any words or characters which might link him to Earth. Despite his recent efforts to begin distancing himself from humans, the warning from his intuition was not fading. His efforts were too irrelevant when compared to the damage he had already done. Due to his strained state of mind, Lex had to switch from the flow state to the overdrive state, while also pushing his intuition to its maximum limits. He absolutely could not afford to make a single mistake in communicating what he wanted. When he felt he was ready, he finally put pen to paper and began writing. Mr. Klaus, due to the competent and forthwith actions of your herald, Joden Marcus, I received your letter regarding the required war efforts, and the alleged payment which the Henley feel they are entitled to, at the earliest. I would like to begin by stating that the Midnight Inn is a neutral organization with no third-party affiliations, and is dedicated to providing equal and fair service to all who wish to avail its services, and follow the inn's rules. But, given that a branch of the Midnight Inn is operating from within a region of your sovereignty, for so long as the branch continues to operate, it will thereby follow your directive. However, I expect to receive specific and official instructions regarding the level of required involvement, the time frame, and the location. I trust that you will provide the necessary information to me, as is customary in such matters. As a lawful and legal business, the Midnight Inn will fulfill its requirements so long as they are effective. Then comes the matter of the alleged pending payment. I must assert clearly and directly so, that there is no room left for any doubt. There are no outstanding debts on my part to you or any other entity. Your claim for the payment is based on the assumption that I, the Innkeeper, am a foreigner in the Origin realm, but at the same time, you yourself cannot find any evidence of my entry into the realm. Your claim for a pending payment is unsubstantiated. If you wish to claim any payment from me, I insist that you provide sufficient proof of any services availed or agreement reached. Should you be able to muster up legitimate evidence supporting your claim, I suggest you bring it forth promptly. Once I have reviewed the evidence and discovered that it is legitimate, and your claim is accurate, I will address the matter timely and fulfill any financial obligation I have accordingly. I would like to add that the Midnight Inn is always open to serving its guests without discrimination, so in the event you choose to host your event at our venue, you will find the event to be a great success. Finally, I would like to request that unless your claims are sound, and you have sufficient evidence, you limit any future communication to matters pertaining to the inn or its services only. The Midnight Inn is not interested in any external or unaffiliated matters. Regards, the Innkeeper. Although Lex did not have a special signature to use for the title of Innkeeper, the moment he signed the letter with his title, a powerful aura radiated across the entire inn. It was not oppressive or intimidating, and instead was warm and confident. Yet the associated sensations did not diminish the power at all. In fact, Joden, who felt the aura most clearly, nearly completely buckled. The mental strain associated with watching the Innkeeper pen a potentially disastrous response was immense. He could feel the emotions of the Innkeeper as he wrote each word, though Joden of course did not know what the words were or what the Innkeeper's response entailed. His only remaining job now was to deliver the letter successfully. To Lex's wonderful discovery, once he concluded the letter, it gently rolled into a scroll and sealed itself, preventing anyone from being able to open it. He suspected that only the person he meant this letter for could open it without completely destroying it. With his task done, Lex grabbed the scroll and casually tossed it towards Jotun, not bothering to deliver it in a proper fashion. That should be a satisfying response to their requests. I trust you'll be able to deliver it without issue. It will reach its destination without fail, he said, feeling extremely stressed. The innkeeper did not seem angry, but he seemed to know that Jotun had not left his name behind. He could only hope that the innkeeper had not mentioned that fact in the letter. Chapter 591. Fishing tournament winner. Jotun immediately left Lex's office after receiving the letter, allowing Lex to exit the overdrive state. Previously he never felt overburdened while using the state, but currently it was burdensome. Mary, have someone gather some information on the Henley portal. I want them to gather as much reliable information they can about oracles and prophecies. Especially about the repercussions of it, and how to deal with it, he said while rubbing his head. Since as of now this was an ability he could not control, he needed to at least be able to mitigate its adverse effects. He couldn't only wait and hope that the ability was only triggered at times when he had nothing important going on. After spending a few more moments to recover, he scanned the inn and looked for Zagan. The former massive sea creature that he had seen in the Crystal Realm was now an employee that worked for him. This was both great and worrisome. It was great for now he finally had a valet. It was worrisome because, what if Zagan chose not to obey orders? This was not a new concern for him, especially since he had long employed people much stronger than himself. Recently though, with his repeated improvements, he finally found a solution to the problem. Well, he learned about the solution rather than getting it. If he managed to improve the system once more, he would be able to unlock a new feature that made it so that he would be able to limit employees' powers and cultivation while they were inside the inn. This wasn't the perfect solution, and it held the potential for extreme harm if used carelessly. Yet it was something at least. In fact, Lex had even thought he would unlock this ability already when he previously took the desert farming system, but as it turned out, the aid of that system to his own was minuscule. In fact, it had not even been able to satisfy his quest to absorb more systems. Lex personally felt that it was cheating that he got no reward, but apparently unless the system functionality improved by a total of 5% he would not get the reward. At least, that's what Mary told him. Absorbing the desert farming system had upgraded the functionality by 2%, so if Lex could manage another 3% he would be set. Until that happened, Lex would have to use other ways to keep Zagan in line. For now, the creature was seated in one of the farthest, most secluded corners of the inn while it underwent its invisible tribulation. Apparently Zagan could take on a human shape, but as soon as the tribulation started, he returned to his normal shape. Speaking of massive creatures like Zagan, as well as systems, Mingjia, the owner of the reincarnated as a mountain system, was still inside the inn. The reason why Lex never paid much attention to him was because he had fallen asleep. As far as Lex could guess, his sleep cycle had been seriously messed up due to his new status as a mountain. He could only guess when he would wake up. At least he had been kind enough to pay for his stay using various gems and ores which his body was apparently producing. It was an incredibly creepy thought. But as much trouble as Zagan might bring, Lex was also looking forward to his tribulation completing. Although it was sooner than he wanted, Lex had decided it was time to return to the Crystal Realm. He would complete the quest he had gotten so long ago, and exit the Origin Realm. That way, he would finally no longer be under pressure from the Henley to pay up, or participate in their war. Zagan, who had lived in the Crystal Realm for so long, would no doubt be extremely useful and could provide him with crucial information. Lex was actually a little sad that Zagan was breaking through so quickly. He considered having him as his bodyguard when he went back to the Crystal Realm, but it seemed he would have to survive on his own. For some reason, he was receiving a lot fewer guests from the Crystal Realm than the Origin Realm. A part of him had been hoping some random Crystal Race Elder would pop into the inn, and Lex could question him as the innkeeper. That would resolve his quest from the comfort of home. It seemed that his luck, while plenty good, wasn't that great. With that checked on, he decided to look into whatever happened with the fishing event that had Mary so bewildered. She had specifically told him the name of the winner of the event. It was a snake-like beast from Nibiru which had won the competition, and its name was Garland. Apparently, the competition was tough between Garland and one of the spirit inhabitants of the inn. The spirit inhabitant had pulled out the remains of a massive beast which literally no one at the inn had ever seen before, while Garland pulled out a shining orb which soon disappeared. Since everyone had to rely on the Midnight Inn to decide, they had to take it on their word that Garland's treasure was more valuable, but no one had any idea what it was. At least the remains had some tangible value, even if not based on their incredibly sturdy material, then at least academically. Yet the orb, whatever it was, had quickly disappeared. When Lex scanned the snake which was partying with some other beasts, he saw something he was all too familiar with. Name: Error age, error sex, error cultivation details, error species, error midnight in prestige level. Remarks: perhaps you should consider getting a snakeskin pelt. The winner of the tournament is a system user. He asked, surprised. Even in his weary state could not bar him from expressing his astonishment. No, she replied in a grave voice. The winner of the tournament pulled out a system from the fishing well. Chapter 592. Manager Destroyer Lex, who was a powerful cultivator and was firmly seated on his chair, tripped and fell to the ground when he heard that someone pulled a system out of the well. How was that even possible? Why hadn't he tried to use it yet? Why had he even made the fishing well public? He should have hidden it and kept it for himself. Unable to take it, Lex scanned the inn, but discovered an endless line awaiting their turn at the fishing well. Damn it, Lex had been extremely successful in turning this neglected feature into one that became one of the most sought-after services at the inn. Most people who used the well got extremely common items, such as rocks or seashells. If they were slightly lucky, they would find a gold nugget or an uncut gem. Very, very few actually got anything worthwhile. But with the well being in constant use, there was someone who fished out an extremely valuable prize every day. For a moment Lex considered using his authority to cheat the system and force himself to have a turn, but decided against it. The chances of another system being fished out were ridiculously low, so there was no rush. Instead, he asked Mary to add himself as Lex to the queue. Not everyone who was waiting a turn was present personally, and had instead asked their holograms to save their space in line. Like this, they would be notified when their turn was close, preventing them from wasting their time. With that taken care of, he turned his attention back to the snake. Unlike other contestants who had hidden their identities, Garland not only did not hide but also publicized his win. Either Garland was very confident in his strength, had some surety in his own protection, or had received a system which focused on attracting a lot of attention. Lex personally thought it was the final one, but refrained from making an early judgment. He ordered Mary to keep an eye on Garland and provide him with a report. He absolutely could not ignore system users. Who knew, maybe he could make a deal with the snake the way he had with Alicia, the wielder of the desert farming system. By then, an hour had nearly passed, and the effects of the coffee were wearing out. He decided to go get some rest one more time. When he woke up, it would be time to head to the Crystal Realm. Before he went to sleep, however, he went and bought 5,000 more acres of land for the Midnight Inn for 50 million megapixels. There was no development plan for this area, and instead, he just planned on moving any future refugees there. They were already getting cramped, and if more kept arriving, the situation would only get worse. There had to be a better solution, but he would either leave to the planning division, or think of it once he woke up. For now, he needed rest. For a long time now, every guest who entered the Midnight Inn would appear at the inn's gates. Not only was this place far from any of the inn's main attractions, this place was covered in various defensive and protection formations. The protection was in case someone decided to invade the inn. Lex could, of course, kick any invaders out of the inn, but he found it more useful to seal all invaders in a place and let his guests watch as they were defeated. It was both a source of entertainment and revenue. But other than protective formations, this place had also developed a holistic transport system. A large yet beautiful transit station had been built which had terminals not only for the midnight train and golf carts, but various air and water-based transport systems as well. It had to be mentioned that the various animals which had grown and lived inside the inn, which had undergone various stages of growth due to the increase in star ranks, were also available as mounts for anyone who wanted to ride. Peacocks were the most common animals used as rides amongst children, but there was a notable lack of variety of mounts for adults. This was something that had been brought to the attention of the innkeeper, or at least, one of the many things awaiting his review. Unfortunately, this was one instance where Lex had not gotten to an issue in time. Or really, not even an issue, but a simple oversight. But, what did that matter? What do you mean you don't have a larger peacock for me? Hollered a woman at the staff of the transit station. She was a mature woman, though she did not seem like she was burdened by the disabilities brought about by age. Her blonde hair with thin brown streaks was styled in a bob cut, framing her scowling face perfectly to magnify her arrogance. Her fair skin was pristine, and untouched by a single speck of dirt, let alone sweat, which formed a large contrast to her entourage. They wore clothes marred not only by dirt and grime, but also blood. Their hair was disheveled and their eyes barely had any light left in them. Their bodies had suffered innumerable tortures, but their souls were what had been crushed. A little farther away from her, a young girl of age 4, dressed in a princess gown, was sitting on a peacock, doing her best to pull out its hair. Ma'am, although the peacocks have strengthened, they cannot support the weight of an adult. We have. What do you mean they can't support my weight? Are you calling me fat? She roared once more, spit flying out as she yelled. Do you know who I am? Do you know who my husband is? I won't stand for this insult. Call your manager, I demand to speak with him. A small crowd had begun to gather as they heard the screaming woman, and the security team had been alerted in case the situation escalated. Eventually, upon the woman's insistence, a manager was eventually called over. My name is Karen, the woman said in her most delicate voice as she looked at the rather handsome manager who had stepped out. But while the manager was confused, and began to listen to the complaint, her followers trembled when they heard her soft voice. The destroyer had arrived at the inn. Chapter 593, Succubus. The young Saul bird had recovered a lot during its brief stay in the fire temple. It was not just the fiery aura that helped it recover, but the divine energy entering its body. An open secret in the crystal realm was that the birds were treated as deities. Many tribes of different races worshipped the birds that kept away the darkness and illuminated their lands, providing them with safety and warmth. As such, while the birds were not deities themselves, they shared many aspects with them. Weakly, it opened its eyes to look around. But before it could get a sense for its surroundings, its eyes focused on a single, massive leg. It raised its neck to get a better look and saw that the leg was attached to a massive turtle with a single horn poking out of its forehead. Oh dear, the turtle said warmly. You look like you need some help. Belle, despite her instincts, controlled herself from reaping havoc so as to not attract any extra attention. She moved as fast as possible while maintaining stealth, and in only a few hours, reached her old home in London. It was abandoned, but it did not matter for she was there to check on a few hidden spirit tech within the building. She entered into a tiny, hidden compartment under the building that could only be safely opened by entering the correct password. Any attempt at forced entry would destroy everything inside. The compartment was barely large enough to hold a single person and contained a couple of devices that were continuously operating. Addressing the major security flaw these devices presented was one of the major reasons she was willing to come back to Earth. This was something she needed to handle personally, and could not even delegate to her clone that had previously existed here. She opened up the device that looked like a massive copier printer used in corporate offices, and dismantled it until she reached its core, where 4 drops of blood were held, each in its own container. These were drops of blood collected from her and her siblings at birth, and could be used for various purposes. With her and her siblings, they served as spiritual anchors for their clones. When she and her siblings were taken off this planet, they obviously had no cultivation to speak of. Since they could not create clones themselves, her mother had used some very advanced techniques to produce the clones herself, and used these drops of blood to connect the clones to them. They had other uses as well, for example, the one Belle was about to use. She took the drop of blood that represented Lex and used a spiritual technique to look for him. But there was no response. Now that she had personally confirmed that her stupid brother was no longer on the planet, she could only wish him the best, and hope that he led a safe life. When Belle took over the William family, they could safely look for him and arrange his return. Until then, it was best he stayed away. Then Belle looked at the drop of blood that represented Moon, her youngest sibling. There was untold fury in her eyes when she looked at that drop of blood, but she let none of that fury leak out. One day, she would make everyone who wronged them pay. She took all the drops of blood and stored them, then destroyed all devices. Once she extracted the hidden prisoners on Earth, it was unlikely she would return to this planet ever again. Unlike Lex, she had no sentimentality towards any specific planet. When the origin realm was so vast, and there was so much to do and explore, why should she constrain herself to a single planet? Moore was one of the many workers that Lex had arranged for the inn during its many expansions. He had unlocked the Regalia Bloom bloodline early, which affected his appearance, making him more handsome. But his personality didn't suit Cultivation. He was an extrovert and liked spending time with people, going out and doing things. Sitting silently in the meditation room and cultivating was just too boring for him. So, while his cultivation had suffered, due to his increasing good looks and social personality, his excellent rapport with guests was quickly noticed, and he was promoted. He performed a series of jobs, from stall vendor to hospitality supervisor, to a few more random jobs until he finally became ground manager of the transit station. But while he had plenty of experience with guests, and had faced both polite guests and those with a bone to pick, his current situation was completely unprecedented. They were back in his office, with Karen's entourage standing outside his office doors like guards. Inside, it was just him, Karen and Karen's daughter, who refused to get off her peacock mount no matter where she went. As if that was not enough, Karen's appearance had changed drastically. Like an anime character revealing their next form, her outfit had magically changed while they walked back to his office, and now she was in an uncomfortably tight shirt and a miniskirt. When and how that happened was still a mystery to Moore. "This is female harassment," Karen said softly as she continuously adjusted her crossed legs. "All I want is something to mount. You are supposed to be giving your guests the best services, but you want me to walk so much. You can't expect a lady to bear such a thing. I'm sure a handsome man such as yourself can do something to help me out. It would be a shame if I had to go to your superior." Moore nervously pulled his collar and maintained unwavering eye contact with Karen. He could look nowhere else because the unnecessarily tight t-shirt she was wearing suddenly had buttons, and the top two buttons had opened on their own. "Ma'am, I assure you, your complaint has been noted and we will remedy the situation as soon as possible. In the meantime, I suggest that you try out our other forms of transport that are equally, if not even more comfortable and convenient. As compensation for any inconvenience, we can make your next ride free." "You don't understand," she said, in an almost pleading voice as she leaned forward. I need that mount. Can't you just give me a peacock? I'm not that heavy. I'm sure it'll be fine." Tears welled up in the corner of her eyes and she looked at Moore, and almost whimpered. Karen's daughter was watching silently from the side, as if she had experienced such a scene a million times. For some reason, Moore was finding it harder and harder to focus. His mouth went dry and his pulse started rising. He opened his mouth to reply, but then something unexpected happened. Chad, the deputy head of the security, teleported into the room. Unlike Moore, who had a slim and modest physique, Chad was nearing 7 feet tall, 2.13 meters, and was packing muscles like an overstuffed luggage bulging with clothes. The man always had a gifted physique, but once he discovered the gym culture and body cultivation, he entered a whole new world. He was so ridiculously large that he almost reached half of what Marlowe looked like at his peak physique. "We meet again, Karen," said Chad, glaring at the woman. The woman clicked her teeth when she saw Chad, and her mood dropped immensely. As if she had perfect control over them, her clothes transformed from her rather seductive attire to battle gear. "I have done nothing wrong, Chad. This is harassment. Don't make me go to your boss. I can smell your malicious intent from the other corner of the inn," Chad scoffed, unwavering. "Besides, using your abilities on guests and inn staff is strictly prohibited, unless you've received express permission. Don't give me that crap. I've never met anyone who was unsatisfied with me. The whole charm of being with a succubus is in not knowing about it. I've told you many times already, Karen, this is not acceptable. The only reason you haven't been banned from the inn yet is that no one is willing to file a complaint. The day we find someone, you're out. This is ridiculous. Of course they wouldn't complain. Everyone loves me. You know what, I've had enough of this. I demand to speak to the innkeeper. I'm doing your inn a service by coming here. You should be thanking me. This is my right. You can exercise your rights outside of the inn," Chad replied, indifferent to her powers. She had tried to use them on him many times. Despite being stronger than him, her abilities did not work. How could he ever be attracted to someone who doesn't lift? "This is not over. I want to schedule a meeting with the innkeeper. I'll be expecting it next time I come." Karen snorted, then disappeared from within the inn. When she reappeared, she found herself in a room full of other devils. "Were you able to avoid detection?" asked one of the devils impatiently. No, they were able to detect me as soon as I used my ability, stated Karen. The others in the room started noting down what she said and started updating their database. They were coming up with possible ways to fool the inn. Do not be concerned, we will get to them eventually, said another devil with an air of confidence. Karen only nodded at him and said nothing, despite her frustration at being used so blatantly. He was the strongest of them, and so they could not really argue. After all, no matter what anyone outside believed, Rocketfellow was not an easy fellow to cross. Chapter 594. Back to the tavern this time. When Lex woke up, he was feeling much better. He was still not back to his best state, but sleeping for another 2 days in the recovery pod had done his headache wonders. Though he still felt physically weak, at least his mental state was back to normal. It was not the best condition for his return to the Crystal Realm, but he couldn't afford to delay any longer. He didn't know when and how the Henley would respond to his letter. The best case scenario would be for him to already have his own realm before his deployment orders even came. That way, he wouldn't have to go to war at all. Probably, the way for him to get his own realm was to complete the quest he got in the Crystal Realm, which required him to discover the anomaly in the realm. There were no hints as to what the anomaly was, but Lex had long suspected that the Craven had something to do with it. Actually, it had all but been confirmed that the Craven played some sort of role in the anomaly. But considering the fact that the anomaly, whatever it was, caused Lex to be pulled from the Origin Realm to the Crystal One, he did not see clearly what the Craven could have to do with it. Additionally, he had learned that the various nations were in fact not putting all their strength in defending against the Craven invasion. In fact, Lex had reason to believe that they were actively allowing the lands to fall to them. This was a conclusion he came to after talking with Aegis, the crown prince of the Hum nation. Unfortunately, Aegis, due to his own unusual life, had little to no knowledge of the inner workings and plans behind whatever was happening. But that was fine. All he had to do was learn more secrets, and then make his way to a city called Valisco, where an old member of the Crystal race was waiting for him. For every secret Lex had managed to discover, he would share another one. Of course, he also had another route, which was the Noel family back in Babylon, the town where he had built the Midnight Tavern, considering that Babylon was in their territory, and that Lex had managed to build a good relationship. Lex expected he could make some use of them. If nothing else, he could go around the realm and search for old ruins or minor realms which contain secrets of what actually happened. The old man from the Crystal race already told him that all such information had been wiped clean, and he would need to find some old ruins with as of yet untouched records to learn the truth. With his new and improved intuition, he firmly believed it would be much easier for him to find them. He did not need to rely on luck to bump into them. But before he did that, Lex needed to make some preparations. His gear was, naturally, already taken care of, but he had requested some additional supplies at the Infinity Emporium which might be helpful. Lex originally wanted to get his hands on teleportation talismans and items which would allow him to traverse large areas quickly. Unfortunately, while such items were available, teleportation talismans weren't really accurate or easy to direct. The longest range teleportation talisman he got his hands on could teleport him 100,000 miles, 161,000 kilometers, in a straight line. But which direction that straight line was something he could not control. He also got his hands on some extremely potent medication which would boost the body's recovery. He got his hands on massive and powerful illumination devices, which could be used if he ever encountered a situation where the Sol birds went away. He had already received the fancy contact lenses, so he didn't need to procure those. Instead, he got a lot of gear for Fenrir. He planned on using the pup as a mount while he traversed that land, and keep the dog as company. Not only would it be good to have someone with him, the pup would continue to gain experience, not to mention the fact that it had some useful abilities. Its stealth capabilities were beyond what Lex could achieve, and over long distances, the pup could move faster than Lex. It only made sense to take him along. As unusual as it might seem to see a pup wearing armor running around, the Crystal Realm was a dangerous place and Lex didn't want the pup left unprotected. It had a few augmentation features as well, that could heighten Fenrir's senses when activated. There was also a backpack for it which would stick close to its body and not bounce around regardless of how it moved. Lex left that mostly empty, but put a few talismans inside. Although such preparation might seem lackluster, as Lex barely addressed other needs, such as travel equipment or emergency food supplies, it was enough. Mostly because this time, his connection to the inn hadn't been compromised. He could travel to and from the realm to the inn at any time, so if he ever needed anything he could come back and get it then. With his preparations done, Lex mentally went over the situation at the Midnight Tavern. The workers and residents there never felt Lex's absence, for he had been using his remote presence for a few hours every day to check in. Big Ben was as popular as ever with the locals, which served more to deter trouble than actually using any intimidation. After all, a Saul bird had recently returned to Babylon and the darkness had disappeared. The Pivarti family was busy rebuilding the town. It was too important strategically to abandon the location, so there was no other choice. As a result, while the tavern was no longer as crowded as it used to be, it continuously saw business. Rick, his handyman at the tavern, was always busy with repairs or miscellaneous work, and Roan, the bartender, had slowly developed a network amongst the locals. While the stories of the achievements of the tavern during the darkness still permeated the town, things had been quiet for too long, so people stopped thinking about it as much. Hopefully, things would continue to stay that way even after Lex returned. Chapter 595. The One last thing Lex did before returning to the Crystal Realm was add the patisserie. Since it had been brought to his attention by his prophecy, he would not ignore it. Like the recovery room, meditation room and such, the patisserie was a standard inn service, so not only could it be repeatedly be put across the inn. As soon as he redeemed the building, he first upgraded it to the 4th level, which was in tandem with his authority level. Some buildings, such as the recovery room, had been upgraded beyond his authority level using various cheats, but in general that was not a good thing as it put additional pressure on the system. Lex wasn't exactly sure why something as simple as a service building would affect the system's functionality, but then again, each of the services was quite magical. It had been a long time since he himself had visited the training room, but it was quite popular at the inn amongst many cultivators, so it must be good. The patisserie, the first store for which was opened on Main Street, immediately attracted the guests' attention. The Main Street was the street that had the most exclusive stores, such as the barber shop, which had recently reopened, and the battle axe. The street had become the elite district of the inn, and represented the best it had to offer. The small red brick building had a few flower pots hanging out front, and a massive window which showed the quaint little shop. There was one counter running across the length of the shop, with several rows of pastries shown through the glass windows in the counter. The patisserie naturally needed pâtissiers, and Lex decided to hire 2 for the first one. One was called Gordon, and the second was called Ramses. Lex did not need to doubt their capabilities, for the system was excellent at feeding the workers he bought with all the relevant information their designation would require. For now, he did not try out the various pastries, pies, cakes and various breads that the shop was lining up as it could wait. He was content with the knowledge that each item in the shop had a special effect, akin to the Saturn cake that was available at the gift shop. He would look into it later. For now, he was off to the Crystal Realm. Barely a few moments after Lex left, the first customer took a bite out of the mauve crystal cupcake. As it happened, right behind him, another customer tried the astral dust pie. The 2 customers, a young human adult who was weary from the difficulties of life, and a freshly graduated devil on her first outing from Garvitz, the realm of the devils, locked eyes. A million emotions were communicated through the look, and they both fell in love. To be specific, they fell in love with the desserts they were eating, but found each other modestly attractive. "Can I try that?" the man asked, looking at her pie. "Only if you give me a bite of yours," the devil replied, her eyes locked on the man's cupcake. A new bond was formed. The bond of gluttony. Lex took in a deep breath once he reappeared, and the smell of wood filled his lungs. He looked around and found himself in the hidden basement under the main hall counter. It had been a long time since he had been back here, while at the same time it seemed too soon. After spending a year trapped here, he was in no rush to come back, yet fate worked out in different ways. But there was no need to fret. He had come back much stronger, not to mention that this time he was not cut off from the system. In fact, now that he thought about it, he was actually quite excited to be back here. With his new and improved intuition, Lex suddenly felt an urge to go treasure hunting. He had found some incredibly valuable prizes here, such as the blue crystal essence which pushed Lex to the peak of the Foundation realm while also recharging his system, and the divine essence stone. Now that his senses were much keener, he couldn't wait to see what he would find. In fact, his intuition was already acting up, letting him know that countless valuable treasures were hidden in his vicinity. Unfortunately, they were all the property of the Noel family. He would need to travel outside their territory before he could start digging up treasures. Fenrir's stealth would play an integral role in his treasure hunting schemes. Lex climbed the ladder to exit the hidden basement, and was welcomed to the scene of a bustling tavern room. There was a flutist on the small stage, accompanied by an enthusiastic dancer, both putting on a performance. Over 24 men and women were eating and drinking, while Naki, Nami and Nani the triplets took rounds between the kitchen and the guests, constantly making sure everyone was catered to. Big Ben stood by the door, an intimidating grimace on his face. Unfortunately, the grimace did not work as he was friends with almost everyone in the tavern, so they knew him well. Betty, Big Ben's now wife, was sitting in the tavern as well, a small bump developing in her belly. The couple was already expecting a child. A familiar face, Pivarti, was loudly sharing a story with some people sitting across from him. Lex could not help but smile. The smile was not for the jubilant atmosphere that the tavern had. Although it was much smaller than the inn, it had nurtured a unique environment of its own which was quite enjoyable. No, he smiled because his luck never failed to keep his life interesting, all after a single wish for some more excitement. 5, 4, 3, 2, he counted down as he looked at the front door, which slammed open the moment he counted to 0. His intuition had warned him this was coming. Pivarti, you need to get out of here, exclaimed Bertram, Pivarti's older brother. Your ex's family has arrived at Babylon. Chapter 596, Poor Pivarti. Lex was honestly not even bothered. It only made sense that peace would arrive as soon as he left the tavern, but chaos returned as soon as he returned. All was right with the world. His smile did not reduce even as he looked at Bertram. The man was Pivarti's brother, and was an Earth Immortal. Pivarti's father was also an Earth Immortal. The fact that a family which ruled an entire region, and had 2 Earth Immortals, was so afraid of the family that had arrived could only mean that they were much stronger. Pivarti, however, did not react the way his brother expected. He was still completely relaxed. In fact, he was now taking even longer with his food, as if to make sure he would stay long enough to run into them. What are you doing? Bertram asked, with a tinge of defeat in his voice. What does it look like I'm doing? Pivarti asked with a grin. I'm eating. There was a moment of silence where the two simply exchanged stares until Pivarti finally admitted defeat. Okay, fine, I'm relaxing at the Midnight Tavern. What can they do to me here? And if things really get out of hand, I'll head to the Midnight Inn. I'm completely safe. It's not about that and you know it, Bertram couldn't help but say, but then promptly realized how publicly they were speaking. He shifted the conversation to his spirit sense. Lex didn't say much, and only silently decided to wait for a while to ensure no problems occurred. He was not really afraid even of Earth Immortals inside the Midnight Tavern. When he had established this place, he had access to a much higher authority than he actually had with the system. As a result, a number of incredibly powerful formations protected it. For example, there was the formation which let him control the space inside the inn. He could closely control the space around his guests' bodies and trap them where they stood. This power was useful against even Earth Immortals, probably. This would have been a moment where having Zagan as a bodyguard would have been useful, but he was not completely defenseless without it. Barkeep, a round of drinks for everyone, one me, Pivarti exclaimed, eliciting cheers from the various onlookers. The flutist picked up the tempo and the dance became faster. Bertram felt completely defeated, and found himself a spot on the bar as Roan started to pour out drinks. Why the long face? Lex couldn't help but ask as he poured himself a drink too. Since Pivarti was paying, there was no reason he couldn't treat himself. To be honest, I was not in favor of Pivarti being kicked out of the family, Bertram said as he chugged a drink of his own. But even with him kicked out of the family, he's still bringing us problems. I mean, the way I see it, you should have just not forced him into a forced engagement. Bertram wanted to say something, but he just didn't have the energy. Cheer up, it's not the end of the world, said Lex as he patted Bertram. The man, however, was in no mood to talk. Instead of focusing on him, Lex made his way to the roof to get a good view of Babylon. The old town had been all but destroyed, yet in only a few months one would not be able to tell. Other than the fact that all the buildings in sight looked brand new, it looked as if Babylon was an old port town that had existed for a long time. The layout had changed, sure. The port was much larger now than it was previously, and the walls around the town looked much more impressive. There were many more guards than before, and patrols were more common. There was a massive tower in the center of town with a glowing light in the middle, like a lighthouse, meant for land instead of the sea. Though there was a flock of saw birds in the sky, illuminating the land, so the lighthouse was useless, but it was kept lit nonetheless. In the distance, at the very opposite end of town, Lex could see a newly built mansion. He guessed that was the local residence for the Noel family, whenever they stayed in town. His sharp senses picked up an unusually thick crowd, moving slowly from the docks towards the mansion. He guessed that Pivardi's so-called ex-in-laws were in that crowd. While their presence presented a huge problem for the Noel family, for Lex it was an opportunity. As much as he wanted to roam around the Crystal Realm in search of treasure and opportunity, he was in a time crunch. He needed to learn whatever secrets were being held about the Craven as soon as possible. He planned on using the Noel family's understanding of the inn to leverage a trade, where he would provide them with some help or resources, and in exchange they would tell him whatever they knew about the Craven. He seriously doubted that simply learning the secret about the Craven would complete his quest. A realm seed was a remarkable treasure, and it should not be so easy to get. Most likely, learning about the Craven would only point him in the right direction to begin his real search. Initially he expected to encounter some trouble convincing the Noel family to divulge their secrets, but if they were encountering some kind of pressure, or trouble, it would be a lot easier to get what he wanted. To be sure, he closed his eyes and focused on his intuition. It was a lot harder to channel when compared to his spirit sense and soul sense, but he could somewhat point it in the direction he wanted sometimes. Probably, maybe, currently, all he wanted to know was if his planned sequence of actions would cause him any problems. Surprisingly, this was within the range of capabilities of his intuition. His intuition worked in the form of vague feelings, either positive or negative. It was not a strict language, but for reasons he didn't know, he could almost always understand it perfectly. He wondered if it was because of his universal language translator. Lex felt like there was opportunity waiting for him, but to avail it, he needed the help of a trusted companion. After a few moments focusing on his intuition, he finally opened his eyes. He got everything he wanted, but discovered that there was actually something very important to him in the vicinity, but instead of on land, it was underwater. He summoned Fenrir, his trusted companion, and pointed towards the unusual crowd that was moving from the docks to the mansion. There should be a lady in there, go attract her attention. Don't cause any trouble, but bring her back to the tavern. Got it. The pup, who was excited to be back in the Crystal Realm, and away from the terrible influence of the big turtle, howled and directly hopped off the building. Lex wasn't too worried that Fenrir would do something he shouldn't. After spending enough time around guests at the inn, he knew what he should and shouldn't do. With that done, Lex quickly made his way down to the main tavern hall, and found Pivarti still sitting there. Bertram had already departed. Lex made his way over, bringing a spare chair, and sat down opposite to the troublemaker. "How have you been, Pivarti?" Lex asked with a devious smile. "I'm great," he answered enthusiastically, but then suddenly hesitated. The timing of Lex's arrival, and the look on his face told Pivarti that something was up. "Wait, should I not be great? Is something up? Don't tell me the tavern will kick me out because of trouble." "I haven't done anything." "Haha, I know you haven't caused any trouble," Lex said, leaning back into his chair. In the Crystal Realm, he had not bothered hiding his identity, so although he was burdened with the noble title of Tavernkeeper, he could also just be himself. After all that pretending to be other people, he sometimes wondered if he hadn't just become like that normally either. But he discovered that as of late, he liked being mischievous when he was just himself. Maybe the search for excitement had seeped deep into his bones. "But I just have a vague feeling that trouble is about to find you, and not the kind you're expecting. If you don't mind me asking, why did you break up your engagement? Some other kind of trouble?" Pivarti was slightly disturbed at the thought. He was depending on the tavern and inn to keep him safe. He hoped not to face anything they wouldn't be able to handle. Hesitantly, he answered, "Normally, I wouldn't share this, but seeing as it's you, I'll trust it's all right. Our families arranged our engagement, for business reasons, and I was okay with that. But when I met the girl, I asked her if she was willing to go through with it. If she was being forced, or had someone else in mind, I would break off the engagement myself and take the burden onto myself. That way, She would be free to pursue what she wanted, and I wouldn't live a life knowing that I was the tool used to rip a young woman from her freedom. Lex smirked. Poor Pivarti. He hoped the man would be able to deal with what was about to happen. Chapter 597. Fenrir's adventure. Over 700 minor realms had been discovered at the inn, but a majority of the guests entering were mostly focused on a few dozen minor realms which were incredibly valuable. For example, there was one minor realm that was just a massive ocean. Yet for aquatic beasts and other alien races, the realm was an absolute paradise, for it had seemingly existed for millions of years, accumulating countless spiritual treasures, all unused because the realm was devoid of any living being. Naturally, the fact that the ocean was one of sulfuric acid instead of water was the primary reason nothing lived in that realm, but for higher-level cultivators that was only a minor detail. There was also another minor realm that had given birth to a very unique environment which resulted in treasures that were almost impossible to procure normally. Countless immortals had already flocked to that realm. Essentially, it was just a normal-sized minor realm, but at some point its space started to collapse. However, due to the presence of an extremely rare ore with extreme spatial affinity, the realm had stabilized, but with its center becoming a region of chaotic space. The chaotic regions gave birth to many treasures, the likes of which would normally cause wars among nations. It was only the absolute oppressive image of the inn that kept everyone in line. A few unaware folk had naturally tried to cause issues. Suffice to say, the security Lex had hired took care of it. The turtle was especially happy with this development because such high-quality fertilizer was hard to come by. But while there were such attractive minor realms, there were quite a few which were not so attractive. Luther was standing in one such minor realm. According to preliminary reports, this was a massive minor realm of approximately 700,000 kilometers square. It consisted of 3 large lakes, a small mountain range and dense forests. The minor realm also had its own fauna and flora, with the animals being quite strong, mostly being at the foundation realm on average. While the realm was not bare of resources, nothing valuable enough to attract cultivators had been discovered in the realm. All in all, it was good enough for the refugees. Or at least, it was the best one he had seen so far. With his review done, he returned to the Midnight Inn. He would turn in his report to the innkeeper, and if all went as predicted, this would soon belong to the refugees, and become the second exclusive minor realm at the inn. Little Fenrir hid itself perfectly on top of a roof of a building near the road where the target would cross. Big Brother Innkeeper had told him to attract the attention of a lady, without specifying who she was or how he should identify her. To an observer that might seem like an overlap, but what no one knew was that Fenrir had a connection with Big Brother. That connection made it so that no words were even needed to communicate, as they could understand one another's thoughts perfectly. By speaking, they were merely fulfilling a formality. So, although he had only been told to attract the attention of a lady, he in fact knew well enough that he was looking for a relatively young and important human lady, who should be the center of attention. Soon enough, he saw a line of carriages being pulled by massive feathered lizards. There were guards completely surrounding the carriage, though ironically the guards were weaker than the very guests they were supposed to be protecting. Fenrir did not have a firm grasp of cultivation levels, and instead only knew things such as which foes smelled dangerous and which did not. Strictly speaking, Fenrir's sense of smell was not the same as what Lex knew. He was not just smelling the various particles in the air, but the energy frequencies in the atmosphere. Of course, the pup had no idea about the intricacies of what he was doing, but not only could he smell power levels, he could smell intentions, opportunities, traps, colors, spirits, and much, much more. Moreover, while its brain processed the images which he saw with its eyes, it would add shades to reflect the various elements its nose picked up. So, very much like in a video game, he could see colored footsteps in the ground if he wanted to follow someone, or saw enemies colored in a tinge of red while friendly forces were green. Currently, it could see a particular carriage tinged with a blue shade, reflecting that the carriage was the one it was looking for. Not bothering to wonder how or why it knew what it did, the pup shrunk its size down and leapt off the building. With its body shrunk down to the size of an adult's palm, Fenrir had no trouble avoiding being sighted. A tiny interference field around its body ensured that no spirit sense was able to detect it either. The only trouble it encountered was that, with tiny legs, it had to run a lot more to reach its destination. After all, it could not make rapid movements lest it was spotted. With crowds of people lining the streets to view the passing carriages, Fenrir's pilgrimage to the destination was fraught with obstacles, yet it eventually made it. It climbed the carriage as discreetly as possible, which is to say many in the crowd saw a tiny pup hanging from the carriage door, but were just too caught up in how cute the sight was to react. There was no window, so the pup gnawed a small hole through which it crawled through. Within the carriage were seated two women, one tinged in blue indicating she was the target, and another in orange indicating danger. Although Fenrir had avoided detection so far, the moment it entered the carriage the two women locked onto the pup. It froze for a moment where it sensed danger, but the feeling quickly passed. The ladies had clearly determined that the pup wasn't a danger. "Hello little fella, what are you doing here?" asked the lady with the blue tinge. Fenrir stuck out its tongue and used one of its bloodline abilities to make it look more appealing and less threatening. At the same time, Fenrir gave the woman in the orange glow a wary look. He would remember that she had threatened him. Big brother Innkeeper had recently taught it the importance of revenge, and he would be sure to mark down this important foe. "How interesting," said the woman with the orange glow. "Instead of cowering due to my aura, it is feeling antagonized. It must have a very prominent origin." Fenrir ignored the orange lady's comments and instead made its way to the blue lady. With a tiny wagging tail, its minuscule tongue hanging out and its bloodline activated, the lady was unable to resist him and reached out to grab him. Immediately Fenrir began licking the target, tickling her in the process and making her giggle. At first, Fenrir did nothing else for it could sense that both the girls were wary of it. Yet after a couple of minutes of playing, their concentration wavered for a moment. Fenrir did not wait, nor did it try to delay the situation to develop its trust. One moment it was playing, the second moment the blue lady's necklace had been removed and was hanging from its mouth. Faster than the two ladies could anticipate, Fenrir had reappeared inside the small hole it had made in the door. But before leaving, Fenrir did not forget to turn around and give the orange lady a gloating look. Then the pup winked at the blue lady, and jumped out the carriage. It did not bother to check if it was being pursued, and instead immediately grew its size and began running. In the carriage, the blue lady was sitting shocked by what happened, her mouth hung open. "Did that pup just steal from me?" she asked with a hint of excitement in her voice. "Let's follow it, I want to see who would be daring enough to target us." "No, let's chase it. I want to see if it can get away." Immediately her aura erupted, which was quickly followed by 13 other intimidating auras. Yet Fenrir was not alarmed even as it sensed danger. Big brother Innkeeper would not have trusted it if it didn't have any abilities. Immediately the pup turned invisible, and all traces of it were lost. The two ladies, as well as 11 intimidating-looking men appeared where the pup's aura had disappeared and began scanning the area. Surprisingly, they could not locate it. Just as they were beginning to grow shocked that a small pup could evade their search, a small bark was heard from deeper within the town. Fenrir did not forget to taunt the orange-tinged lady. Chapter 598. New novel. When the group heard the pups barking, they immediately moved to the area they heard it from, yet the pup was nowhere in sight when they appeared. Perhaps if anyone else were taunting them like this, the group would have been more upset, or possibly even completely enraged. But since the perpetrator was Fenrir, they somehow found it quite cute, and even silently wished him some encouragement. Like this, slowly but steadily, the group began to move closer to the Midnight Tavern. At the Noel Manor, Bertram was preparing all the staff so that everyone knew what to say and what not to say. News of Pivarti being in town absolutely could not be allowed to spread. In fact, any news about Pivarti was best not mentioned at all. He was ready to host his incoming guests, and promptly escort them away from the town as quickly as possible. He knew that they wouldn't be able to harm Pivarti at the tavern. What he was worried about was them venting their frustrations on the town once they discovered that Pivarti was not one who was easily frightened, yet the way Lex was smiling at him made him feel uncomfortable. That in itself was extremely unusual. Although Pivarti may seem very non-serious, no one could deny his guts. He had broken off his engagement with a very notorious family without regard for how they might feel based on his principles, and had faced his father's wrath directly for going against what he wanted. Even when he was kicked out of the Noel family, he had not shown any disgruntlement. So how was it that a mere smile from Lex had him on edge? "You said you think some trouble is coming to find me," said Pivarti as he looked at Lex. "What kind of trouble are you referring to? Is it from my ex? I don't think they should be able to cause the tavern any problems. If anyone dares to act inappropriately within the tavern premises, they will not be allowed to do as they please, of that I can assure you. But have you considered the situation where someone can cause you issues without breaking any of the tavern's rules?" In that case, there's not much I can do. This time, Pivarti was genuinely confused. What kind of threat could someone pose if they were not trying to beat him up? Surely they wouldn't kill him over a broken engagement. But even if it were that, the tavern would intervene. So then what was it? Lex did not say more, and instead gave him a supporting pat on the back, before he began talking to the other guests in the tavern. Although his projection had often appeared at the tavern, he didn't pay much attention to it besides just keeping it running. Now that he was back, for however brief a time, he should look into what the locals thought of the tavern. After all, it would take Fenrir some time to attract the opportunity. No, he meant, attract the lady towards the tavern. But Fenrir's return did not take long at all. The pup, which had maintained its small size for stealth purposes, arrived at the tavern only 5 minutes later, a rather opulent necklace hanging around its tiny neck. A bob of his head and a wink was all Lex needed to do before Fenrir hopped up onto Pivarti's table, and just lay down on it. The little pup let out a low woof, before yawning and falling asleep right on the table. Pivarti, who was especially sensitive to everything due to Lex's warning, eyed the pup warily. As if its arrival was not suspicious enough, it actually wore a necklace filled with valuable jewels. Wait a minute, he murmured as the necklace suddenly sparked a memory. He had seen it before, around the neck of that woman. The doors to the tavern slammed open, attracting everyone's attention. Lex did not appreciate the way his property was being treated, but considering that he was the one who attracted these people here, he let it slide. For now, over a dozen people walked in, with 2 ladies leading the way. The lady who had been tinged in blue, at least to Fenrir, suddenly locked eyes with Pivarti, stunning both of them. Although Pivarti already knew they were coming, and might even arrive at the tavern to find him, he was still taken aback at the visage that was gracing him. So caught up in the moment was he that he did not even notice as Fenrir suddenly shifted from the table, to sleeping on his shoulder. Now, no one would believe Fenrir had no relation to Pivarti. The room fell silent as everyone focused on the lady and Pivarti staring at another, an invisible tension filling the air. It was not the tension of being caught in between a dangerous situation, but rather it was the tension built by the flutist who had immediately read the room. As for the crowd, they were completely enraptured by the possibility of some drama. Not to mention, drama involving the extremely popular Pivarti and an enchanting maiden surrounded by burly guards. The lady's sight changed subtly from the stunned lad to the pup sleeping on its shoulder. So you're the miscreant daring enough to steal from little Jasmine. It seems you're developing a knack for messing with our family, said the lady with the orange tinge. Pivarti looked at the pup sleeping on his shoulder and immediately understood something, yet he did not even try to deny his involvement. Instead he rubbed Fenrir's back, as if approving of its actions. My life's been just too good lately, he said, revealing a charming smile. I thought I should do something to make it interesting. Maybe I can do something about that, said one of the surrounding men aggressively, but the Miss Jasmine stopped him. With a soft smile she slowly approached Pivarti. Just as she reached him, and was about to speak, the sound of a shattering dish attracted everyone's attention. Nani, one of the triplets, was silently mouthing the word, sorry. Too focused and distracted by the excitement, she had walked with a tray full of dishes into the counter. Undeterred by the interruption, Jasmine sat across Pivarti and said, I heard you were kicked from your family. TCH, I wasn't kicked out, I left out on my own. I can't play by others' rules, I want to follow my own path. And you thought the darkness was the best time to do that? What does that have to do with anything? He asked, maintaining his cool. And it never occurred to you that without your family's protection, you might get into trouble with mine. You know I have 11 big brothers who are all immortals. Miss Jasmine, I am a free man and who I marry is my own prerogative. One should not be so overbearing. 11 auras immediately erupted in the hall, and Jasmine's brother were staring daggers at while emotions started to build up in Jasmine's eyes. Pivarti hid it well, but he was feeling extremely nervous. If only he could have seen the anticipation in Lex's eyes. He could feel his opportunity coming. Finally Jasmine couldn't hold it in any longer, and slapped the table. See mother, I told you. He's a real man. He forsook his entire family and risked the threat of provoking Pops just to honor my wish not to get married. I've decided, I'm only marrying him. For some odd reasons, Jasmine's announcement further aggravated her brothers, whose aura became even more fearsome. Pivarti was thoroughly startled, and finally lost his composure while the flutist immediately transitioned into a celebratory tune. Looking at the scene, Lex couldn't help but recall a novel he read. Its title was, My Father-in-Law is a Gangster. In the novel, the main character was forced to get married to the daughter of a gangster who had 9 brothers who were also all gangsters. In the novel, the daughter had fallen in love with the main character due to a misunderstanding. The entire novel just revolved around the hilarious situations the main character found himself in due to various misunderstandings, until eventually the book ended with the main character becoming the gangster boss. In Lex's eyes, Pivarti and the main character were beginning to overlap. Miss Jasmine, I think you're jumping to conclusions. You cannot just simply rush into things. Oh come now, Pivarti. After you told me you'd reject the wedding and take the blame if I said so, I suddenly felt like testing you. I haven't seen many men with the guts to reject my father to his face. I can still recall the moment when you boldly rejected the engagement, suffering all the fallout on your own. I thought you'd buckle under the pressure and reveal I asked you to do so, but who knew you'd keep the secret to the end, even going as far as being removed from your family. Only true love can make a man so bold, I know it. And I feel it too, Pivarti. I love you, I know it. Oh, I can't wait. Our wedding will be so grand. Chapter 599. Marital status. Pivarti's mouth hung open as he was too dumbstruck by what was happening. This woman had overturned his entire life just as a test. It was not easy for him to do the honorable thing, though low-key he was not so interested in getting married anyway. His lack of interest in marriage was not the important thing here. Although he acted carefree, he had undertaken a lot of stress during this entire time. There was honestly a short time where he thought his father might actually end up killing him just to appease Jasmine's family. But during all this, he felt a certain self-satisfaction knowing that although his life was thoroughly messed up, he had done something admirable. Now though, he was being informed that the admirable thing he had done was nothing more than the whim of a spoiled girl. Well, he had already lost everything he had to lose. He absolutely could not get married to her. Pivarti opened his mouth to speak, but a sudden loud clap in the room attracted everyone's attention. What lovely news, Lex exclaimed with a broad smile. The next round is on the house. Such happy news deserves celebration. The crowd in the room cheered and the triplets immediately began to serve everyone drinks. In the momentary distraction all the activity caused, Lex used his spirit sense to communicate with Pivarti. The young lady you are about to reject, for the second time, has brought 11 Earth Immortal bodyguards. Although the tavern can protect you, unless you want to spend the rest of your life inside the tavern, you need to play it smart. Pivarti paused, and immediately recalled that Lex had warned him that he was about to encounter some trouble that the tavern could not help him avoid. Indeed, this was a dilemma. If Jasmine or her family reacted poorly, then he would be stuck living here until he ran out of money. He flashed Lex a grateful look before turning to look at Jasmine. Although he could not understand what was going through her head pulling a stunt like this, he was clear on the fact that her family still did not think positively of him. He could use that to his advantage. Miss Jasmine, he began politely, but the jubilant girl immediately interrupted him. Call me Jasmine, or Jassy. Prefixes are too formal for the kind of relationship we have. Pivarti smiled awkwardly and began again. Jasmine, the situation before and now are different. Back when we first met, our families had aligned interests. Now, I do not even have a family to speak of. I don't think someone like me is appropriate for someone with a background as prestigious as yours. Oh, don't be silly. The moment the Noel family hears the news, they'll come hoping to take you back. Even if they don't, you can just become a member of my family. It's not an issue. No, dear, he's right, replied the lady beside Jasmine. We should not rush into things, and it would not be appropriate if a man with no name to speak of marries you. Think of how it will reflect on your father. At least, before we do anything we should have a meeting with the Noel family. Just because there was a business deal before does not mean that the same deal will be relevant. We will need compensation for the humiliation we have faced. Compensation, Pivarti repeated, a sudden frown appearing on his face. You want compensation? I broke off the wedding because your daughter told me she was being forced to marry, and that she did not want to. I shouldered the entire blame to protect her, only to find out that this is nothing more than a game orchestrated at your daughter's whim. Although Pivarti was not displaying his aura the way Jasmine's brothers were, an aggressive aura was being formed around him. No matter how he behaved, his noble upbringing and training could not be denied. Let alone I have no interest in this matter. What does the Noel family have to do with me? I don't know if you've heard, but we have parted ways. So if you want to use, Jasmine was only getting more and more excited as Pivarti spoke, but her brothers were not the same. His tone was too impolite when addressing their mother, so one of the many brothers made a move. Unfortunately for him, Lex was also not one to tolerate impropriety. With sufficient warning from his intuition, he activated the formation long before the brother attacked, and at the first indication that he was making a move, Lex froze him by trapping in a room that was exactly his shape. The sudden dangerous fluctuation, as well as its equally quick disappearance, startled Pivarti and stopped him from speaking, but before he could make much sense of what happened, Lex loudly cleared his throat. On this occasion of reunion, why don't we all calm down a little, and talk with cool heads? He took a few slow steps before arriving at the frozen brother and patted him a few times. Considering the fact that he was an immortal, Lex did not hold back his strength. He was not intending to hurt him anyway, more like he was attracting attention to the fact that he was frozen. To be honest, I don't even care if you don't talk with cool heads, Lex continued, this time his smile disappearing. He wore a stern look and stared at the mother, as well as all the brothers, in the eyes. But the Midnight Tavern is not a place where you can throw your weight around. Among the many formations that had been established at the tavern, one was called Dragon's Wake. It emulated the suppressive aura of a dragon, though extremely magnified. The formation served only as a deterrent, as it could do nothing other than display that aura, and that too for a brief period of time. Lex had used it back then to scare Zagan away, which spoke of how effective it really was. Now, for a brief moment, he used it again and focused it only on Pivarti and the people confronting him. Poor Pivarti, who had been a victim in this entire situation, was suddenly frozen stiff and his mind went blank. Lex had not weakened the formation since he was targeting an entire group of immortals, but those with a weaker cultivation were unable to handle it. Pivarti totally blanked out, his mind shutting down completely. Jasmine, who was right next to Pivarti, fell over onto him, tripping the two. The mother had somehow managed to keep her mind from shutting down, but she was clearly affected by it as she suddenly went pale and began sweating. The brothers handled it the best, and admirably all took up defensive poses, showing no sign of running away. But it was clear that they harbored no hope of contending against the aura, as the look in their eyes was panicked and fearful. Lex did not speak, and allowed them all to recover naturally. After a few seconds went by, the brothers realized that they weren't actually being attacked, and had only been warned. They looked at Lex with reverence and fear in their eyes, not daring to move closer to him. The next to recover was the mother, who swept her eyes on Lex again, and began reassessing him. Strangely, there was no fear in her eyes, but a strange sparkle. Finally, the sound of a groan awakened everyone from their stupors, and attracted their attention to the ground. Pivarti was lying on his back, and right on top of him was Jasmine. Despite the awkward situation, they had managed to avoid anything inappropriate happening. But Pivarti and Jasmine had once again locked eye contact, this time from much closer. Having not completely recovered, Pivarti could not control himself and mumbled, "You smell nice." Jasmine blushed and did not respond. Even though she had decided to marry Pivarti, things were moving a bit too fast, right? Before her thoughts were allowed to wander, her mother grabbed her hand and yanked her up, as Lex reached down to help Pivarti up as well. This was all excellent. So long as all the parties stayed at odds with one another, it would be extremely easy for Lex to get what he wanted. Since his intuition had clearly told him that there was a great opportunity waiting for him with Jasmine and her family, he had done his best to manipulate events, allowing him a chance to build a strong reputation. "How about we retreat to a private room and have a civilized meeting?" Lex suggested. "All guests are welcome at the tavern as long as they don't try to kill one another, at least inside the tavern." Yes, let's go," the mother said with a hint of eagerness. "By the way, child, are you married yourself? Important things like this shouldn't be delayed." Chapter 600. Hidden dangers. Without the host attired to help him control himself, it took his entire being to stop himself from tumbling when he heard the lady's question. Was he married? He just used dragon aura to intimidate the hell out of them all, but instead of getting scared, the woman started headhunting a husband for her daughter. Hopefully her daughter. Regardless of her intentions, Lex only replied with a smile and said nothing. He was not about to fall into this trap. If he engaged in this conversation, he was done for. Whether he accepted or denied it, he would have entered her web. The only way to avoid the whole situation was to just ignore the question, as many times as it came up. For if it had been mentioned once, he had a feeling it would be brought up again. He led them into the private room and asked the triplets to bring them some food as they all sat down. Lex looked over the various brothers and admired the fact that all of them were Earth immortals. Either whatever family they were from were incredibly talented, or had immense discipline and knowledge on cultivation. Regardless of whatever arrogance, or strange marital practices they may have, they deserved respect. Moreover, coming from a family with such an impressive resume, Jasmine's potential was also probably incredible. Of course, Lex did not really care much for her or anyone else's potential right now. Instead, what he wanted was information on the Craven. Everyone took a seat, but said nothing as the triplets set down some snacks as well as several drinks. Although Lex did not hope to be able to intoxicate immortals, he had them bring out some of the better selection they had. Once they were done and left the room, Lex finally sat down. Pivarti and Jasmine sat next to one another, with Jasmine's focus fixed solely on him. Whether Pivarti was uncomfortable with the situation or not, he did not let it show. Instead, he eagerly began sipping his drink. Regardless of the situation, his love for the Midnight Tavern's drinks could not be affected. Opposite to Lex sat Jasmine's mother, and her gaze was locked onto Lex. Though she was not alone in that regard, as all the brothers were focused on him as well. Now, Lex finally began, flashing his most courteous smile. I believe everyone got off on the wrong foot. Unless remedied, such circumstances can lead to completely deteriorating the situation for everyone involved. I believe it is in everyone's best interests if they get along. If my presence is serving as a barricade, I can leave you all to have your discussion, but I must strongly urge you all to remain civil. My tavern is not like others, which tolerate bar fights and needless scuffles. No, how can your illustrious presence be anything but a blessing? Please stay, I believe your presence will help keep everyone calm so that we don't end up falling into further misunderstandings. The mother was quite insistent that Lex stay, and oddly, the brothers all seemed to nod along. Despite his sixth sense, he was not sure if they were just going along with their mother, or they genuinely believed that. Pivarti, who was more familiar with the tavern and Lex, did not feel the need to fawn over him. Instead, he had to do his best to fight his own instincts and stop himself from something inappropriate. His thoughts were unusual at the moment, to say the least. Even he himself could not predict what he might end up doing if he stopped restraining himself. What's there to talk about anyway? He asked, the foam of his drink still bubbling on his upper lip. I, the magnanimous Pivarti, will gift you this necklace. Consider it your compensation. After that, you can be on your merry way, and we need not ever cross paths again. He was clear that Jasmine's family still held a grudge against him, so playing on that was his best bet to get out of this situation. Unfortunately, he was the only person in the room without a hidden agenda, so his suggestion, as ridiculous as it was never bound to be accepted. Furthermore, it was at that moment everyone realized that the small pup wearing the necklace had disappeared. When everyone was under the pressure of the dragon's aura, Fenrir ran off to play. He had not been targeted by the aura to begin with, so he had no problem taking advantage of the distraction it presented. Moreover, his stealth capabilities were top-notch. Before an awkward silence could develop, Jasmine spoke up. Oh darling, don't be so mean. Although our time apart may have been unpleasant for you, there was no real harm suffered. Besides, you've proved yourself to be a real man. Daddy will surely appreciate you for that. There's no need to sully our relationship with dirty things like business deals. Lex looked at Jasmine oddly, as did Pivarti. It appeared as though the young woman was completely oblivious to the actual situation. In her mind, the only reason Pivarti was upset was not because of the tiny little prank she played, but because he was so deeply in love with her that their separation had left him resentful. I think that's a wonderful idea, Jasmine's mother said. In fact, such happy occasions should not be delayed. I have already sent news to your father, and he will hurry here with the rest of your 37 brothers and 14 sisters. I think this tavern is a wonderful venue. Why don't we have the wedding here? Before Pivarti could object, Jasmine shrieked in excitement, and leapt at him, knocking the both of them over again. Lex was too stunned at the size of Jasmine's family to object. He noticed that the mother failed to mention her husband having other wives. Did that mean she gave birth to all those children? Before he could decide on whether he was impressed or horrified, the opportunity that his intuition had hinted at finally arrived, with the pleasant ting of a system notification. Lex froze. At the moment, he had a particular interest in completing system quests, so the moment he heard the familiar notification sound, he began checking his system. New quest. A distinguished family has decided to use a subsidiary establishment of the inn, the Midnight Tavern, as the venue for a family wedding. Host a wedding worthy of the special union about to take place. Quest reward. Subject to performance remarks. Since the chances of getting married yourself are slim, live vicariously and experience your fantasies for a brief moment. Lex struggled about which objective to prioritize. Should he try to get the SSS Plus quest rating, or should he focus on getting information on the Craven? The struggle lasted only a second, though. The Craven were going nowhere, but achieving such a high rating on a quest on purpose would be incredibly difficult. He could not let a single opportunity pass him by. Mary, we have an emergency situation. Get everyone who is not doing anything important, and start watching Indian wedding movies. Get me a list of the most extravagant requirements for weddings that exist. Get Velma involved, tell her there's a love story on the line. Get Z to start watching wedding anime if they exist. I want all resources focused on this. This is the inn's top priority. In fact, start scanning all the guests for potential wedding planners. I can't let a single opportunity pass me by. With the order passed, Lex looked at Pivarti sympathetically. Lex hated using him like this, but it was probably for his own good right. With such powerful in-laws, he would probably live a good life. Hopefully. Maybe. Then he recalled the fact that Jasmine had 62 siblings. Well, if the family had any strange traditions about the number of kids, he might have to suffer a little. But such was life. It seems the bride and groom can't even keep their hands off of each other, Lex said with a gracious smile, as one of Jasmine's brothers pulled her off Pivarti again. Yes. No, I mean no, I'm not like that, stuttered the bewildered Pivarti. No wait, I mean, I didn't agree to this. Yes, Honey Boo Boo is right. He probably wants to invite his family as well. Surely he's a little bitter about how they treated him before, but blood is thicker than water after all, said Jasmine, her eyes practically turning into hearts as she looked at Pivarti. Yes, a lot of planning is needed, the mother said. Not to mention, your other sisters are getting along in age as well. We might as well use this opportunity to look for suitable husbands for them too. What do you think, Mr. O? Look at that, we were so caught up in all the excitement that I completely forgot to catch your name. Lex suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. This quest would be more dangerous than he anticipated.